pleasure to cover. Now, getting back to federal politics, Jason Leader is with us, President, Enterprise Canada, and John Delacourt from Hill and Knowlton Strategies. Everybody's good. Everybody's good. Don't Zoom and drive, okay? Don't do that. Oh, man.
I just hope the pilot on the plane has got his eyes on the road, that's more it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Oh, by the way, Jason, Melissa Lantzman works for your firm, does she not?
She does. So exciting. Such exciting news.
So she's going to run for a Conservative nomination in the riding of Thornhill, and Conservatives have had great success in that riding historically. I have always enjoyed having her on my program, doing what you do, and I wish her well in her endeavor.
I'll let her know. She was in Ottawa with me. She's already back, but she loves your program as well, and she's a terrific. She's the kind of person that we want to have in federal politics, regardless of party. There's good people on all sides. Young, gay, conservative woman from Thornhill who has some really cool ideas, and I just think she's terrific.
Now, she helped, of course, run Doug Ford's election campaign. She was part of the war room for the people. For the people, right? I wonder, let's play a clip from a couple of days ago. Doug Ford on the shutdowns in Toronto and Peel.
After speaking to some of the big box stores, it'd be a logistical nightmare. They have essential items spread out throughout their whole store. And then on top of that, how do they monitor it and restrict people from going in there? That's the feedback I got off them, and it should be a logistical nightmare. And as for Manitoba, after speaking to the CEO of Walmart Canada, it's creating massive problems out there.
Yeah. Well, I talked to the CEO of Walmart Canada. Whoa. Doug, that is not your constituency, Walmart Canada executives. Your constituency is what? The little guy, right? The little guy. I do wonder, do you think this is doing lasting damage to the Ford Nation brand, Jason?
Certainly his, over the last number of months, his coalition has, moved outside of its normal sort of spot. And the thing that I want to say is mostly that's a really good thing. Like Doug Ford, who I love, by the way, I think he's done a really terrific job. He was virtually, he's in a very difficult electoral position, a year and a half ago. He had a very tough first year. And, this pandemic has been a Lazarus-like routine for him, so much that he's almost a shoo-in to be reelected. And so is he spending some of that political capital with these lockdowns amongst his base? Yeah, he is. There's 100%. The problem that the Liberals and the NDP have is that come election time, if I was a small business and I'm sort of angry at Doug Ford, I still got to sort of mark that ballot for Stephen Tilduke or Andrea Horwath.
Right.
When you put it on paper, it's like, who's got my back in the long term? I suspect Mr. Ford still gets the vote. But I will say he's spending political capital amongst hardcore conservatives, but the public of Ontario is sort of 75-25 on do what you need to do to keep us safe, man. So it's a tough situation, but I think he's mostly got the balance right.
Okay. What do you think, John?
Yeah, there's no script on this. But before we get into Doug, I do have to give a shout out to Melissa too. She's going to be a great candidate, former colleague of mine too, and great move by the Conservative team. But with regard to Doug's position right now, look, it is a bit. I think the challenge that he's facing is that it looks improvisational in terms of how he's addressing this glaring contradiction of having big box stores open, and then at the same time, barbershops on Main Street are wondering what's the direction. And any effort here, as well intentioned as it is, and as I think as sincere as it is, still, the rubber hits the road, as Jason would say here. We're still looking at an inequitable scenario for businesses across this province, and that's something that the government is still going to have to address daily in terms of the press conferences that the Premier is going to be facing.
Well, one Premier finally did one, and that was Premier Kenny yesterday, and here's part of what he had to say about the situation in Alberta.
Believe me, these steps are not being taken lightly, and I certainly didn't go into public service, nor did any of the people sitting around our cabinet table, in order to impose restrictions on how people live their lives.
Okay. So, look, personal responsibility is one of the core beliefs of conservatives, I think, Jason, that we all have to have personal responsibility. I'm just wondering if Jason Kenney is good. Not only is he fighting, he's going to die on that hill. What do you think, Jason?
He's in the. We're going to talk about tough positions, right? The thing about Ontarians is we've got this sort of like waspy culture. We like being told what to do, right? Like Ontarians actually like it. Yes. We've got this weird masochistic streak that we want somebody to tell us what the rules are. In Alberta, it's not quite the same. And so, Mr. Kenney, I think, again, a good friend of mine, I've helped out with his government at various times. But I will say, I think he was a little late. I think he was cross-pressured. I think whenever you get caught in the middle between the two sides and look like you're trying to sort of hold off or compromise in these, that's the one thing that I've learned during the pandemic looks a little weak. And so I think, they had to take some decisive action. The numbers are just bad enough that he actually had to do something. So anyway, and I think for your listeners to understand, one of the main reasons why it's so hard to do is this significant Wexit movement that's on his right flank in Alberta is actually very difficult. It's making problems for this kind of thing, right? Where, I know it sounds ridiculous to suggest, but I got to tell you, that was a big consideration over the last month or two, is this sort of libertarian Wexit movement.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
I'm Wendell Clark with a word about winning. We all know it takes a team effort in any sport and with any challenge. You can be a part of the winning team that shuts out impaired driving. Whether you're out on the town or just hanging out with friends, drink responsibly. Always have a plan for a safe ride home for yourself, your family, and your friends. You'll be helping to shut out impaired driving.
Visit ArriveAlive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive sober.
Everybody, it's Jennifer Clark. Join me here every Tuesday at 1 o'clock for Gen Zen TV, where I answer your questions, one caller at a time, putting the soul back into solutions. Join me here Tuesdays at 1 on Rogers TV.
This is Rogers TV, Ottawa.
Keith Egli looked like a pumpkin. Oh no, that wasn't Keith, I think, somebody else.
So, councillors, before the meeting begins, when my camera's off, you'll see the background on our campaign we're rolling out for small businesses. You'll get some more information on this today. We'd love your help in pushing out the message. I'm taking advantage that I have a captive audience to let you know. So we'll be in touch with more details shortly. Thanks, Steve.
Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4.
It's the phone audio.
Bit better now.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll begin the meeting of Ottawa City Council in 1 minute. On va commencer la réunion du Conseil municipal dans 1 minute.
Background, Luloff.
Will anyone believe that I don't have orange? Nothing orange? Zero orange?
I believe it. I almost called Alex Collins to borrow a shirt from him. Because all my shirts are blue or red or green, but nothing orange.
I also have no orange. PTSD. You have no orange?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, et bienvenue au Conseil municipal de la ville d'Ottawa pour le 25 novembre 2020. Welcome to Ottawa City Council meeting for the meeting of November 25th, 2020. For those who are able to, please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Thank you. Merci. Just a few reminders for, today's meeting, which is being held using Zoom. Members of council and staff, please stay on mute at all times until called upon to speak. Members of council, if you wish to speak to an item, please use the raise hand feature located at the participants list in Zoom, or *9 for people who are on telephone. The meeting will be broadcast on Rogers TV. Members and staff are asked to position their cameras so that their faces are centered as close as possible to the top of the frame. And phone-in participants, please do not put the phone on hold, or we hear some really bad music. Members should be aware that we've been advised that the CRTC will be undertaking national public alert testing this afternoon shortly before 1 p.m. Council is in open session at that time. We'll take a short recess as the Rogers TV broadcast will be temporarily disrupted by the test alert, and members will also likely receive this alert on their mobile devices. It's now my pleasure on behalf of Councillor Teresa Kavanagh, the Women and Gender Equity Council Liaison, to officially proclaim Orange Campaign Unite to End Violence Against Women and Girls. I'm going to read the proclamation, which I have here, and then ask Councillor Kavanagh to offer some comments. Whereas the City of Ottawa is committed to women and gender equity and has established a gender and race equity, Indigenous relations, diversity and inclusion branch, entendu que les 16 jours d'activisme pour mettre fin à la violence.
We have many days of activities to fight the violence against women and women. And this is part of the standards in Canada.
This campaign raises awareness and calls for action during the 16-day period using the color orange as a sign of unity. Whereas during the campaign, people are encouraged to wear orange. Government and city landmarks, including the Heritage Building at the City of Ottawa, will be illuminated in orange, and municipal proclamations will be issued to demonstrate support. Par conséquent, je suis Jim Watson, maire de la ville d'Ottawa, et Teresa Kavanagh.
The City of Ottawa, Conseillère Kavanagh, is our representative, and we will have an event from the 25th of November to December 10th. We're going to be using the campaign Orange all together to fight violence against white men and girls in Ottawa.
For women and gender equity, to hereby proclaim November 25th to December 10th, 2020, Orange Campaign Unite to End Violence Against Women and Girls in Ottawa. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for reading this proclamation. This is 16 days of action, and this is about violence against women and girls because it continues to exist. And violence can take many forms. It's not just physical. It can be mental as well. And I think that's very important to remember today. Right now, we're 9 months into a pandemic, and people are in their homes. We're not seeing what's going on. We know that there's going to be issues everywhere in terms of people that have to stay home together. And it could be an iceberg out there in terms of violence against women. I hope that everyone will look to being aware and speak out whenever they see anything, and not to be afraid to speak out themselves if they're feeling afraid, if they are feeling that they are experiencing issues with their partner. This is an important time. So I thank everyone for participating by wearing orange. Believe me, it wasn't my choice. I know that's hard to believe. It's the UN color, and it's something that is showing that we know that this is an important thing. Falling within that 16 days, of course, we're going to see the anniversary of the Montreal massacre in there as well. This is a very important day to mark. And I hope you'll join us later when we light up City Hall orange, just to show that we really care. And I want to thank Hydro Ottawa for their donation to pay for that, so that we can show our concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Roll call, please, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Conseiller Luloff.
Présent.
Councillor Harder. Councillor Suds.
Here.
Councillor El Shantiri.
Present.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Here.
Councillor Shirelli.
Here.
Councillor Egli.
Here.
Councillor Deans.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Présent.
Conseiller Fleury. Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor McKenney. I see you, Councillor McKenney. Councillor Leeper.
EC.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Present.
Conseiller Cloutier.
Présent.
Councillor Kitts.
Ici.
Councillor DeRose.
Here.
Councillor Moffat.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Hubley.
Here.
Mayor Watson.
Ici.
Le quorum est atteint, Monsieur le Maire.
Merci. Adoption de
Caitlin, you've missed me. I'm here as well.
Goodness, Councillor, I apologize.
Confirmation minutes, adoption de procès-verbaux pour la réunion le 28 octobre.
For the special meeting on the 28th of October 2020 and the special meeting of November 4th. Adopted.
Councillor Shirelli.
I, Councillor Rick Shirelli, declare a direct pecuniary interest on matters being considered by City Council on the 25th November 2020. A motion to receive a report on council on inquiry respecting the conduct of Councillor Shirelli. B, City Solicitor Memorandum. C, motion by Councillor Kavanaugh, seconded by Councillor Fleury. D, motion by Councillor McKenney, seconded by Mayor Watson. E, motion by Councillor Suds, seconded by Councillor Gower. And F, any further last minute motions brought to the floor. This matter is currently before Divisional Court with the date of the hearing scheduled for January 13th, 2021. So in light of this legal challenge, I've been advised to say nothing further in relation to the IC report at this time.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other conflicts of interest? Communications as presented. Other communications received, City Solicitor memorandum on remedial options available in response to the workplace investigation of a complaint against Councillor Shirelli pursuant to the city's violence and harassment in the workplace policy. Regrets, Councillor Harder advised she should be absent from the City Council meeting of the 25th of November 2020. Motion to introduce reports. Motion portant présentation de rapport. Councillor Deans, please, seconded by Councillor Meehan.
Thank you, Mayor. That the report from the Integrity Commissioner entitled Report to Council on an Inquiry Respecting the Conduct of Councillor Shirelli, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 17, Audit Committee Report 8, Built Heritage Subcommittee Report 17, Community and Protective Services Committee Report 15, Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water and Wastewater Management Report 12, Finance and Economic Development Committee Report 18, Planning Committee Report 32, and Transportation Committee Reports 12A and 13 be received and considered.
On the motion, carried.
Carried.
So we'll go through the consent agenda. For those items, there's unanimity on, and then we'll come back to the regular items. So on committee reports, or rather on the Integrity Commissioner and the COVID-19, we'll both come back to because they're obviously great interest in those two topics. Committee reports, rapport du Comité Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 17.
Alors, nous report number 17, and also amendments.
Carried.
Adopté. Carried.
Motion, North Gore, Cenotaph, one-time grant motion for the Cenotaph in North Gore. Carried.
Carried.
Audit Committee Report number 8, investigation of the lease cancellation for 300 Coventry Road. Carried. Office of the AG review of OC Transport bus maintenance. Carried.
Carried.
OC Transport driver training. Adopted.
Carried.
Fraud and waste, the fraud and waste hotline, Bureau du Vérificateur Général.
Office of the General Auditor.
Build Heritage Subcommittee Report number 17, rapport numéro 17 du Comité de Patrimoine Bâti, additions to the Heritage Registry Centertown Heritage Study. Carried.
Carried.
Item 10, additions to the Heritage Register. Council approved the addition of properties held in the registry. I'm not sure if that's a duplication or not.
It's a different report.
This is citywide. I apologize. On the report.
Actually, hold. I just have one question on that.
Is it brief, Councillor? Will we hold it or come back?
Come back to it.
Okay.
Thanks.
New protect. I'm just if it's brief because we're holding the staff up, they'd have to wait several hours to answer it. So why don't you just do it now? If it's just, or is it more complex than a quick answer?
No, it's not more complex. I just need to get the report open and get the address that I'm asking about. So if you want to come back to me at the end, if you do consent agenda, and I'll get it right now.
So you want an address to take out of the registry?
Just a question on it.
Okay. All right, we'll do it at the end of consent. If you can get that in the interim, I'll come back to it. New tree protection bylaw administrative updates. Carried.
Carried.
Motion comments on draft blue box regulation. Carried.
Carried.
Fedco motion. Sorry. On Lansdowne annual report and COVID impacts 19, Mayor Cloutier, the mayor and Councillor Cloutier and I have a motion to defer this until the meeting here it is right here. We'll put it up on the screen. Whereas Lansdowne annual report and COVID-19 impacts update was considered by Fedco on November 12th, whereas the audit of Lansdowne accounting was released and considered by the audit committee on November 24th and will rise for council's consideration December 9th, whereas the deferral of Lansdowne annual report impacts report would allow council both reports at the same meeting and allow more time for members to receive feedback from the residents. Therefore, be it resolved that the Lansdowne annual report and COVID-19 impacts update be deferred to the next city council meeting scheduled for December 9th. So that's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Cloutier. Carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Okay. Next on the consent agenda is a delegation of authority, acquisition of and sale of land and property, January 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2020. Received and carried.
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 Planning Committee Report number 32, rapport numéro 32 du Comité de l'Urbanisme, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, part of 100 Bayshore Drive. Councillor Kavanaugh, I believe, has a direction that's supported by staff. Councillor Kavanaugh, would you like to introduce that, please?
Yes. Do I have it? Are they going to put it on the screen?
Yes, we'll make sure that happens.
Thank you.
Here it comes. There we go. It's up on the screen.
Thank you. Yes, it's a direction to staff for site plan control. Many of the questions that came up at Planning Committee were related to site plan. So I'm encouraging the applicant owner to host a public meeting with local residents and community groups in effort to discuss the details of the first development phase and an opportunity to discuss community concerns and work with the applicant owner and myself to ensure appropriate venue. I'll just go down that to schedule a community meeting, information session, design details should demonstrate how convenient pedestrian access is to be provided to the Bayshore community, to the Bayshore Rapid Transit Station. The transportation impact assessment submitted by the application should include an analysis of Woodridge Crescent and surrounding area, and then a number of affordable units and unit type should be confirmed and reflected in the condition of approval. And this is acknowledged that delegation of authority may be removed if the ward councillor is not satisfied with the submission.
Sorry, Scott. Councillor Moffat, your mic is on. Sorry, Councillor Kavanaugh, go ahead.
I'll just read the last part again. Acknowledge that delegated authority may be removed if the ward councillor is not satisfied with the submission details and response to the community interests.
Okay, my understanding is staff are okay with that direction. So on the direction and on the report, carried.
Carried.
Item number 16, numero 16, zoning bylaw amendment 433, 435 Churchill Avenue North and 468 and 472 Byron Place. Carried.
Carried.
Carried. Item 17, stormwater management design criteria for the Pinecrest Creek Westboro area. Council approved the design criteria. Carried.
Carried.
Carried. Item 18, numéro 18, ligne directrice de conception critères pour les oiseaux. Bird safe design. Carried.
Carried.
Item 19, motion council resolution regarding section 45 of the Planning Act. Motion résolution du Conseil concernant l'article 45 de la loi sur l'aménagement du territoire regarding 335 Chemin Sandhill. Carried.
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 Transportation Committee Report 12A, rapport du Comité de Transport, Barrhaven Light Rail. There's a couple of motions, so we'll come back to that. Motion, proposed cycling lanes on Holland Avenue, Kenilworth Avenue to Tyndale Avenue. My understanding there's been consultation on that, Councillor Eglai, or Councillor Leeper.
There has, for sure.
Okay, on the motion? Carried.
Carried.
Transportation Committee Report number 13, STO Transit Study for Gatineau's West End integration with Ottawa. There's motions on that, so we'll come back. Item number 23, motion, temporary semi-permanent bike lane on Elgin Street. Carried.
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 Report requiring suspension of the rules of procedure, planning, infrastructure, and economic development, briefing on proposed change to the Conservation Authorities Act contained in Bill 229 to protect, support, and recover from COVID-19, Budget Measures Act. Councillor El Shantiri has a motion to suspend, seconded by Councillor Deroux on suspension. Carried. Councillor El Shandir, do you want to briefly explain the item?
Just waiting for staff, Mr. Mayor, to put the screen.
Can we get that up on the screen, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, there is a change to the provincial legislature. Would you like me to talk about, first of all, to waive the rules procedure before we go through the motion?
No, we did that.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So perhaps I can read the, it's gone again, the motion.
The deputy clerk will read it, Councillor.
Okay, this is not on the screen.
Sorry, yes, the procedural motion was on the screen to waive the rules, but the recommendation before staff is that staff recommend the council authorize the mayor to send a letter to the province of Ontario prior to the enactment of Bill 229, Schedule 6 Conservation Authorities Act, to express concerns with changes proposed to board membership composition and duties. Section 14 of the Act, staff have included a recommended letter for the mayor to send the province, which summarizes these concerns as document 1 to the report.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. But Mr. Mayor, if we put it in a simple context, basically, if we follow the new recommended legislation, that means we have 15 council has to be on conservation authority. Even we have 2 council on each authority right now, and sometimes we have to compromise, and one of us can go, and next time
the Fleury-Luloff motion for bulk. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I'm just looking for. It's not just for to support the mayor to speak about this, but also for my colleagues, if they have an opportunity to speak with their local MPP and identify the challenge. Imagine if MVCA has a meeting and we have to be 5 councillors or Rideau Conservation Authority or South Nation. So that's what the concern is, Mr. Mayor, and we really need our provincial colleague to understand there will be a definite challenge for us to meet those challenges in the future meeting.
Okay, thank you for that advocacy, Councillor. On the motion, carried. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. On the bulk consent agenda, we have one item that's been asked to be lifted by Councillors Fleury and Luloff. Item number F, City of Ottawa Municipal Accessibility Plan, 5-year plan. Councillor Fleury, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Luloff and Tyler Cox from the city. I wonder if the clerk's able to put the motion on the screen, Mr. Mayor.
One moment, please.
Okay, here it comes.
Thank you.
Fleury.
Whereas the City of Ottawa Municipal Accessibility Plan, known as COMAP, 5-year plan 2020-2024, appears on the council agenda for today, November 25th, 2020. And whereas staff have hired a consultant to review winter maintenance quality standards, also known as MQS. However, this project does not appear on the list of COMAP initiatives. And whereas winter maintenance removes barriers for persons with disabilities, allowing them to safely and independently navigate the city in winter months. Therefore, be it resolved that MQS review be added as an initiative to the 2020-2024 City of Ottawa Municipal Accessibility Plan, whereby updates will be provided in the plan's annual update report.
Councillor Luloff, did you want to speak to that as the council rep on the committee?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Fleury for raising this. I think it's really important that we catch these sorts of things as we move forward, and it's really heartening to see other council colleagues paying attention to this file. It is really, really important to our city. that we're ensuring that we look at accessibility when we're improving standards for sidewalk clearing, for winter maintenance, and quite frankly, on every other file. So really appreciate it. Find it very heartening that Councillor Fleury noticed this and called me immediately. Tyler Cox and his team went to work right away, and we had this motion ready within about an hour. So good work, Councillor Fleury, and thanks to my other colleagues who are paying attention to this file moving forward. Really appreciate it.
Great. Thank you both very much, and our staff. On the proposed amendment by Councillor Fleury, signed by Councillor Luloff. Carried?
Carried.
So on the bulk consent agenda, does anyone wish to remove anything from bulk consent aside from that item? On the bulk consent agenda, carried?
Carried.
Okay. Okay, so we'll now go back for those following us on TV or online. We're going to go back to we're going to go back to Councillor Moffat's item. Do you have that address now, Councillor?
I do. You mistook me for Councillor Eglai earlier with the whole mic on thing, but I'll let it slide. I just had a quick question on 446 Tweedsmuir. So in that report, unfortunately, I had to leave Bill Heritage early. I didn't get a chance to ask it then. But 446 Tweedsmuir in the report recommended for addition to the Heritage Register. It's not. I'm just worried that we're ending up with the same situation that we ended up with at 860 Colonel By. Similar build, Edwardian classicism. Is it the best example? We've already known that we didn't propose 860 Colonel By for designation because it wasn't a unique example of Edwardian classicism. Is this not the same situation, knowing that we did receive a letter of concern from the property owner?
Mayor, it's Court Curry here. I'm going to ask Leslie Collins, Program Manager of Heritage Planning, to take that question, as I'm not familiar with the details on this particular file. Leslie's on the line here. Thank you.
Hi there, Mr. Mayor. It's Leslie Collins. I got cut out there. I think that Mr. Curry was asking me to answer this one. So 446 Tweedsmuir, yes, you are correct, Councillor, that it was through a development process. We have received an objection letter from the owner. Our practice has always been with these register properties to continue to add them where they have cultural heritage value, because sometimes these processes fall through. You're right, this probably isn't the best example of its type, but that is not the goal of the register. This allows monitoring of the property under the Ontario Heritage Act, and I think it will allow for, should the development proposal fall through, if the building is still standing, it continues to have cultural heritage value in the community. So staff would still support adding this building to the register for the time being.
Okay, that's fair enough. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So on that item, carried, adopté. Well, good morning, everyone. Bon matin à tout le monde. I want to thank you for joining us, members of the public and the media, for joining us on Zoom and YouTube to watch today's council meeting. Over the last number of weeks, we've seen some encouraging news and trends when it comes to our battle with COVID-19. Unlike many municipalities across Ontario, Ottawa has seen a stabilization and steady decline of cases, hospitalization, and outbreaks. When we initially re-entered a modified stage 2 in October, I had said that I hope the residents of Ottawa take this as an opportunity to reflect and reset on their actions and behaviors. I heard a great quote yesterday on CTV from Dr. Abdou Charkawi, who said, quote, "The virus doesn't change, it's our behaviors." Based on what we've seen over the last number of weeks, it's clear that Ottawa residents have heeded the advice of Dr. Etches, myself, and other public health officials, including Councillor Eglai, to change their behaviors. We must continue to keep our guard up to keep our COVID numbers down, plain and simple. The other piece of encouraging news is that we appear to be getting closer and closer to the development of a vaccine for this horrific virus. In light of this news, I directed Anthony DeMonte, General Manager of Emergency and Protective Services, to proactively establish a COVID-19 vaccine distribution task force. We recognize that the rollout of any vaccine is expected to be quite a complex undertaking, particularly in a city like the City of Ottawa, which is 2,600 square kilometers. The task force will develop a comprehensive plan. Ce groupe de travail va élaborer un plan détaillé pour la distribution.
We'll have a complex
Work with key
plan.
stakeholders to develop strategies for the orderly and coordinated distribution of possible vaccines. This plan will include consideration of internal and external partners, vulnerable populations, and the ongoing work of the city's Human Needs Task Force. The distribution task force, will also monitor developments and refine its planning in response to updates from senior levels of government, public health authorities, pharmaceutical companies, as well as internal and external stakeholders. This proactive work will ensure a timely and coordinated distribution plan is ready should vaccines become available in the near future. I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the city's Emergency and Protective Services Department, who is leading the charge on the task force, as well as Ottawa Public Health and the city's Emergency Operations Center, who will be assisting with this work. I'd also like to take this opportunity to congratulate General Rick Hillier on his appointment as the chair of the Provincial COVID-19 Vaccine Distribution Task Force. As some of you may recall, General Hillier was the general assigned to Ottawa during the 1998 ice storm, when the military was providing support to municipalities affected by the storm. I was mayor of the old city of Ottawa at that time, and General Hillier was an excellent leader and partner throughout the storm. With all this good news, I want to remind residents that now is not the time to take a victory lap or to let our guard down. The virus will still be in our community for months to come. Ce virus sera toujours dans notre communauté pour les mois à venir, et nous devons demeurer vigilants. While cases continue to decline, unfortunately, we're still seeing deaths as a result of people contracting this virus. Since the start of November, over 40 people have passed away as a result of COVID-19 infection. That's 40 families who will not have their loved ones with them to celebrate this holiday season. If you're still looking for a reason to follow public health guidelines, that statistic alone should be more than enough. We must continue to be vigilant and follow the advice of Dr. Etches and OPH so that we can limit the spread of the virus in our community. I'd now like to take an opportunity to brief you on the Human Needs Task Force. Today, I'm pleased to announce that the city's Human Needs Task Force, in collaboration with Cornerstone Housing for Women, will open a new physical distancing center for women at a University of Ottawa residence. The center, which will be operated by Cornerstone Housing for Women, will temporarily consolidate 3 programs serving women experiencing homelessness into one site with an initial capacity of over 100. The site will serve clients from Cornerstone, the Shepherd's Good Hope, as well as overflow services. This approach will meet the need for physical distancing and the potential increased demand in the single women's shelter system, as well as provide an environment that is more conducive to preventing the transmission of COVID-19 among clients and staff. It will also support the COVID-19 response across the broader emergency shelter system. The spaces vacated by single women being served at the Shepherds of Good Hope will support physical distancing with the single men's shelters system. We will start to see the movement of operations and clients in a phased approach starting in December. My thanks to Cornerstone Housing for Women, Shepherds of Good Hope and the University of Ottawa for their support with this initiative and for the great work they are doing in our community under very challenging circumstances. Our Human Needs Task Force also recently opened 2 new respite centers for our city's vulnerable population at the Tom Brown Arena and the Bernard Grandmaître Arena. Another respite center in Lowertown is expected to open in December at St. Paul's Eastern United Church. The focus of these respite centers is to provide a warm, safe, and welcoming space for the most at-risk members of our community. The centers are also providing essentials like food, towels, toiletries, clothing, as well as services such as harm reduction supports, crisis intervention, and referrals to other primary care providers. The Human Needs Task Force has been doing great work collaborating with community partners to make sure we are providing the most appropriate services for our clients. My thanks to Donna Gray and the entire team at the Human Needs Task Force for their dedication and commitment to helping our vulnerable population during this pandemic. Last week, I was pleased to attend the opening of the COVID-19 Drive-Through Assessment Center at the National Arts Center. The assessment center at the NAC is replacing the drive-through assessment center on Coventry Road. And that's good news not only for the medical staff who were working out in the cold, but also for residents who were getting tested. C'est des bonnes nouvelles, non seulement pour le personnel, mais aussi
It's good news not only for staff, but also for the downtown residents.
The NAC is that it's operating in the parking garage, which will provide shelter, comfort, and will help keep people warm during the winter months. Residents are now able to access the City Hall parking garage at the time of their scheduled booking, complete their registration here, and then drive over to the NAC parking garage to undergo the testing. In addition to the NAC site, on Monday, I had the opportunity to tour the new COVID-19 testing site, and Councillor, excuse me, Councillor McKenney's award, the site opened yesterday. My thanks to Ottawa Public Health, the NAC, and our staff of the City of Ottawa for their work in securing these much-needed sites in the core. I also want to recognize the great work of the Sandy Hill Community Health Center, the Somerset West Community Health Center, and the Centertown Community Health Center. Earlier this month, all three of these community health centers started to offer COVID-19 testing to members of the downtown community. The centers serve and prioritize individuals who are experiencing barriers accessing other COVID-19 testing sites, such as language or accessibility barriers. Thank you to our community health center partners for not only providing testing services, but also offering health assessments and health education. Including the community health centers, there are now 9 COVID-19 assessment centers operating throughout Ottawa. If you do have symptoms, have been directed to get a test by OPH, or received an alert from the COVID-19 alert app, please book an appointment to get tested as soon as possible. OttawaPublicHealth.ca is the best place to get information. It's one-stop shopping. That's OttawaPublicHealth.ca. Si vous présentez des symptômes, si vous avez été...
If you have symptoms and if you were contacted by Public Health Ottawa, or if you received an alert from the app, please book an appointment to get tested as soon as possible.
Earlier this morning, Steve Willis, General Manager of the City's Planning, Infrastructure and Economic Development Department, and I launched a new campaign asking Ottawa employers across various sectors to encourage their employees to continue to support small businesses this holiday season and the winter. We know that Ottawa's small businesses are struggling despite the incredible support they're receiving from the community. And as we approach the holiday season and look ahead to the winter months, they will need our support now more than ever. As I've said many times before, it's that local shop and that local restaurant that provides the gift certificates for a fundraiser or sponsors a Little League team. The big online companies in the United States and worldwide do not do that locally. So please do whatever you can to go pick your favorite street, go down, Bank Street or Montreal Road or Elgin or Saint Joseph or Carp Road and shop at some of those stores and really give them a hand, because as we know in the retail sector, a very high percentage of their business comes in the next 25 days. And while we're fortunate that these stores are open, we're just, a couple of points away, one way or the other, from being put in a different category, and these places would have to close. So now is the time to get out and support these local businesses who have provided enormous jobs in the community and economic activity throughout the city of Ottawa. I urge all employees across our city to visit ottawa.ca employer toolkit today and start thinking about what you can do to help. We've created this toolkit that includes an emailer, videos, social media posts, and more that employers can use to engage with their teams and encourage support for small business. And start watching for the I love or I heart small biz hashtag as employees begin posting about their positive support for local business. I know that Black Friday is right around the corner and a lot of people will start their shopping in the holidays. I would urge you that you, instead of heading to a big box store and lining up in the hundreds, thus creating another challenge with COVID, please do your Christmas shopping at a local small business. Many of these small businesses also, of course, offer opportunities online. Je vous invite à considérer magasiner aux petites entreprises locales.
So please visit the small businesses around.
The pandemic have done a great job following public health guidelines. Many have launched their own online stores, and with the help of the Main Street program run by Invest Ottawa, or have a click and collect option should you feel more comfortable staying at home. These small businesses employed, as I mentioned, thousands of our fellow residents, contribute massively to our economy, and are deeply involved in our respective wards and communities. This year, I'll be doing all of my Christmas shopping once again at small businesses, and I'd urge you to do the same. I now invite Councillor Eglai and Dr. Etches to give their presentation. Councillor Eglai, please.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to everyone who's tuning in to watch the meeting from home. As you know, since we last met, the Government of Ontario introduced an updated COVID-19 response framework for keeping Ontario safe and open. That it provides a color-coded system. Green equals prevent, yellow equals protect, orange equals restrict, red equals control, and gray equals lockdown. It includes indicators and thresholds for regions to move from one level to the next. Ottawa is currently in the orange or restrict zone, and many indicators point to a slow decline in transmission of COVID-19 locally, which is good news. However, this past weekend, we saw some Ontario jurisdictions move into lockdown, whereas others moved from orange to red, and several others went from green to yellow. This serves as a reminder that a rapid rise in COVID-19 infection rates is always possible. Therefore, we cannot get complacent or assume that all is good. COVID-19 is still very much a challenge in our community and will be for the foreseeable future. It's important that we continue to practice public health measures, keep decreasing the level of the virus in our community, which will help us to avoid hospitalizations and deaths and closures of businesses. With Hanukkah, Christmas, and Kwanzaa just around the corner, families should be thinking about and preparing for celebrations to be different this year. Keep your in-person gatherings small, and if you're going to get together with extended family or friends, consider doing it virtually, or perhaps plan for an outdoor, physically distanced activity. We know it's not what we're used to, but it's what we need to do this year. And that doesn't mean it can't be fun or memorable, just different. I'm reminded of a social media meme that says we stay apart now so that when we gather again, no one is missing. Lastly, I want to thank Ottawa residents for their continued efforts to slow the spread of infection in our community. The fact that we're seeing a slow decline in COVID-19 transmission locally is thanks to you and the hard work that you are doing. I also want to thank residents for continuing to do everything they can to support local businesses, whether it's ordering takeout from your favorite restaurant, buying Christmas gifts from a local merchant, or buying a gift card to use later. It helps the businesses, and it also helps our local economy, which in turn helps the community overall. While we're on the subject of supporting local businesses, I want to remind everyone about the need to maintain physical distancing when you're out shopping, which many of us will be over the next couple of weeks. Consider going during off-peak hours. If you can order by phone or online and take advantage of curbside pickup or delivery services, please do. On that note, Ottawa Public Health is reaching out to businesses and reminding retailers about their responsibilities to implement strategies to ensure patrons and employees can physically distance from others while in their establishment. As we head into the holiday shopping season, we encourage business owners to review the practices and make any necessary changes to ensure they are creating a safer shopping experience for their clients and a safer workplace for their employees and for themselves. Physical distancing is the most effective measure to reduce transmission of COVID-19. And though wearing a mask provides an extra layer of protection, it does not replace the need to maintain a physical distance of just 2 meters from people, or at least 2 meters rather. Thank you for providing opening remarks, and I'll now turn the presentation over to Dr. Etches for her update.
Thank you, Councillor Eglai, and Council, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you again. And thank you also for recognizing today the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. This is an important effort that takes all of us. And so I do have some slides again, and we'll start with the first one that does reflect the provincial framework. So as the Chair of our Board of Health has just said, we are in orange. There are many different variables that go into determining what level of the provincial framework we're in, and then there are different variables associated with what's allowed in each of these color-coded stages. We know that the province is likely to consult with us before they consider changing our level. And so nous prévoyons qu'en cas de changement, nous serons informés ou consultés par la province à l'avance.
And in case of a change, we know we'll be consulted by the province.
In terms of the rates in our community, we know they can go quickly up and they come down more slowly. And so, we want to continue the practices that we're doing right now that are causing us to see the COVID level in our community drop. The announcements usually come on Friday, and the idea was that anyone who moves into a higher level of restriction, like we did into orange, that would be at least for 28 days, which does take us into December. I do want to also add my thanks to people in Ottawa, to the businesses in Ottawa that have taken this very seriously, that we want to continue to drop the level of COVID in our community to avoid those hospitalizations and deaths, and to make it easier for us to get to a place where more things can be open and we can live with the virus. So I'm going to ask that we go on to the next slide, which is to say that as we see progress in the community dropping the level of COVID, we are seeing fewer people testing positive in the school-age population. So we do see a very strong link between the community levels and the school levels, although I want to emphasize that we are probably not picking up all of the situations where COVID is present in schools because of the asymptomatic infections that are possible. And when we identify someone who tests positive, we ask the high-risk contacts, or we require them to stay home for the full 14 days where they could be incubating the virus. We do ask people also to be tested, and this is where we're starting to explore supports and efforts to make sure that we do track down and find out among the high-risk contacts how the virus may be showing up or not. That is efforts underway right now with our school boards. The next slide speaks to how we are hearing good news. We do see a light at the end of the tunnel in terms of, we can make it through to a day when we don't need to be so cautious as we go about our daily lives, but this is not here yet and not going to arrive before we get through the winter. And so our focus is, again, this balance between taking the measures we know will continue to reduce COVID in our community, the wearing of masks, the keeping 2 meters distance from others, and that will allow us to have more businesses and activities open and available to us. So on this slide, it mentions that we need to continue to avoid the 3 C's. And so it works in English. The 3 C's are crowded environments, close contact, and where we're in a confined space where the ventilation is not as good. And so it's the same in French. These are the situations where we need to avoid. Even as we some things are permitted, we want to have our attention up and be cautious if it seems like places are crowded to make sure we can still do the 2 meters of distancing. The other things that will make a difference in getting us through the winter are continuing to support each other and physical activity. There's a few more points about this on the next slide. So we know that there are basic actions that can help us build our resiliency, make it through, that the support for one another, the staying connected is very important, and we know it has to be done in different ways right now, messaging, virtually, videos, distanced, and that the activities we undertake to get ourselves outside, to stay active, make a difference. And I also want to recognize that it's not just about personal choice and having the motivation to do these things, we need a supportive environment. And so again, we can do this and support each other, help our neighbors who might need a sidewalk cleared, or if we're employers, we need to be thinking about the schedules we set to allow people to take a break and get outside for lunch. These kinds of things will make a difference in maintaining our ability to stay positive through the winter. So then on the next slide, we're putting forward more ideas on our website under our mental health section, because we continue to check in on the mental health in our community through a survey. We repeated this survey in October. We're looking at the findings now. We continue
to recognize that the COVID-19 impact goes beyond the infection as such. We are worried about the mental health of our community.
Compared to the last time we did the survey in June, people are reporting worse mental health compared to the previous year, but similar to in June, with some positive indication that parents are coping somewhat better, slightly better, with the schools being open, and so this is important. As we think about how to maintain the schools being open and support families. We do see one of the troubling aspects that continues to show up in our data is that people don't always know where to turn for help, and so this is something we are tackling collectively with partners. We have a community action plan to address mental health and substance use with a focus on opioids as well, given the also challenge with rising rates of overdose in our community. 100+ people came together just last week to review that action plan, and people are committed. They're continuing to focus on the 3 areas. One is to address the stigma that exists, particularly sometimes we see among younger and middle-aged men for, reaching out and getting help, but also knowing that we need to support each other. If somebody's not seeming to take interest in their usual activities or staying connected. And so this idea of addressing stigma in the community is a major focus. Continuing to increase our harm reduction approaches, also looking at the supply of prescribed medications where that's indicated, compared to the substances on the street that are more dangerous. And we are continuing to really appreciate the work of our mental health and substance use service providers in the community who've provided more virtual options for same day, next day connections, but also making it easier for children and for the adult population to have a coordinated point of access to services. And so this work is continuing and is a priority for many, many different partners across the community. I'm going to highlight on the next slide, as we are continuing to work with different partners, that some of this work is very targeted to communities who are facing less advantage. And nous travaillons avec l'équipe Santé Ottawa sur les activités.
We're working with Public Health Ottawa to promote the exchange of knowledge to prevent isolation and provide mental health services.
A number of partners who are focused on communities with greater barriers to health. There's work underway with the neighborhood support teams, with the Ottawa Community Housing, the Boys and Girls Club, our Human Needs Task Force, and I'm very pleased that the Ottawa Local Immigration Partnership has been playing a lead in helping us to understand what different communities need and how to engage and draw on the strengths in communities. Santé publique Ottawa a travaillé avec Clio et d'autres partenaires tout au long de la réponse à la pandémie.
We want to encourage partnership to help us understand the situations of various groups and for the offering of more support.
On COVID-19 and racial identity in Ottawa, and we do see that Black communities in particular continue to be disproportionately affected, and that is a focus of the work in partnership. So to end, I want to say very positively on the last slide that we can do this. We can do this. We can continue to bring the levels of COVID down in Ottawa. We can make it through the winter supporting each other. COVID est toujours dans notre communauté et Santé publique Ottawa aimerait rappeler aux résidents que l'avenir est entre vos mains. It is still up to us individually and supporting people who do face more barriers. But I'm very encouraged by the progress people are making, contributing to. I know we need to continue to be creative through the holidays. It is going to be a different year. This idea of keeping to our households plus 1 or 2 essential supports has been key in decreasing COVID in our community. That is going to continue to be my recommendations until we see that things are very, very much under control. And so I do want to underline that we do have motivations personally to do this hard work, and they're different. Sometimes they are to keep businesses open. Sometimes they're to protect our grandparents, and we do encourage each person to find that reason and to continue to support each other through this. So merci, miigwech, thanks. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Aglai and Dr. Etches. We have a couple of members of council have questions. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Etches, for the continued excellent work that Ottawa Public Health is doing. A lot of momentum, and I hope we're able to keep that up. My question is actually looking forward to vaccination. A week and a half ago, it was announced that the city had created a task force to take a look at vaccination. I'm wondering if that task force has had a chance to meet, what questions you're grappling with, what kinds of tasks you anticipate we will need to undertake, and whether we've chosen any directions at this point.
Thank you, Council, for your question. And Mayor, I don't know if it makes sense to hear from Mr. DeMonte. His remarks, I think, speak to his leadership related to the task force.
Yeah, I apologize. I think, Mr. DeMonte, you were going to comment after Dr. Etches, and maybe you can blend in your opening comments with what Councillor Leeper mentioned.
Sure, Mayor. It'd be my pleasure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, members of Council. As you all know, the city remains in emergency operations in our response to COVID-19. This includes monitoring the promising news that we've had from pharmaceutical companies that COVID-19 vaccines have proven effective in clinical trials. La Ville surveille attentivement les annonces des compagnies pharmaceutiques sur des vaccins efficaces contre la COVID-19. News of effective vaccines is very encouraging, but we are this pandemic, and as the Mayor and Dr. Etches have already indicated, it's imperative that we continue to adhere to the local public health recommendations. L'annonce des vaccins contre la COVID-19 est très encourageante, mais nous sommes plutôt encore loin de pouvoir mettre terme à cette pandémie.
The announcement of the vaccine is very encouraging, but we're still far from putting an end to this pandemic.
On prioritization of who gets them first and what precise conditions are needed to keep the approved vaccines, the different ones that are now proposed as they are shipped across Canada. So having a plan with so much uncertainty included not yet knowing the full extent of all the vaccines that will be approved will be no easy task. Given these variables, as I advised Council through a memo last week, the city has established a COVID-19 distribution task force, and the task force will ensure that all city resources are optimized and available to support the immunization of our community against COVID-19 as the vaccines become available. On Monday, the province announced a similar vaccine distribution task force for Ontario, which will include cross-governmental and external representation with diverse expertise in operations and logistics. Similarly, our city's task force will leverage the expertise from across our organization and will include consideration of internal and external partners, the vulnerable population, and the ongoing work of our City Human Needs Task Force. This will optimize resources and avoid any duplication, and we will be learning from our colleagues from Public Health who will be helping us co-lead this, if you will, the experiences they already have and a lot of the programs that they already do. So we don't want to repeat things that, we don't want to reinvent things rather that we're already very successful at and Public Health is doing already well. We're going to leverage that. As you know, the information on vaccine is emerging every day, and that's why the task force is also monitoring these developments to refine our planning and response from upper levels of government also that have different authorities than the municipal level at both the provincial and federal level, and also the pharmaceutical companies themselves. Le groupe de travail surveille également les nouveautés et modifiera la planification en fonction des mises à jour des principaux ordres du gouvernement. The proactive work of the city's COVID-19...
The task force will modify the planning and will update the orders coming from the government.
And the task force will also be ready to assist the provincial government with any other requests that they may have in delivering vaccines to the residents of Ottawa. In the meantime, as I want to repeat what Dr. Etches and the mayor have said, it's imperative that we continue to follow the public health guidelines until we are in the stage to be able to give a vaccine. And directly to Mayor, to Councillor Leeper's questions, the first step that we had this week, we've completed. All my SLT colleagues have given me key stakeholders at the director level across the organization to be part of the team. So expertise in every area, logistics, buying, that. So that team has been put together now. My next phase is I will be meeting with Dr. Etches and her team, hopefully sometime this week, to start mapping out some of her ideas and her team's thoughts. And then early next week, the team will meet for the first time with the terms of reference and start rolling up our sleeves and actioning what we need to do to start getting ready. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Merci, Monsieur le Maire.
Okay, Councillor Leeper.
Chief DeMonte just addressed my question. This is something I think is going to be critical for us as a council to keep on top of. Testing was obviously problematic, and I'm pleased to see that the city will be taking a really strong role in vaccination. But every week that passes is important. It's the vaccination day is going to come upon us sooner rather than later, and I want to make sure that we're ready for that. So thanks for keeping us apprised of the specific steps you're taking, and I will follow up late next week with further questions.
Great. Thank you. Councillor King, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Dr. Etches, for the work that you're continuing to do to ensure that we keep the rates of infection low in our city. It's very important to continue to emphasize that we can't suffer from COVID fatigue. We have to be very vigilant. We have to ensure that we follow the safety measures that are necessary, and we also have to show concern and examine what's going on in our communities. As you had just reported, OPH released a new race-related COVID-19 report with data yesterday that noted that Black people make up 37% of infections in the city, despite accounting for just 7% of the population. I know that you issued a special statement yesterday and just gave us kind of a brief update on what has occurred, but I was just wondering if you could provide us with a little bit more depth in terms of the work that OPH and community partners are taking to address this challenge.
Last month, before this information was released publicly, we shared the information with the Ottawa Local Immigration Partnership, and they pulled together community leaders across 60 different networks that support racialized communities in Ottawa, and had a dialogue about what was behind these numbers, what was contributing to them, and what are some ideas and solutions to be able to change the numbers, to bring more equity into how COVID is affecting people in our community. And so OLIP continues to take a leadership role in pointing the direction for coordinated collaborative action. But the Ottawa Health Team, which does include OLIP and Ottawa Public Health and hospitals and Briere and community health centers in particular, playing a very strong role, that is the overarching partnership that is actually making sure that where the communities are identified to have ongoing higher rates of transmission, that there are people on the ground working with community leaders, plans developed community by community, because each neighborhood is different, and that work has also been underway for a little while, but in a growing number of neighborhoods. So building the accountability actually has been an important measure recently, so that everyone is clear which community they will be supporting, and then adding in the resources, their toolkits about how to go about this work to make sure that the key things are in place, like working with someone who speaks the first language of communities most affected, making sure that people bring masks if they're going to go door to door, and make sure that hand sanitizer, all these things are useful resources that are not always accessed. Sometimes people don't always know what's available and where to get support. And so this continues to be a priority to grow the on-the-ground presence, the door-to-door work, but it will look different in each community. But the Ottawa Health team is taking the lead, and it does include access to testing. Sometimes that is right at the door with a nurse who's part of a team going door to door, and it is more and more about different points of access, a stable base, say, for access to testing. And we've seen that out of the downtown community health centers, as the mayor said. We are looking at the Vanier Overbrook area. We're looking at other areas based on the data.
Well, I appreciate the work that you're doing. I was going to mention that I do know that work is being looked at in the Overbrook area in my ward, and that's much appreciated because of all of the challenges around housing and food security and low income in that neighborhood, which are which are elements of the challenge around addressing COVID-19. So I appreciate the work that OPH is taking to really redress the issues affecting our racialized communities around COVID-19. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Brockington, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Good morning to you. Good morning, Dr. Just good to see you as always. Can I just back up and ask you about the flu? What are we seeing in Ottawa as far as the number of flu transmissions?
This is a good news story. I really must highlight that the measures people are using to control COVID, the masks, the distancing, the staying home when you're sick, are protecting against numerous respiratory viruses. So we do not have evidence of very much influenza in our community at all, almost none. We certainly can't even say that the influenza season has started as it typically would. We don't have any influenza outbreaks. And the same with other respiratory viruses. The transmission is lower than we would expect. This is what we saw in Australia. Their experience was very good. And the uptake on the vaccine, has been very positive as well, rapid. So the early, coverage of a lot of the population exceeded previous years. We continue to offer vaccine clinics for the influenza vaccine, but the uptake has slowed, and that's also normal. We see that the demand usually drops off into December, but it's a good news situation.
Excellent. Good to hear. Good to hear some good news. We're going into our first winter with COVID. Obviously, we've gone through spring, summer, fall, our first winter. Is there anything that concerns you about how we're going to coexist with COVID? We've talked about mental health, the importance of getting out, but one issue that's been raised, for instance, in schools, they were able to start the autumn, a lot of doors and windows were open, much better ventilation. We have a lot of schools, particularly in my ward, that are older. Are you involved in any way about giving advice to schools about how to be as safe as possible in this regard in the winter season?
Yes, I referred to briefly in my presentation that this focus on schools. So we know when we look at the percentage of populations, different age groups testing positive, how to put this properly, of all the tests that are done across different age groups, percent that come back positive is right now it's highest in younger children and teenagers. And, that suggests that those who are going to be tested, it's a higher probability that it is COVID compared to other age groups. And that's probably because we've restricted the testing down. Now we don't require it if it's just a runny nose. But it also points to that as a population where there continues to be COVID levels that we want to bring down. And so the work to better understand the dynamics and identify asymptomatic situations where people are asymptomatic, in schools will be important. And so this, yes, the ongoing protection, the reinforcement of protections in schools is one of the things we're looking at to help us through the winter.
Okay, thank you. My final question, if I may, Mr. DeMonte, to you. Thank you for the update. Credible media sources indicate that vaccines could start to be rolled out in the United States as early as next week. How far away are we within Canada, let alone Ottawa? Do you estimate people getting the vaccine? Are we a month away, 3 months away, 6 months away? I'm not even aware if Health Canada has approved the use of the vaccine in Canada, but realistically, we get a lot of questions already from our residents about when. Can you give an estimation?
Yeah, the simple answer is no. And these are some of the questions that other senior levels of government have the responsibility. And I know there's already debate about where Canada fits in worldwide and our capacity and when we're going to get because of production, et cetera. So these are all the questions we're grappling with. The only thing I can reassure you locally, our role is to be able to have the infrastructure in place. And as I mentioned, build already on programs that public health already have and some of our other health partners, and how we'll be ready to put needles into arms, if you will, and the logistics of that, structurally, buildings, et cetera, if there's challenges for certain communities or long-term care centers. So our focus is to get all that up and ready. So directly to your question, unfortunately, we don't have that, but we will be ready when we do get the vaccine. And that's the best answer I can give you right now.
Sure, I know. I appreciate that. I know your team will do a great job. I just think that when our residents witness Americans, British, even Chinese citizens getting the vaccine and our country's paid a premium for it, we as councillors are going to be getting more questions from our residents. But thank you for your work and thank you for updating us. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Conseiller Fleury, s'il vous plaît. And Councillor, I think I put the church in the wrong area. Do you want to explain where that church is, St. Paul's?
I appreciate it, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the update. Yes, appreciate the work of Donna and team on the Frio residents and Cornerstone. I know that's important for Councillor McKinney as well. And yes, the Respite Center have been well received at Tom Brown and Bernard Grandmaître. The third one that you highlighted will be open shortly, and that's at St. Paul's Eastern at the corner of Cumberland and Daly, which is not in Lower Town. It's in Sandy Hill. So anything north of Rideau is in Lower Town, anything south of Rideau is in Sandy Hill, just for context for members of council. Vera, thank you for the update. My question to you, and I think you know where it comes from, I have a lot of residents that are quite concerned. They're elderly, they're large families. They're asked to be tested for COVID. They don't have access to a car. And most of those requests have come in the Vanier Overbrook area, as Councillor King has highlighted. I know you're working on it. What can we expect in terms of timeline? The community's really, we've been on this journey with not just yourself, but with Cameron Love and Bernard Leduc and so on since August, and the issue's not resolved, unfortunately.
I do see a solution very soon. You mentioned there are different partners involved, and what I've heard, I'm not part of all the planning conversations at all, but indirectly that a target date of December 3rd at the latest for a specific designated point of access for the COVID-19 testing in Vanier Overbrook will be available. If not sooner, I mean, I've certainly underlined the sooner the better, and So as soon as the site is confirmed, what they're doing right now is assessing 3 different possible sites. And so once they've decided on the site, it won't take long to actually have the people who can do the testing and to advertise it. Part of what we will need your help to do is to make sure people know about the supports available.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm sure that once the news of a location is identified and opening, we'll broadly share. But I do want to share the anxiety of our community and what I believe to be very serious concerns of folks who would meet the criteria to be tested and are not able to access existing locations, which I know you're sensitive to and aware of. On another front, the province of Quebec last week was sort of opening up liberally the period of Christmas for family gatherings. And that message, as early as yesterday, is continuing to change. Obviously, being a capital city with a foot into the Quebec government and the Ontario government creates challenges that we've seen firsthand through the pandemic. As our lead in Ottawa, what do we tell residents of Ottawa? And for folks who have families in the Outaouais region and where the standards might be different, what are we asking of them?
What we're asking people to do is to consider that this holiday season in 2020 will be one like none other in our lives. This is 2020 COVID pandemic, and it's just going to be pretty memorable because it's got to be different. We have to create new traditions, new approaches, which are based on limiting our celebrations in person to the people we live with. Unless it's, single person grandparents who have assessed their risks and need to be connected to a family. That is, we have room for that. We know that single people need to be included, but we're saying that needs to be 1 or 2 people outside of your household, not 2 different people every day and moving around the province. We've got to limit our travel, from places where rates are higher to places where rates are lower. And so this message is actually very similar to my colleague across the river. While there are different things that are permitted or not, the advice about limiting our contacts to our household is actually the same. That this is key to continuing to keep COVID levels under control, and it needs to be consistent through the winter. The risk doesn't change, of a rapid rise. Based on the holidays, we need to maintain protections through that period.
You have a fantastic communication team at Ottawa Public Health, which to me I see as a tremendous tool. Can you ramp up what people can do during Christmas? I'm wearing my Swix jacket that is orange, but also in enjoying the outdoor winter weather. I think there's a tremendous opportunity to do that with families and stay physically active and mentally strong. So I hope that the team, as we head into December 1st, can communicate those serious messages in an enlightened way. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Dr. Etches. Great advice, well delivered. Thank you so much. I just have a question about the transmission in schools. Our children are in school, and I understand that that's good news for the parents. As a parent, I understand that. But I'm just wondering, as we're going into the Christmas season and as more people are shopping, I'm concerned that we're going to see more cases. And I'm just wondering, you said that most of the contact tracing traces the spread of the virus through the community. But I'm just wondering, do we have more details on where in the community the kids are picking this up? Is it through shopping? Is it a job that some of these kids have after school? What do we know?
So we do have a report on exposures, and we did more analysis of our contact tracing data. I can circulate this again to council after this meeting, and it's publicly available. The analysis of our exposures. What it points to is not surprising based on what we know about COVID virus. It is more likely to be transmitted in situations that are crowded, where people aren't maintaining distance from each other, and where people aren't wearing masks, and indoor environments. So it comes back to those 3 C's, actually. We can kind of look at most transmission related to those situations. And it's always a challenge. You can't always say there was one particular place for each person, where you can be sure that they were exposed to the virus. We still see for children, it is usually a household member who's tested positive, and then there's transmission within the household. But of course, those household members also were exposed somewhere, and that came into the house. So it would be situations where there was close contact without the protection. We don't have, as you went through this conversation earlier, a lot of outbreaks that we can link to retail settings, where there is typically capacity to maintain distance between people. We are not picking that up. There were questions about sports activities previously, and outbreaks on different sports teams. We still, from time to time, see that somebody who's testing positive have participated in sports, but it isn't always clear that it's the actual sporting activity as much as the coming into close contact with people related to gathering, related to those activities. So we continue to reinforce for families, for children, just to use those basic principles to decrease their risk.
I expect, we hope that it won't happen, but I know we're this season, I think it probably is inevitable that we're going to see the numbers increase. The number of tests that we're conducting right now and performing, do you feel they're adequate? Is it the same number we're testing previous to the, when we were in a different zone? You know what I'm asking?
Yeah, the level of testing does remain relatively high when you look at other jurisdictions' capacity to test for COVID. It is lower than the peak when the testing was available to anybody who wanted it, before the systems were overwhelmed by that approach, and a focus was, the policy change was to focus on people with symptoms. But the number of people testing is still consistent with, say, the end of September. And I think what is more important to me is to continue with the efforts to make testing more accessible to populations at higher risk. And so I'd like to see us using all the testing capacity we have. I would like to see more people continue to be tested for COVID. I think we need to be smart in where we use those resources for testing. I would say that's the next approach, or what's underway right now.
Are we prepared to increase the number of testing sites if the numbers start going up again? We're prepared to jump and into action immediately?
It's actually happening right now. So the expansion of testing sites, we see continuing more downtown locations. We're looking at these neighborhood clusters, and each neighborhood where there's higher risk having access one way or another.
Yeah, we haven't had a testing site in the South End. I don't know what the closest location is right now. If it is at the NEC, it's quite a long distance to travel for a lot of people out here. Can we be considered?
I agree, Councillor. Those discussions are happening right now. Yes,
I'm glad to hear that.
Where we see clusters, that includes in the South End.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks, Dr. Betches. That's it for me. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Councillor Meehan. Councillor Luloff, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Etches, thanks for your focus on mental health today. This pandemic has been really hard on all of us. And this time of year is particularly difficult for those that are suffering with mental health challenges. The rates of self-harm among our first responder and veterans community spikes at this time of year. So as you can imagine, I care really deeply about the work that you're doing on mental health. And I know that you do too, because we heard it last week on CBC, and that really meant a lot. So thank you. Thanks to Councillor Fleury for raising this. We continue to receive a lot of mixed messaging from some political leaders across Canada. We've got this idea of a social contract in Quebec, which I'm, pretty dubious about, and further lockdowns in Atlantic provinces. And we're 1 month away today from Christmas. Personally, in my family, I'm organizing to porch pick up and drop off everyone's presents. And I might even dress up like Santa Claus while I do it. And I plan on spending Christmas morning on FaceTime, opening presents with my Ottawa family. It is sad, but it's necessary. My grandma's in her mid-90s, and I want nothing more than to spend time with her. But I refuse to put her and the other families that, live in her home in Carleton Place at risk. And I don't want to see the same spikes that we saw following other family holidays this year. And I appreciate the advice that you've offered today. I think it's important to give this example of what a modified Christmas could look like, as general advice often doesn't resonate the same way specific examples do. And I know that your incredible Director of Communications, Ashley Brambles, is likely already working on communications pieces, and we'd appreciate these tools as quickly as possible, because I know how difficult it is to get this information out and how difficult it is to get it to stick. So what other specific ideas do you suggest for a modified Christmas for Ottawa families this year?
Thank you. I would agree with you. It's helpful for people to have specific examples. And one strategy that our communications and community engagement team is taking is underway right now to ask people across our community what they are planning. And we are anticipating to be able to take those ideas, again, a lot of creativity out there, and share those ideas back across the community to highlight what people's plans are to take a safer approach and a different approach this year. So I don't have a whole long list of specific things, except the principles right now is, as you said, if you can connect outside with a distance, if you can connect by video or phone, these are things that will provide protection.
Awesome. Thank you, Doctor. I really appreciate your hard work.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cavanaugh, please.
Thank you, Dr. Etches, and thank you as always for your reports. Today is a day of action against violence against women and girls, and this is something that is hidden behind doors because people have to stay home, and there's a great deal of concern. What advice can you give? I see that there's on the website that Ottawa Public Health has places to go for people to get information, but can you give some overall advice on preventative or to help people find help?
Yes, I think an important new service that was stood up with the support of Crime Prevention Ottawa is that there's now help for people to reach out via text if they are experiencing violence, that there are new supports available that may be easier to access than having to have a phone conversation that could be overheard. And so, yes, our website has more details about specific services, but there is help available. Our shelters, that operated through the Community and Social Services Department are another place that people can access support through the city through 311.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your shout out on outdoor physical activity. As you know, across the city, we're putting together ski trails, but they're also walking trails, and they're just meant to get out. And we really appreciate that shout out on that. As you know, Councillor Brockington and I put a motion forward on that, and I appreciated your support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kitts, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Vera Etches and your team for everything you do. I just wanted to build quickly off of Councillor Fleury and Councillor Luloff's questions in regards to the mixed messaging. Something that has been brought to my attention by my community recently is that the Francophone community, the traditional media outlets that they often consume, will often talk about the Outaouais region in general and differentiate less between the restrictions as they pertain to Quebec and Ontario and how they differ. Et je m'excuse si c'était déjà discuté au conseil avant que j'étais élue, mais
I'm sorry if you discussed this at council before I was elected, but I was wondering if it was something.
Is there a way that we can better work with our Francophone community partners to try and combat this?
Thank you. I'm sure there's value in me taking that back to the team to explore what more we can do. I do know that the Francophone media do participate in our media availabilities that are pretty much weekly. So we do try through that venue to clarify what the advice and guidance and requirements are in Ottawa. But I'll see if we can do some more to emphasize and highlight, this context that may be different on different sides of the river, what it means for Francophone communities.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. So thank you very much, Dr. Etches and Councillor Eglai, and continue on with the tremendous work that you're doing on behalf of our citizens. Very much appreciate that. The next is the reports from the Integrity Commissioner. Report to Council on an inquiry respecting the conduct of Councillor Shirelli. Councillor Shirelli, you have an issue.
Yes, Your Worship, in light of the declaration I made earlier in Ontario Municipal Conflict of Interest Law and the upcoming hearing on January 13th, I will leave the meeting at this time during these items.
Okay, thank you. So we have, as I count, 3 motions. Does anyone else have a motion at this time they'd like to raise? I can confirm the Integrity Commissioner is on Zoom, I believe. Mr. Marlowe, est-ce que vous êtes là?
Oui, je suis présent, merci.
And my understanding is
I am.
Your presentation is in essence your report, but you're available to answer questions. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
So I'll open with some opening comments, then we'll ask the people who have motions to table them, and then we'll go into debate. Colleagues, I'd like to provide some brief comments on the Integrity Commissioner's report. I want to start by reminding everyone that we are considering this report because of the brave women that came forward. They have courageously shared their extremely personal stories as outlined in the Integrity Commissioner's report. Elles ont courageusement partagé leur histoire très personnelle, telles qu'elles sont décrites dans le rapport. To the 2 women who came forward to detail the working conditions in Councillor Shirley's office, on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I thank you and commend you for your courage, strength, and perseverance. I believe it is important to work together to create a culture where people will not hesitate to come forward and speak up when they feel that a power relationship or a trust relationship has been abused. I want to sincerely thank our Integrity Commissioner, Robert Marleau, for having conducted a very thorough, professional, diligent, and independent investigation. This investigation has at times been difficult, but I appreciate your unwavering professionalism and commitment to the process. This report details significant, offensive, and unacceptable behaviors. I know many of you share my concerns that the behavior outlined in this report are repugnant and are completely inconsistent with what is expected of anyone in a position of power or trust. There have clearly been a number of gross violations of the trust the public placed in this elected official. The findings in this detailed and professional investigation painfully reveal that our elected officials must be held to account for their actions both in public and behind closed doors of the workplace. The report released on Friday reaffirms the need for a workplace that is free of harassment of any sort. All city employees, including employees of elected officials, must be aware of their rights, and we need to work to ensure that they feel comfortable and safe coming forward to Human Resources or the Integrity Commissioner with their own personal experiences. Il est clair que ce comportement n'est pas
Obviously, this type of behavior has no place in the working environment. In my opinion, it is unacceptable at any moment or in any location.
Numerous opportunities that Councillor Shirelli had to represent his position in response to the allegations. And Councillor Shirelli refused to respond to multiple invitations to participate and challenge the summons to provide testimony under oath. Councillor Shirelli's refusal to engage in this investigation and to participate in an open discussion is profoundly disappointing. I would argue his silence is a further assault on the courageous women that have come forward. These women deserve to be heard and to hear from the council. Stonewalling is just another form of the type of manipulation the Integrity Commissioner has identified in his detailed report. To Councillor Shirelli, I would like to say that your silence speaks volumes. I'd also like to thank Councillor Sudds and Gower for their motion. I'll be supporting this motion. I also will be supporting the motion from Councillor McKenney, Kavanaugh, to seek approval to issue the formal apology on behalf of all members of council of these brave women. I know that there are not enough apologies to make the pain of these events go away, but I would like to publicly apologize as a sincere gesture of recognition that this should not have happened and that we have listened and heard you. And we're also learning from these events. We're committed to not only an open dialogue, but we are working tirelessly towards ensuring protections are in place to protect all workers at the City of Ottawa. We remain committed to making the City of Ottawa a safe place to work. I'd like to end by recognizing that this report and these events have been very difficult and triggering for many people across the corporation. Healing and change will take time. We must work together to ensure this change is ever present moving forward. And we must discuss these issues openly and be brave enough to reflect on the needs, on what needs to change to prevent this from ever happening again. And we must sit in our own discomfort about these events. This discomfort and anger can keep us motivated and committed to the type of cultural change that is needed. It took a lot of courage for these women to come forward and tell the Integrity Commissioner and the public about these awful events. I'm sorry this happened, and it should have never happened. Now we must all show courage to support these women and remain committed to the systemic and cultural change needed to ensure this never happens again. First motion is Councillor McKenney, seconded by myself. Councillor McKenney, if you'd like to read the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your comments. Whereas the Integrity Commissioner's report to Council on July 15th, 2020 determined that under the Council Code of Conduct and the City's Violence and Harassment in the Workplace Policy that Councillor Shirelli has engaged in harassment involving 3 women who were interviewed for possible employment in the Councillor's office. And whereas the Integrity Commissioner's report to Council on November 25th, 2020 involving 2 complaints against Councillor Shirelli from former employees determined that the Councillor contravened Section 4, General Integrity, and Section 7, Discrimination and Harassment of the Code of Conduct. And whereas the Integrity Commissioner in his report of November 25th, 2020 recommended that Council direct that the effective starting date for the above recommendation for suspension of remuneration follow the end of suspensions of remuneration of Councillor Shirelli approved by Council on July 15th, 2020. And whereas the Integrity Commissioner also recommended that Councillor Shirelli be removed from the membership of all committees of Council and any other boards, local boards, agencies, and commissions he has been appointed to by Council for the remainder of the 2018-2022 term of office. And whereas the Integrity Commissioner also recommended that City Council suspend all delegated authorities of Councillor Shirelli to hire staff and to order and approve any budgetary expenditures for the remainder of the 2018-2022 term of office, and Whereas the Integrity Commissioner's report to Council on an inquiry respecting the conduct of Councillor Shirelli dated November 3rd, 2020 refers to the disreputable management style as an employer and an offensive personal behavior which has been going on at least since the adoption of the Code of Conduct in May 2013. And whereas City Council is limited in its ability to pursue additional sanctions, but wants to recognize in the strongest possible terms that no one should be subject to the behaviors described in these reports. And whereas City Council, whereas the common elements described by complainants and witnesses may mean that there are other former employees and applicants with similar experiences who were unable to come forward for whatever reasons. And whereas City Council wishes to recognize the courage of all those who came forward at personal cost to themselves to bring these behaviors to light and to let them know that they have been heard by this council. Therefore, be it resolved that Council direct the Mayor to issue a formal apology on behalf of Ottawa City Council to the women who were subjected to discrimination and harassment by Councillor Shirelli while employed at the City of Ottawa, to the women who were subjected to discrimination and harassment by Councillor Shirelli during interviews for employment in the office of the councillor, and to any other women who experienced discrimination and harassment by Councillor Shirelli but were unable to come forward as a complainant or witness. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll just get the movers to read these motions, and then we'll come back to comments and questions at that point. So the first motion is moved by Councillor McKenney, seconded by myself. We'll come back to that. The next one is Councillor Kavanagh, moved by Councillor Kavanagh, seconded by Councillor Fleury. Councillor Kavanagh, if you'd like to read your motion on the record, please. I think you're on mute. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you. Whereas in his report entitled Report to Council on an Inquiry Respecting the Conduct of Councillor Shirelli, the City's Integrity Commissioner, Mr. Robert Marlowe, found that Councillor Rick Shirelli had deliberately and systematically exploited the power dynamic of the employer-employee relationship, and that his actions represent the classic scenario: the male perpetrator occupies a more powerful or dominant position in a relation to the female victim and abuses the authority in using progressive manipulative strategies to outright control the behavior and performance of a subordinate. And whereas the Integrity Commissioner detailed findings, including the conduct of the councillor acting as a public service employer, did not honorably serve the interests of his constituents. Can you move it up, please? Councillor manipulated the two complainants by pressuring them to use their sexuality for the questionable purposes of recruiting male volunteers and spying or gathering information on his council colleagues. And the council repeatedly told sexualized stories about former office staff, colleagues, and members of the public that were offensive and disrespectful. Whereas the Integrity Commissioner found that the councillor, with forethought, conducted himself with total disregard for any of the principles and values outlined in the Code of Conduct and the workplace policies proclaimed by Council. And whereas the Integrity Commissioner found that the councillor contravened Section 4, General Integrity, and Section 7, Discrimination and Harassment of the Code of Conduct, and recommended to the Council the suspension of the remuneration paid to the councillor for 90 days for each complaint, amounting to 180 days. Therefore, be it resolved that the City Council call on Councillor Rick Shirelli to recognize that his conduct in these matters has been contrary to the Code of Conduct for members of Council, and that in the interest of preserving public confidence and respect for the City of Ottawa and the effective representation of residents living in Ward 8, he tender his resignation as a member of City Council, effective immediately.
Thank you. And our final motion is by Councillor Sudds, seconded by Councillor Gower. Councillor Sudds, please.
That mute button got me. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity today. Today, as many of us are wearing orange and supporting the campaign to end violence against women and girls in Ottawa. As part of this campaign, we know that today's day one of 16 of activism against gender-based violence. And as a council, we must acknowledge our leadership role and our position of power. So it's completely necessary, in my view, that we ensure we uphold this commitment to end violence against women everywhere in our city, including at City Hall, and hold our colleagues as leaders in our city accountable. As we table the report to Council on the inquiry respecting conduct of Councillor Shirelli, I feel very strongly that we must use every tool we have available to stop this behavior from ever happening again, and to hold those involved to the highest standards. Being a councillor is hard work, and it comes with an enormous amount of responsibility, and it is undoubtedly a position of power. As one resident emailed most of us, I believe, council this morning, stating, "This man should not be in a position of power over anyone, period, full stop." His actions, as detailed in the report and the very lengthy appendix, is enough to turn one's stomach. It is appalling. And no woman should ever, and I repeat, ever, have to deal with this type of behavior. So as detailed in the motion, there's 4 actions that I'm asking for support for today. The first being that, as was done as a result of the last report, that his salary be redirected, that 90 days for each offense be redirected to nonprofits in our community that are helping victims of domestic violence or sexual assault. The second item is asking that the mayor write a letter to the Honourable Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, to seek revisions to the Municipal Act that would enable us to actually be able to provide an outcome that we would think is just and fair in this situation. So asking that would provide for the vacating of a seat of a member of council who's been found on clear and convincing evidence to have committed such a serious offense. And next, asking that the city clerk and city solicitor review and report back to council on options that we have available to us to restrict this councillor's access to city staff and to our buildings. I believe very strongly that we need to make sure we're protecting staff, and his presence in our buildings could certainly cause stress for some staff. And I think we need to do whatever we can to mitigate that potential. And lastly, I ask that his seat at the council table be moved so that none of us have to sit beside him. So I will read through the motion. I apologize, it is lengthy. So whereas many brave women came forward and shared their experiences and showed tremendous courage by their actions and inspired many to stand with them. And whereas the Integrity Commissioner's previous report entitled Report to Council on an Inquiry Respecting the Conduct of Councillor Shirelli, considered by Council on July 15th, 2020, concluded that all 3 allegations were not vexatious or frivolous, and that the courageous and brave women who provided testimony were credible and their allegations were established and founded. And that, whereas the July 15th Integrity Commissioner's report found that Councillor Shirelli contravened Section 4 and Section 7 of the Code of Conduct, and Council approved the suspension of the remuneration paid to this individual for 90 days for each complaint, amounting to 270 days. Whereas motion 38-4 that Council unanimously approved will ensure that $79,300 are invested in the Ottawa Coalition to End Violence Against Women and the Ottawa Aboriginal Coalition coalitions that both support organizations that do invaluable work in our city and are partners in the work being done by the Gender and Race Equity, Indigenous Relations, Diversity and Inclusion branch. And whereas in his current report, entitled Report to Council on an Inquiry Respecting the Conduct of Councillor Shirelli, the city's independent integrity commissioner found that the respondent deliberately and systematically exploited the power dynamic of the employer-employee relationship. His actions represent the classic scenario: the male perpetrator occupies a more powerful and dominant position in relation to the female victim and abuses that authority in using progressively manipulative strategies to outright control the behavior and performance of a subordinate. And whereas the city's independent integrity commissioner has found that, number one, the conduct of the respondent acting as a public service employer did not honorably serve the interests of his constituents. Number two, the respondent manipulated the two complainants by pressuring them to use their sexuality for the questionable purpose of recruiting male volunteers and spying or gathering information on his council colleagues. And three, the respondent repeatedly told sexualized stories about former office staff, colleagues, and members of the public that were offensive and disrespectful. And whereas the Integrity Commissioner's report found that the conduct is a shocking and astounding failure to treat the complainants with the respect they are due and required of him by the Code of Conduct. These are incomprehensible incidents of harassment that fall squarely within the definitions set out in the above city policies. The respondent has deliberately engaged in a course of vexatious and troublesome comments against several individuals. He was absorbed in planning and executing volunteer subterfuge recruitment campaigns by objectifying the sexuality of his female employees. He abused his staff by tasking them with improper duties and functions. He employed intimidation and divisive ploys, including threats of dismissal and retaliation to coerce individuals to submit to his demands. With forethought, he conducted himself with total disregard for any of the principles and values outlined in the Code of Conduct and workplace policies proclaimed by Council. And whereas the Integrity Commissioner's report found that both complainants state that the respondents' conduct made them feel uncomfortable, fearful, and troubled, and it affected their mental health. And whereas the Integrity Commissioner's report found that Councillor Shirelli contravened Section 4 and 7 of the Code of Conduct and has recommended to Council the suspension of the remuneration paid to this individual for 90 days for each complaint amounting to 180 days. Therefore, be it resolved that subject to Council's approval of the 2021 city budget, that in the same manner as Motion 38-4 unanimously adopted by Council on August 26 of 2020, that the city's chief financial officer be directed to invest the 2021 remuneration being suspended from this member of Council due to the contradictions of Section 4 and 7 of the Code of Conduct, to be allocated to community organizations that support survivors of domestic violence and or sexual assault in consultation with the General Manager of Community and Social Services. Be it further resolved that Council direct the Mayor, in consultation with the City Clerk and City Solicitor, write to the Honourable Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, seeking revisions to the Municipal Act 2001 that would provide for the vacating of the seat of a member of Council who has been found on clear and convincing evidence to have committed serious misconduct, including any definitions necessary for the implementation of such provision. Further, be it resolved, the City Clerk be directed to provide a report at the next regularly scheduled meeting of Council on the implementation of his recommendation number 6 found in the report to Council on inquiry respecting the conduct of Councillor Shirelli. And be it further resolved that the City Clerk and City Solicitor, in consultation with Corporate Security, review and report back to Council on options for introducing further restrictions to Councillor Shirelli's access to City staff and City of Ottawa municipal buildings. And be it further resolved that Councillor Shirelli may only participate in Council meetings by electronic methods, or when in-person Council meetings resume in Council chambers, an alternative seat be reserved for the member of Council by the City Clerk, which is not physically near other members of Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Sutts. So we have a number of people who wish to speak. This is an opportunity to speak on the motions or the main report, or ask Integrity Commissioner Marlowe any questions. So first is Councillor Kavanaugh, please. Your mute button, Councillor.
Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you. Just lost my paper. Just a second.
Would you like us to come back, Councillor?
No, I have it here. Thank you.
Okay,
sorry.
great.
Thank you again. I think this is time to pause this morning to acknowledge the importance of this moment for our city. The report of the Integrity Commissioner on the conduct of Councillor Rick Shirelli is thorough, and it's evidence-based, and it takes seriously the account of two brave women who came forward to speak about Councillor Shirelli's abusive behavior in the workplace. The report is very decisive. Councillor Shirelli contravened the code of conduct that he swore to uphold as a member of this council and a leader in a position of power and privilege. He subjected at least two women, in his office, to sexual harassment and intimidation. The behavior described in this report is disturbing, demeaning, and reprehensible. I want to thank the Integrity Commissioner, the Mayor, and each one of my council colleagues for their patience but vigilant determination that the truth of this matter would see the full light of day and that justice would be done. It seems especially poignant that this report comes to us on the same day that we publicly proclaim our solidarity with women and men all over the world who are fighting to end gender-based violence. Furthermore, this is one very tangible proof that we need a woman and gender equity strategy and community safety and well-being plan, both to come before us the coming year for approval and action. But we are far from done. This is much work left to do. To those two courageous women who brought us today, we salute you. We apologize that you endured that abuse and that it went unaddressed for so long. Let this decision be a clear message to women who work in this place that we want to hear from you, and that we will take concrete action to ensure that workplaces are safe and free of intimidation, and that we want these same rights to be upheld in all workplaces, public, private places in this city. As a last note, I want to put out a challenge to my councillor colleagues and managers in this place and right across Ottawa. Go back to your workplaces and have a frank conversation with your teams. Tell them you are committed to making the workplace safe and free of all kinds of harassment and intimidation. Ask for their opinions on how to make their workplace safe for everyone. And then put your ideas in practice. Let's remember this day and do all we can to make sure that it doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well put, Councillor. Councillor Brockington, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And first, thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh, for those words. Thank you very much. Mr. Marlowe, I want to thank you as well for your report. It was extensive, and I know it took considerable time and patience, but thank you for your efforts as well. Like many, I was disturbed. What I read and learned from your report, I believe the women who have stepped forward, both the survivors who worked in the Ward 8 office and the witnesses who provided testimony and evidence to the investigation. I believe what has been documented in the report, and I accept the findings and all recommendations in the report. Mr. Marlowe, does this conclude your investigation to matters related to the councillor?
Just off mute, Mr. Marlowe.
Yes, to Councillor Brockington, this concludes my activity on this particular file. The report is complete. The investigation is closed.
Did you have to refer any matter to any other body, law enforcement agency? Is there anything else being investigated?
As stated in my report, I believe on page paragraph 51, I make reference to section 223.8 of the Municipal Act that when an integrity commissioner forms reasonable grounds through an investigation that other statutes have been breached, he or she is required to suspend that part of the investigation and refer it to the appropriate authorities. And that is what I've done. I did form reasonable grounds that 2 statutes may have been breached, and I referred them out to the appropriate authorities. As to whether there's an investigation ongoing, I have to keep my peace, since the duty of confidentiality requires me to not share that kind of information.
Fair enough. Thank you. To the motions that are before us, to Councillor McKenney and Mayor Watson, thank you for your motion. A formal apology to affected women. I will be supporting this. Thank you very much for moving that. We have another motion from Councillor Kavanagh with respect to the call on Councillor Chiarelli to tender his resignation. I will be supporting this motion. Thank you for moving that forward. To Councillor Sudds for moving your motion, that there are 4 clauses in your motion. I do have a couple of questions. The first is to you, Councillor Sudds. I don't want to put you on the spot, but you are asking that the mayor write to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. I support that. Do you believe there's value to also copying Minister McLeod, who is senior minister in cabinet? She's basically the Ottawa General. Should we loop her into that letter writing campaign to make her aware and to be the champion on this as well?
Absolutely, I have no opposition to doing so. It makes sense. Thank you for the suggestion.
Mayor, I would just move a slight amendment to that clause that in addition to writing...
Councillor, we can take that as a direction since the mover is agreeable. So we'll CC the, we might want to CC all the local MPPs. Is that okay?
Yep, I just think Minister McLeod is the main one to include. The next clause talks about asking the clerk to come back with a report at our next council meeting, specifically addressing recommendation 6. Can I just be reminded what Rec 6 is, please?
Not sure. It's the city clerk. Recommendation 6 from the Integrity Commissioner states that council suspend all delegated authorities of Councillor Chiarelli to hire staff and to order and approve any budgetary expenditures for the remainder of the 2018-2022 term of office, and that said delegated authorities shall be vested as recommended by the city clerk in a separate report to council.
Okay, and you have sufficient time to bring a report back for the next meeting?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Finally, Mr. Clerk, before you leave, the final recommendation in the SUDS motion talks about some measures on Councillor Chiarelli with respect to access to the building and where he sits at the table. Is there any other precedents in Ontario where a council has taken these unprecedented steps?
Mr. Mayor, I do seem to, and I've read dozens of Integrity Commissioner cases, I do seem to recall that there are some examples, and I will probably be able to provide them to members of council with the report on December 9th.
I think there was one involving the mayor of Sarnia, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I was trying to remember because that particular mayor had both an Integrity Commissioner Code of Conduct report as well as a workplace one under occupational health and safety. But we'll provide that information, yes.
Appreciate it. Thank you. And to Councillor Suds, thank you for your motion. I will be supporting that as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Conseiller Cloutier, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire.
Thank you very much for your comments. I have 3 short interventions. This situation is completely repugnant. It's disgusting. The report is clear, precise, convincing. Thank you so much for your work. It was not an easy job. I would like also to thank Madame Dobbs and the other women for their courage, for their testimonies that were central to this inquiry. It is also important that within our procedures and the way we work within the council, that this will change to improve the working conditions, making sure that everyone can work in a dignifying environment with the respects and in a safe space. I just regret that the only sanctions available to these councils are before us, such as salary suspension for 6 months, to suspend the councillors' participation within different committees. It would have been nice to have other options. So I support all of the recommendations and all of the sanctions proposed, and the other motions presented by Councillor Kavanagh, and I would thank everyone for these motions. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Councillor Cloutier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I would also like to thank the movers of the motions today. I fully intend to support them in this ugly matter. But after reading the report, I do have another question, and it is for the Integrity Commissioner, Mr. Marleau, if you wouldn't mind. First of all, I want to thank you for your work in this very difficult matter. And I support the recommendations, as I said, that were put forward today. But your report also references 5 accounts of sexual interactions between an unnamed city councillor and staff. There are 2 references on page 26, one on page 27, one on page 28, one on page 48. And given the nature of Councillor Chiarelli's ethical and code of conduct breaches, will you be investigating these findings as well? I understand I think you told Councillor Brockington that this was closed, but I think this is serious enough that I have to ask the question. I'm concerned that there are many unreported situations where an employee may have experienced sexual harassment and may not have come forward. Are we facing a systemic problem on Councillors Row or at the city?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, those references at those particular pages emanate from some of the witnesses that came forward as stories the councillor may have said, reported conversations between the councillor and some employees. There wasn't, and there isn't, in my view, sufficient evidence to pursue those avenues, therefore they're reported as part of the context of the allegations that are addressed in the report. I have no other complaints related to to these aspects of the report, and therefore there's no need for me to follow up.
Okay, can you just clarify, are they stories or are they incidents?
I have no confirmation of actual incidents. They are reported conversations most of them are reported conversations that the counselor would have had with employees or other people.
So Councillor Chiarelli spoke with his employees who told him that there were sexual encounters with another city councillor?
Correct.
But we don't feel we need to follow up on this.
Well, these are, as I say, these are conversations as part of the evidence that was given by the witnesses. There was no substantive incidents reported as such. There was an awful lot of sexual discourse in the office on a regular basis, sometimes the same story repeated several times in different kinds of fashions, and allusions to people having had these kinds of relationships. But as I said, there was not enough for me to pursue those particular incidents as well.
So if someone were to come forward, then you possibly could. Okay, so that's why the counselor is unnamed. The name is redacted in the report.
Correct.
I still find this a little bit disturbing, quite frankly. Maybe I hope I'm not alone in that feeling that this is inappropriate. It's sad that they're talking about it, but if they're talking about it, where there's smoke, there's fire. So the answer is no. We'll no further follow up on this unless there is a complaint. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I guess that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Conseiller Fleury, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Je
Mr. Mayor.
L'ensemble des commentaires.
I do share the different comments that were presented by my colleagues today. Mr. Marleau, thank you very much for your work. I imagine that when you're accepting this project, this job, you never know what to expect. Of course, this was a sensitive situation that required a lot of professionalism, independence, and integrity. So I would like to congratulate you on your work. So the whole of the council, the residents of the city of Ottawa, would like to thank you for your work and for your report. I do have a question. I would like to ask a question about the tools that we have. In the report presented, you asked to use the latest tools available. In your second report, the one that you tabled today, you're saying the same thing. Can you comment? Because we know that you've worked at different level. You've worked at the federal government also. So what kind of tool the municipal council should have to address this type of situation?
À travers vous, Monsieur le Maire, aux conseillers, c'est une...
So what I would like to say to the councillors and to the mayor, this is a very complex situation. You have a councillor that was elected by the constituents, and within our democracy, it doesn't matter in which government level, the constituents are the one that can decide if they're do not want any more of that council. So maybe there are some other measures that could be taken into account. So under the 2018 law, many measures were not accepted and rejected. We could think about some fines. We could have more stringent stringent measures put in place. All of this depends on the lawmakers. As we saw in the past, with the Conflict of Interest Act, court hesitates to suspend or to remove a councillor. And we see this at the provincial level, at the municipal level. We only talk about a vacant position when a decision was made at the criminal level.
On est assujetti à une perte du rôle quand on manque 3 mois.
So normally we're losing our position when we're not working for 3 months. So there's a law for that. So the provincial prime minister said that he was going to inquire about the report that you tabled. We have a motion in front of us that is requesting Queen's Park's interventions, because right now we don't have the right tools to find a solution for this case. What should we ask? If we could amend this motion, you're a specialist. You prepared the report. What should we ask at the different authority, at the provincial government, so we could actually act at a municipal level within the province of Ontario? Mr. Mayor, I can only just repeat what I said. It's a very complex situation right now.
La décision de l'électeur de nommer quelqu'un.
We're going against the constituents' decision. When we do that, it has to be on very serious ground. So we have to have a cause and effect. But for right now, I cannot provide you with a solution right now. I think it's going to be a societal debate. And I think this will be the elected parliament member that Queen's Park that will have to make the decision. Thank you very much for the answer. Thank you. Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship. As an elected official, a public official who takes responsibilities seriously, I was not just dismayed, but disgusted at the disreputable behavior outlined in the Integrity Commissioner's report. As a councillor who has 3 women working as councillor's assistants in the Ward 13 office, who are working tirelessly every day on behalf of constituents in my ward, and with the utmost professionalism during a time of overwhelming demand for support from our communities during this pandemic, I am utterly disappointed with Councillor Chiarelli's behavior. I want to closely associate myself with the previous statements that have been made, and I'll be supporting all associated motions and will be asking for Councillor Chiarelli to resign. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor El Shantiri, please.
Thank you. Thank you to all my colleagues who spoke earlier. To the Integrity Commissioner, I'm not sure if yourself or Mr. O'Connor can answer this. Do we have some case law in the province of Ontario since the Integrity Commission been granted the power currently have to investigate conduct and behave? Do we have because we heard this is going to court on January 25th, whatever the date is. Have we have any case law we can enlighten about it similar to the situation?
I can refer to one case in the city of Vaughan. It was called the DiBiase case, where there was a judicial review under challenging jurisdiction of the Integrity Commissioner. The court found that the commissioner did have jurisdiction, but the court also for the first time confirmed that the bylaw of code of conduct and the attendant complaint protocol form part of the statutory framework for integrity commissioners in Ontario to conduct their duties under. To my knowledge, that is the only jurisprudence at this time. This is still a relatively new accountability framework, yet to be tested fully in the courts. But maybe the clerk or Mr. White would like to add some more.
Mr. White.
Mr. Mayor, just to echo the Integrity Commissioner's comments, this is relatively in the kind of legal world new law, and so there have been very few cases in that regard. Some of the kind of tangential cases were identified in the memo that is circulated to council. Of course, one of the most significant cases involves former Mayor Ford in Toronto. But as Mr. Mallow indicated, there's little guidance that's been provided, certainly by the higher courts, with respect to the powers of the Integrity Commissioner and with respect to council in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. White, and to the Integrity Commissioner, and I'm sure the community out there asking council should do more, and we saw our colleague now, they put in those motion, and I think, I don't want to speak for my colleague, but I believe they will be supported unanimously. But what else can, be done? And I mean, we see your report, and obviously under the power of, you've done everything you can. But I mean, to the community, maybe it should be a statement from you indicate, it's been everything we can do, it's been done under your delegate authority or something. Because I can tell you, if I go home and my own wife will say, is that all what you guys can do, or can't you do more? Or so, and I'm sure most of us will be facing the same question from our community. What would you say? Should that be a statement released by you or the city about this?
Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I believe that in both my reports, I made it fairly clear that I've recommended the maximum penalty possible allowed under the legislation. And for me to speculate on what else I could recommend, should recommend, is really beyond my jurisdiction. Certainly my ability to make it happen. I think council goes a long way this morning if it adopts some of these motions and expressing their apologies to the women who have been subject to this behavior. And I understand what you're saying in that for many people, it will be seen as not enough. But that's the limit of the law. And I'm afraid that's the only explanation you can give.
Okay. Before I leave, Mr. Mayor, on the motions, I would obviously want to thank my colleagues who introduced those motions, and yourself as well for putting those motions forward, and looking for full support to those motions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Al-Shantiri. Councillor Gower, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to ask to staff, as an employer, what responsibilities do we have right now to ensure that staff is working in a safe environment and an environment that's harassment-free? And what actions are being taken right now to ensure that these responsibilities are being carried out?
As any employer does, the City of Ottawa has an obligation to provide a violence and harassment-free workplace under the Occupational Health and Safety Act. With respect, the city has adopted policies in that regard that provide a robust process for the investigation of complaints and the resolution of complaints. Furthermore, Council has itself adopted some changes with respect to the hiring process for Council's assistants. And there's, I think, as I understand, there's a report coming back with respect to how that is actually going to be set out through the clerk's office and the Human Resources Department.
Do you have any immediate concerns right now about the safety of staff working in the Ward 8 office.
Sorry,
I'll ask again. Are there any immediate concerns for the safety of staff working in the Ward 8 office?
Mr. Mayor, it's the city clerk. I can advise that pending council's decisions today, I will be meeting immediately with the staff in the Ward 8 office to discuss council's decisions and a go-forward position.
So I do have an ongoing concern for the safety of staff, for their ability to work harassment-free, both within that office and outside of that office as well, at City Hall and other administrative buildings. I will be definitely looking forward to the clerk's advice to us on what additional restrictions could be appropriate so that we're taking the safety and security of our staff being as careful and as fully responsive as we can to ensure their safety and security. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Moffat, please.
Thank you. Mr. Marlowe, I just wanted to follow up on something from the line of questioning. It's Councillor Meehan that seemed to be statements of fact from Councillor Meehan. In the report, you confirm that the respondent is Councillor Shirelli?
Correct.
So in every story where it says the respondent told his staff stories of having sex in his office and councillors having sex in his office, and that's all Councillor Shirelli telling his staff stories of sex going on in his office. It's Councillor Shirelli telling his staff that, oh, don't sit there because someone had sex there. It's Councillor Shirelli saying that women want to boink him because they're attracted to him. Every time it's the respondent says these things, it's Councillor Shirelli telling these stories to his staff. Correct.
So you're on mute, Mr. Marlowe.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Eglai, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I want to start off by thanking all of the women in both investigations that came forward to share their stories. I can't imagine how difficult it was to live and work in those conditions, nor the courage it took for all of you to come forward and share your stories in such a public way. So again, thank you very much for that. And thank you to Mr. Marlowe for your consistent professionalism during what I'm sure must have been an extremely difficult investigation, actually 2 investigations to go through. Your service to the city is acknowledged and very much appreciated. And thank you for guiding us through this very messy, unfortunate situation that never should have occurred. But you've been a good captain of the ship in terms of advising us and carrying out your duty to the citizens of the city. And I just wanted to acknowledge that. And to my colleagues and all the motions that have been brought forward, I will be supporting each and every one of them. And I thank you all for being so thoughtful in your consideration of how we can go above and beyond the report and try and address this at a more systemic level. So thank you all, and I will be supporting all of your motions.
Great, thank you, Councillor Eglai. Councillor Kitts, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge that I've not been on council for the entire history of this item, but like many members of the public, I've watched on in disgust and disappointment. And now sitting in this seat as a young woman, I feel compelled to comment on it. I'd like to add my thanks to the very brave women who have come forward, and add my apologies that this is something that you've had to experience and will continue to experience. because this does not go away after the incidents are over. And I'm very sorry that you've had to deal with this. I'd like to thank Mr. Marlowe for your work on this report, and my colleagues, all the movers of the motions. I will be supporting them all. But I'd like to comment quickly on Councillor Sudd's motion, specifically in regards to the report back to Council on options for introducing further restrictions on Councillor Chiarelli's access to city staff in City of Ottawa municipal buildings. I think it's important to share that should I encounter Councillor Chiarelli in a hallway, or should he come into my office, I would feel very uncomfortable. And that's coming from someone who is also in a leadership position. And I can't imagine how that would feel for someone who is a staff member who is in a less authoritative position. So I just wanted to share that, and I look forward to the report back to council. But I think that it's important in ensuring that we are creating a safe workspace for all women who work in this building and in this city. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Hubley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to add my voice that I will be supporting the motion for a public apology to the women that were involved in this case. I have to say that, in my first term at council, I was Councillor Chiarelli's vice chair on audit. I had the opportunity to meet with a number of people that worked in his office. I was always impressed by their professionalism and how well they did their jobs. And I can't help but read this report and think that if they were in any other office, they would probably be in a good position within the city by now because of their professionalism and their skills. So I feel bad for those folks, and I hope the apology brings them some comfort. But I think we're going to be remiss if we leave out another innocent victim in all this, and that is Councillor Chiarelli's family. He has two young daughters, and I've met his wife several times. She's a wonderful person. So I hope in our comments today and what we say on social media later that we make it about the individual and try and protect his family as best as possible here. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be supporting all of the motions that have been put on the table this morning. I'll add my voice to those who want to make an apology to the women who were victimized and assaulted by Councillor Chiarelli. It's a horrible abuse of power. I want to take particular note and thank Councillor Sudds for raising the issue of access to city buildings. And thank you very much, Councillor Kitts, for talking to us about how that resonates with you. Around Councillors Row, the sentiments that have been expressed by Councillor Kitts with respect to discomfort at potentially seeing Councillor Chiarelli in the hallways is shared. We know that very few people around the councillors' offices, and I have to assume city staff as a whole, is cause for significant discomfort. And I hope if Rick Chiarelli is reviewing this footage, take note that the harm that has been done to predominantly the young women who have been abused, but it's spreading further and further every day. And on the assumption that the motion on behalf of council asking Rick Chiarelli to resign passes, I hope that he will take note of that. And I will hope that he will heed it and at least start to end the harm that is going to continue to be done until such time as he resigns. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Menard, please.
Thank
you very much, Mayor. I want to add my voice as well to everyone who's been speaking on this item. It's a concern for my staff in particular in my office, and they feel the same way that others do, as Councillor Kitts has said, as Councillor Suds has included in her motion. They feel that way as well. And I think it's important not just to call for the resignation of this councillor, but to also look at our protocols within our own offices and what kind of support our staff have collectively on Councillors Row. And when I think about that, I think about associations, unions, support, so that there's equity in our offices and across our offices for our staff. And I would urge us all in the next little while to think about what changes could come to Councillors Row as a result of this, because this is not the last time something like this will happen. There may be different types of transgressions, but it's certainly not the last. And it wasn't the first. So there needs to be more thought put into how we organize our offices, the support to our staff, and whether or not they have an association or a union that they can go to help further protect their interests on a whole number of issues. I'll be supporting the motions today. Thanks very much, Mayor.
Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As someone who has been in Councillor Shirelli's office many, many times working on different issues over the years, I just wanted to take this opportunity to say to the women involved that I am sorry, and I am sorry that I did not see the signs. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. So we have 3 motions and then the main report by the Integrity Commissioner. And what I would suggest is that we have yeas and nays on the main report as amended. So Councillor McKenney, did you want to speak because you read your motion, but I'd like to give you an opportunity to speak as well. I apologize. You get the chance to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, I think that everything has pretty much been summed up today, but when we first learned what was happening in the office of Councillor Shirelli with mostly young and vulnerable women, it was difficult because we wanted to reach out, we wanted to be able to apologize. Feel the same way that Councillor Deans does. I did then, that I didn't see it. I felt some responsibility for not seeing what was happening. I know the one assistant who I will reach out to after this council meeting to apologize personally, but to have an apology from all of us in our roles to these women and the women who are unable or were unable to come forward for any reason, I think is very powerful, and I really do trust that it will help to start the healing process that is going to be required. So I thank you. I thank you all for your support, and I look forward to being able to continue to ensure that we are supporting anyone within our midst who needs this type of support. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So on the first motion, moved by Councillor McKenney, seconded by myself, this is the one dealing with the apology to the victims. Carried?
Carried.
Mr. Mayor, can we get yeas and nays and reflect those through each motion if possible?
I mentioned I was going to do yeas and nays on the whole report as amended. I believe there's unanimity on all of the votes. So if that's the case, we'll capture the yeas and nays on the main motion, including these amendments.
Thank you for clarifying.
So next is Councillor Kavanaugh, seconded by Councillor Fleury, calling on Councillor Shirelli to resign. Carried?
Carried.
Carried.
And next is by Councillor Sudd, seconded by Councillor Gower, with respect to investing in community organizations and the conduct of a member of council. Carried?
Carried.
And on the main report as amended, yeas and nays, please.
Councillor Dudas. Yes. Councillor Egley.
Yes.
Councillor Harder. Councillor Cloutier.
Oui.
Councillor Moffat.
Yes.
Councillor Deans.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Suds.
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Fleury.
Oui.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Meehan.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Councillor Kitts?
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor McKenney.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor El Shantiri.
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli. Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Mayor Watson.
Yes.
22 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Transportation Committee Report number 12A, rapport numéro 12A du Comité des Transports, Barrhaven Light Rail Transit Baseline Station to Barrhaven Town Center. We have 3 motions that I'm aware of, so we'll ask the movers of the motions to...
Point of order, Mayor. Sorry. It's Councillor Leeper. Point of order. I'm just wondering if we can take 5 minutes, please, Mayor, as a recess.
Okay, is that people would like a 5-minute break?
Yes.
It was a tough conversation. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
back. I guess we can start the meeting.
Yeah, that's all we need.
Well, it's the only reason we stopped, I think, right?
We're going to stop soon anyway for that testing thing.
We're all getting simultaneously tested for COVID.
No, for the Rogers thing, right? That's 1 o'clock or 5 to 1 or something, I think.
The emergency testing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I guess someone should have told Jeff that and we could have just aligned it better.
I think we needed just a quick little break there.
Okay, colleagues, mesdames et messieurs, on va continuer la réunion. We'll start the meeting.
We'll continue the meeting now.
I believe at close to 1 o'clock, we may have another stop as a result of the emergency broadcast testing system. So if that goes on, we'll immediately stop and recess until it's over, and just stay near your computers so that we can carry the meeting on as quickly as possible. So we're on Transportation Committee Report number 12A, rapport numéro 12 A du Comité des Transports, Barrhaven Light Rail Transit. And I have, I believe, 4 motions now. There's a 4th. So we'll introduce the motions by the movers and then open it up to discussion and comments, and staff are here to answer any questions. So this is a recommendation from Councillor Tierney's committee. The first is attendance support and assistance strategy and associated funding, moved by Councillor Eglai, seconded by Councillor Luloff. Councillor Eglai, if you would like to introduce the motion, please. Your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll introduce it, and I may go back on after, if that's okay, after the other motions are read in, if I have questions or comments on those, if that's okay. So the motion is on the screen, and I'll go through it. Whereas the Barrhaven LRT's recommended alignment requires the removal of 120 private rental units on the west side of Woodruff Avenue between Knoxdale Road and West Hunt Club. And whereas these private rental units are not designated affordable or social housing administered by the city or by nonprofit housing providers, but they are considered affordable by the tenants, and the need to relocate elsewhere could cause hardship for some who have lived in the community for many years. Whereas on January 29, 2020, Council declared a housing and homelessness state of emergency through motion 26/14, and that this is an important issue for all levels of government to address. And whereas the environmental assessment has identified the displacement of the residents in these 120 private rental units as a risk that needs to be mitigated. Whereas Transportation Committee has recommended Council direct staff to establish a working group to examine options on how to assist the residents who are facing a future relocation because of the LRT project. And whereas the city's goal is to increase the development of affordable housing and contribute to the affordable housing targets in the 10-year housing and homelessness plans, whereas a priority of the city is to maximize the opportunities for affordable housing development along the LRT, BRT corridors, whereas property known as 40 Beechcliff Street provides an opportunity to advance the work of the Interdepartmental Task Force on Affordable Housing near transit stations, which will be reconvened to explore affordable housing development opportunities along Stage 3 of the LRT. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed as part of the working group's assessment and recommendations to craft a tenant support and assistance strategy to mitigate the social impacts of this displacement. And be it further resolved, the staff include the cost of this tenant support and assistance strategy as eligible costs in the funding application for this LRT extension project, as it addresses a risk requiring mitigation as identified in the environmental assessment. And therefore, be it resolved, the staff assess the site at 40 Beechcliff Street for its development potential for affordable housing, as it is in close proximity to 120 private rental units that will be impacted by the Stage 3 LRT expansion, and report back to Council by the end of 2021 on its suitability and potential development timeline. Just very quickly on context, Mr. Mayor, this motion attempts to address a very complex issue in what I think is a considerate yet pragmatic manner. This motion would not have been possible without input from the community, staff, community stakeholders, such as the Community Association, the P and Housing. And so I want to thank everybody for that. The motion seeks to do very quickly 3 things to address concerns arising out of staff's recommendations. Firstly, bolster and give more specific guidance to the proposed working group approved by the Transportation Committee, further to the motion presented on my behalf by Councillor Lulov. Secondly, it directs staff to seek funding for the eventual strategy decided upon by the group as part of the LRT funding request to upper levels of government. This empowers staff to seek out-of-the-box funding solutions to address housing concerns arising from the EA recommendations. And finally, it directs staff to access a site.
We'll just hold for a second, Councillor. We just heard one alarm. So we're still live on YouTube, so you can carry on, Councillor Aguilar.
Finally, Mr. Mayor, it directs staff to assess a site at 40 Beach Cliff, just blocks away from the impacted developments, for its use as a site for an affordable housing development. I believe the motion, if passed, will go a long way towards resolving some of the very real concerns of the residents in my community. And as I say, I may go back on, Mr. Mayor, once all the other motions are introduced to talk further. But thank you for the opportunity to introduce this motion.
Yeah, that's permissible as the mover of the motion, so we'll come back to you. So next to introduce his motion is Councillor Fleury, seconded by Councillor Leeper, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Whereas in May 2018, Council directed staff to form an interdepartmental working group to explore opportunities for affordable housing in and around transit stations. The working group, chaired by the General Manager of Planning, Infrastructure and Economic Development, consists of representatives from the group, as well as transportation services, corporate services, including real estate office, and community and social services, including housing services. The group worked to identify an inventory of future development opportunities within close proximity of stations on Line 1 and Line 2 of the light rail transit network in its full extent to Stage 2. Whereas the subsequent review focused on property owned by the three levels of government and government agencies, in addition to the working group considered privately held sites adjacent to public lands, either where synergies could exist for a potential land assembly or where the city has a future acquisition agreement. Whereas there were 20 sites where 20 sites were identified that have potential for affordable housing development opportunities involving public lands. Whereas on April 10, 2019, Council adopted the recommendation of the report in Interdepartmental Task Force on Affordable Housing near Transit Station. And whereas planning work is underway for Stage 3 LRT, it is important to identify sites early in the process that would be suitable for affordable housing. Therefore, be it resolved that Council direct staff and transportation services, housing services, and planning, infrastructure, and economic development to reinitiate the interdepartmental task force on affordable housing to explore opportunities for affordable housing in close proximity, 600 meters or so, to light rail transit stations and bus rapid transit stations associated with Stage 3 light rail train.
Okay, thank you. Next motion to be introduced is Councillor McKenney, seconded by Councillor Menard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll read mine out and come back later for comment. Whereas the report, Barrhaven Light Rail Transit, baseline station to Barrhaven Town Center, and rail grade separations planning environmental assessment study recommendations. The report details the functional design to extend LRT to Barrhaven as part of Stage 3, build 3 bridges over via rail tracks near Fallowfield Station, and to implement transit priority measures. And whereas the city would need to acquire 6.5 acres of land from the NCC, the private sector, and Hydro One in order to extend the LRT along the proposed route. And whereas one of the parcels of land that would need to be expropriated is comprised of 120 rental housing units. And whereas the loss of these homes imposes housing instability for the existing tenants and would further impact the availability of affordable rental housing options for low to moderate income households in this part of the city. And whereas the city should be a leader in providing replacement rental housing when new construction results in the direct loss of rental for existing tenants. And whereas the legislated compensation for tenants required to relocate due to the expropriation is negligible compared to the costs they will incur if market rents are significantly higher than their current rent. Therefore, be it resolved that Council establish a rental replacement program for the residents who are facing relocation because of the LRT project, and that the working group identified in recommendation 5 of the report assist tenants in securing rental housing that is of similar dwelling type and bedroom count to their existing rental housing. And therefore be it resolved that the city, subject to council approval in the annual budget, provide a housing allowance to pay the difference between the rent for the expropriated property and the rent for a replacement unit up to the average market rent for the City of Ottawa as defined by the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation should the replacement unit have a rent that is higher than the rent of the expropriated unit. And therefore be it resolved that Council direct the working group to identify a source of funding to support such a rental replacement program set out herein and finalize the details of the rental replacement program such that only tenants who are, as of the date of this motion, tenants of the land to be expropriated and continue to be tenants of the land at time of eviction qualify for the program. Encourage those who qualify for other housing benefits to apply for such benefits with any other program requirement to be brought forward to Finance and Economic Development Committee in accordance with recommendation 6 of the report. I'll speak to this if and when we get to it, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor. My other motion, I think, would come ahead of it.
So you're up now, so you can go ahead with the next motion. Seconded by Councillor Brockington.
Yes. So this is from Councillor Brockington and myself. Whereas City Council declared an affordable housing and homelessness crisis and emergency on January 29th, 2020, which persists and is growing. And whereas there are 36,000 renter households in Ottawa who spend in excess of 30% of their income on rent and are at risk of losing their housing. And whereas of December 31st, 2019, the number of households on the waiting list for subsidized housing in Ottawa was over 12,500 with an additional 500 new applications processed between the start of the COVID pandemic and the end of June 2020. And whereas there are currently over 1,900 people living in shelters in the city and another approximately 200 without shelter. And whereas significant questions remain about the grade separation of Woodruff Avenue and Southwest Transitway. And whereas options 3 and 4 in section 1 of corridor alignment and design alternatives may cost the city approximately the same amount of money as the staff recommended option 6. And whereas the staff recommended option 6 has less predictable costing, given the nature of land deals and the potential expropriation process that are associated with this option. And whereas many of the drawbacks of option 3 and 4 vis-a-vis option 6 in the staff report, such as concerns over wheel noise and discomfort from a curving track and the temporary disruption of vehicular traffic on Woodruff, must be balanced with the significant impact option 6 will have on the lives of over 300 low-income tenants, including displacement. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council directs staff to report back to the Transportation Committee with an alternate option that includes retaining the housing in Manor Village and Sherrill Gardens. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tierney, as chair of the committee, your comments, please. You're on mute there, Councillor.
There we go. I think I'm off mute now. Thank you. First of all, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank all members of the committee.
Can you turn the volume up there? You're sitting closer to the microphone.
Oh, is that a little bit better, Mr. Mayor?
Perfect.
Great. First of all, I want to thank the staff for the diligent work that they did on the CA. We have a very good proposal before us that brings the benefit of light rail to our fastest growing communities of Councillor Harder, Councillor Meehan, and Councillor Egglai's ward. It's unfortunate the best ranked option requires expropriation of property that will affect 120 units and their residents. But I'm confident with Councillor Egglai's great leadership and the work on the housing working group, we'll fill in the solutions to help those tenants relocate in a way that's fair for them and their standards. Unfortunately, for those tenants, the more immediate risk comes from their own landlord, Smart Living, who has purchased the property. In a meeting with city staff just last week, they again stated their intention to redevelop and intensify the property, which even makes it the suggestion that we want to appeal they made a suggestion that they want to appeal the interim control bylaw, which makes it very clear they certainly want to redevelop in the short term. If I was in their shoes, I would want the city as a partner acting in good faith to find solutions rather than smart living. And that's the choice we have that's before us this morning. We need this project to go forward and the light rail to serve the residents of Barrhaven and Riverside South. And that's why I'm asking all members of council to please support the staff recommendation today. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Questions and comments now. Councillor Moffat, please.
Thanks. Just curious if I can get a staff take on the two motions, the one from Councillor Egli and the first motion from Councillor McKenney, just how they relate to one another, how they work together if they do. Just looking for a response on that.
Mr. Mayor, I've been asked by my colleagues in the other departments to speak on behalf of multiple departments in response. We worked very carefully with Councillor Egli on the development of the motion, and staff are prepared to support this working group. The Councillor McKenney's motion, and we had a discussion about this. I think I understand the intent of it. It does overlap with Councillor Egli's motion. It's very specific in the recommendation. My recommendation to council is that their motion be referred to the working group for more detailed consideration, because staff can't on the floor right now give you what this means in terms of an implication, and we would like more time to assess it. So our recommendation is that it be referred to the working group.
Okay, that would be the McKenney-Menard motion. Okay, Councillor Moffat, anything else?
Yes. So the timeline on expropriation, would we be moving forward with expropriation in the near future?
Hello, Mr. Mayor. This project right now, all we have is the functional design before you for approval. It does require federal and provincial funding 100% for it to proceed. So there has been no commitment made to fund this project. So we are looking at several years away. Even if we had funding for design, it would take a few years. So we have a very long runway before this project actually could be implemented. But the first hurdle is securing the funding to have a project.
So there's no real timeline for expropriation, and obviously with that, there's no actual timeline for construction either.
That's right. We would not get into expropriation until we have secured funding and that we actually have a project that can be implemented.
Okay, thanks. Just on that McKenney motion, if I'm not mistaken, it was up for a bit. I do have it somewhere, but it spoke to only those who are tenants. Is it today would be qualified, who are tenants today and then are also tenants at the time of eviction? Because I mean, if we have no timeline for expropriation and if we have no timeline for construction, these houses could remain in place for many years to come. There could be high turnover, which means that we could be passing a motion today that only protects merely a handful of people 10 years from now. Am I reading the motion wrong? Maybe Councillor McKenney can answer that.
Thank you, Councillor. It is. It provides people who are in their housing today with a guarantee. If we end up moving forward, which I'm hoping we aren't going to, but if we end up moving forward, if you are in housing today, and I can tell you what people in their shoes are saying, because I've had many, many conversations with them, and they are frightened. They are frightened about losing their affordable housing. This city cannot absorb them anywhere else. Housing doesn't exist that can absorb them. So today, if they're in housing and we say to them, look, if we expropriate and remove you from that housing, we now as your landlord, the owner of the property, we will take the our moral responsibility to relocate you in a rental unit at the same, at the price that you're paying, same size, so that, and not necessarily, not in affordable housing. They're not asking for a community housing. They're asking to still be in the private market. That's where they are. So it would be, and yes, if we didn't expropriate for 10 years, maybe most of these families will have moved on. But for the ones that are there today, it's not a guarantee for people moving in necessarily, but for those who are there today, we're saying that we will take care of you.
Yeah, so I get that. I think I do see some value in obviously I see value in what you're trying to do. I do see value as well in having this discussed further, because I don't think we want to get to a situation with a future council where a future council looks and says, oh, well, only these people were protected, because now we're just screwing over future residents, and we're going to screw over a future council, because they're going to have to come back and make this decision that we didn't make today because we only saw the people that lived there today. So I think if there's a motion on the floor, which creates a working group, and this motion can move into that working group to talk about this and vet this fully and have that proper conversation to make sure we're covering, because this is a long-term plan. That the eviction, may not have to happen. We'll see how things go, but it would be important to have more discussion on this, it seems. So I thank you all for the motions, but I do think there's probably some benefit in that referral. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Moffat. Next is Councillor Fleury on questions and comments on either the main report or amendments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The question is for Mr. Willis. Mr. Willis, I see two specific points for someone losing its rental unit. We're talking here about a private organization which own a land, which is here is called Smart Living in this case. They have an right to extra development close to the light train. On the other hand, we're talking about expropriation because of the light train. So I think these 2 points are interconnected in this discussion, isn't it?
I may respond in English just because of the complexity.
Je vais répondre en anglais.
Very complex situation. We have a private landowner who has development rights and property rights that exist today. And the interim control bylaw, what council did when it adopted that is it prevents any action on the filing of a planning application at this time, which would be premature because the city doesn't yet understand all the planning issues with the corridor in its entirety in this stretch, including other parcels of land. So they do have rights and could move on their own and will ultimately the city won't be able to hold that in suspended animation forever. The city will have an obligation to set a planning context for that. On the other hand, once the city takes control of the land, either through purchase or expropriation, we will have responsibilities for whoever continues to occupy that land, and we will have obligations under provincial legislation, and then perhaps additional obligations that councillors are talking about right now. And that's why staff support Councillor Eglai's motion, because it has us take this extremely complicated issue into a working group, probably bringing in some outside expertise to support us and hack this issue, because we have time, as Ms. Chia said. This is not imminent. This is not happening tomorrow, and it deserves a much more robust examination.
Merci pour clarifier.
Thank you for the clarifications. As you know, I'm passionate about social housing and rental units. This gives a range of prices and accessibility. So it's not a group against another one, but I think we're using the word affordability a little bit lightly. What we could do is to offer affordability with a program, or when we guarantee a price. What we're talking about here is the provincial bylaws that rents will possibly go up, and these tenants have been there for a long time. Another point. It's important to support the local councillor. Sometimes decisions are made for the whole of the city of Ottawa, but sometimes there's a local issue. So I'm ready to support Councillor Eglai. There is a risk, and I saw that even before we started talking about the light train for Barrhaven, Councillor Eglai had a motion to modify a bylaw to protect this area. I'm concerned by the loss of those rental units, affordable rental units, though I trust my colleague, Councillor Eglai. He was very attentive, and I think that the council is open. We also have to be coherent. We have to have more houses built along the light train system. Alors, nous devons tenir compte, we have to be thinking about the zoning and also transportation. So I think that the motion that I presented reflects these objectives. It thinks about zoning, and I think we have to look at this again. Yes, we do agree with what has been proposed for the zoning. Thank you very much. Thank you, Conseil Fleury. I will give the floor now to Councillor
First of all, I want to say
Brockington.
I strongly support the city's long-term plans with public transit, including LRT. I think to be an effective city, vibrant city, you need a public transit system that goes to the main neighborhoods of this city, and LRT phase 3 is part of that evolution. So I'm very happy in that regard to see that. This project, though, it does have a dark cloud hanging over, and that is the concerns about those who live on Woodruff, and I think very legitimate concerns about their housing. So we're talking about that today. But I do want to express my appreciation to staff and local residents, Chair Tierney, for all the work that's happened today. So thank you. On the first motion from Councillor Eglai about tenant support, I do have a few questions that I wish to ask staff. The second therefore clause talks about the working group and crafting a tenant support strategy to mitigate social impacts of this displacement. And what's missing from that are the words "and financial impacts." We've made reference to Councillor McKenney's motion that gets into the details about some offsets, but I want to ask staff, because I'm completely virgin to this notion of expropriation of people's homes and what rights tenants have. They're not the landowners. Can staff talk about past cases where municipalities have provided some financial supports? There's going to be needs to relocate. There's going to be needs to find a new place to live. The tenants are going to have to assume those costs. Does the municipality have these powers, and is that part of what the working group could look at?
Mr. Mayor, so first of all, part of the purpose of the working group is to look at these consequences and to test what our powers will be and seek support from legal services of what we're capable of. I believe that there are precedents in other environmental assessments done by municipalities for projects and what might be done for affected landowners and tenants who might be on it. Legal services will be able to confirm that when we go into more detail on what the proposals actually are. And I believe, and Councillor Eglai can correct me if he disagrees, I believe the language was intended to cover those financial aspects. I just think the language was just written in a more general term of social impacts, because it relates to the Environmental Assessment Act. When you talk about social impacts, financial is actually a subset of that as it relates to the Environmental Assessment Act. But I defer to Councillor Eglai. If
no, absolutely, Steve. Yeah, the intent was certainly to capture that. And I think, as Mr. Willis said, as it's an EA, we were working with the language out of the EA, which puts the economic impacts or financial impacts under that larger category of social. But absolutely, Councillor Brockington, that I intend that to be part of the discussion, as does staff.
Thank you. Your clarification is very helpful. Thank you, and I support that clause in the motion. Can staff confirm? I have no reason to dispute with what Chair Tierney said, but I just want to hear from staff. Do the current landowners do plan a redevelopment, including demolition of the same units that are being profiled now under the LRT Phase 3 plan. Could staff comment further, please?
Mr. Mayor, it's hard to, we only have had contact with one of the two private landowners. I attended a meeting with councillors with them, and they indicated to us, because they questioned our interim control bylaw and its implication on their plans to put forward a redevelopment plan. And I believe it's reasonable to interpret what we were told in that meeting, that they do intend to do it. We don't know their timeline. We don't know our own timeline at this stage because we have an unfunded project. It may be 5 years away, maybe 10 years away. The interim control bylaw means they're going to have to work with us over the next year, possibly two, if council renews the interim control bylaw, to look at the future planning of this site. They cannot file a planning application during that time period, but they do. I think there are reasonable indications that that's their intent in time.
Okay, so can staff talk to me then about the last clause that talks about a property, I'm not familiar with, 40 Beechcliff Street for potential development of affordable housing. Why will it take a year? Motion says report back at the end of 2021. Why take a year to assess the potential development for this site? We have people who are going to worry about where they're going to live for at least a year. Can staff not do that work in less than 13 months?
Mr. Mayor, this is an extremely complicated issue. It involves a lot of issues about what our rights are, to our abilities are under the Municipal Act to act. There are complexities as it relates to other laws governing affordable housing, which my colleagues can elaborate on. There are several potential options to provide assistance to the tenants in the site. We're looking at the Beechcliff property. It's actually a remnant parcel created, city-owned parcel that's created by the creation of the corridor. It's adjacent to the corridor. It's just north of the affected properties. We need to check the viability of that site. We need to bring in a development planning effort to figure out how many people that site could actually accommodate. It just takes time. There are a lot of financial issues, planning issues, legal issues, real estate issues, and I don't know if Councillor Eglai has further to add to that. But I just when we put the timeline on, we want to bring certainty to people as soon as we can. But it does take time to look through these issues.
Yeah, I mean, Councillor Brockton, if staff can get it done faster than that, all the more power to them, and I'm happy for that to happen. I am deferring to Mr. Willis and his expertise and the expertise of his team as to how long it would take to figure out things such as how many units could you fit on it, the nature of those units, and what our powers or authority might be to move forward on this. So. And again, I think based on what Ms. Chi said to council at the beginning, there is time. There is time to have those discussions.
So here's my final dilemma. I don't want to have to choose between, do I support LRT or do I want to save people's houses? I want both. I want LRT to happen. I don't want to vote against LRT Phase 3 today. This is a very, very good project for the City of Ottawa. But I'm also very concerned about the proposal that would take out those 120 homes. And that's why I gave consideration to Councillor McKenney's motion to look at other alternatives. I really do like Councillor Eglai's motion. I do like the working group. I think there can be some significant matters addressed through this working group that can directly help the people who are going to be most adversely impacted. So I strongly support that. And I do believe it has a wide scope to address those matters, including looking for other affordable housing options in the vicinity. That's very good. But we need to do everything we can to mitigate that. And that's why I have this dilemma within both two major things, the LRT and these homes that are impacted on Woodruff. So in that regard, thanks very much.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Menard on the motions or main report. Questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, we've heard from city staff that we have a long way away from this project, both being funded and then completed. In my discussions, it seems like it's at least 7 years to more than a decade away. And this was brought to Transportation Committee now, and I think it was brought in fairly difficult shape for our council. There was no solution for these residents or this issue when it was brought. And I think that's the sort of thing we need to stem in the future. There needs to be better upfront dialogue to try to get to solutions before this is brought for LRT Stage 3 of Ottawa in this shape. And so with that, I have a few questions. What's the estimated cost of expropriating the land of the 120 homes are on, if you can answer that?
Mr. Mayor, because we would start with property negotiations first before we go to expropriation, and it would not be prudent for the city to release that number at this time.
Okay, and I understand this property was sold, though, 2 years ago at a fairly low cost, and then was recently resold only several months ago. Is that correct?
I don't have that information as to the private sales that occurred.
Okay, I mean, that would have been an optimal time for us to have the discussion when those sales were going on, as well as give some assurances to the tenants that are currently there.
Councillor, sorry, also we don't have funding for the project, so we couldn't get into any property negotiations then or even now until we have funding for the project.
Yeah, and that was an important point by Councillor Moffat that he made, and that was confirmed, that this is not going to occur until there's actual funding for the project in terms of a change or expropriation or a buyout of this property. I just looked at what it was sold for 2 years ago, and it was very low. To Mr. Willis, would this property qualify where it is now for inclusionary zoning when that becomes a council priority?
Mr. Mayor, the provincial legislation limits inclusionary zoning to be in the area of transit stations. With the stage 3 and with the interim control bylaw, one would reasonably presume this would be a very strong candidate.
Okay, very helpful. And could the interim control bylaw that's currently in place be extended theoretically, until the inclusionary zoning policy is approved by this council?
Mr. Mayor, the legislation limits interim control bylaws. They can be in place for 1 year, and council can vote to renew it for 1 more year. And then after that, the legislation prohibits council from further enaction or reenacting a bylaw in the same area for a length of time. The plan is to have inclusionary zoning, though, during this time period before council, and that's certainly part of our 2021 work plan. The project's already commenced, and we're working on timeline for this, and the 2 years probably allows us to line this up.
Okay, that's also very helpful to know that would come in place in the next 2 years. And this is also a theoretical question, but given what's occurred at Haringey, could the property owner here theoretically enter into a similar arrangement that the Haringey property developer did with tenants there?
Sorry, Councillor, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, can I ask the Councillor for further clarification of what he's asking? I'm not sure I understood his question.
Yes, through Councillor Cloutier and others, there was a social contract of sorts put in place at the Haringey property for the current tenants living there with the new development that would be occurring. It's been ongoing. In my discussions with Councillor Cloutier, he's made clear what that would entail. I'm saying theoretically, a similar situation could arise here if there was to be redevelopment of that site in the next 2 years.
Mr. Mayor, and Councillor Cloutier can correct me if I'm wrong on this. The social contract, as we call it in that particular situation, is a voluntary agreement that the developer proposes to enter. It's not enabled by legislation to the city to require it, but by all means, it's something we could approach the landowner with as part of the conversation.
Okay, that's also helpful. I just want to make clear we're making this choice to go through the community for essentially a straighter track. And in the report, it also mentioned some traffic concerns during construction with other options. So option 3 and 4 have the track either down the middle of Woodruff or about 2 meters from the current property line of these homes, right abutting against them. But they're good options. They're similar in construction costs, from what I understand. In fact, could be a bit cheaper in construction costs, but there are operational issues with some of the turn that the LRT vehicles would take. And so it's right beside a proposed station, however, where a natural slowdown and slow start of the trains would occur, as currently happens near our stations for stage 1. And so, you know, if my view on this and how I'll be voting today is I'll be supporting all of the motions today. I support Councillor Eglai's motion, as Councillor Fleury has said, but I also support these other motions, which would make sure we're getting to a result and not rushing ahead on the one option of right through the homes. I think there's potential here. Any
1 minute.
Thanks, Mayor. Any potential redevelopment of the west side of Woodruff Avenue between Knoxdale Road and West Hunt Club could allow for more housing, including deeply affordable options, and thus greater density within a TOD location. This is something that we've been saying we want to do. So, but instead, what we would be doing is going through the homes for a straighter track, not having the associated affordable housing. It's housing affordability right now that exists there, and no clear plan on what we would replace those 120 homes with. So we're at a situation that I don't think council should be in, placed here right now. So I'll be supporting the Eglai motion, certainly, but I also support the other motions on the table today, which my understanding, and maybe staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe all of those could pass today in conjunction, and work could commence on those different options. And this is, it's
wrap up, Councillor, you're over time.
If the staff could just answer that question, Mayor, on the motions that are in front of us. If they all pass today, what would occur?
Mr. Mayor, well, Councillor McKennan's motion asks us to not proceed with the recommended corridor, recommended alignment. It speaks to staff looking at other options, and we did as part of the environmental assessment, as part of the study that we've done, and that was presented to Transportation Committee and detailed in our staff report. So there are 2 other corridors that we looked at that are elevated, and they are in the median or on the west side of the road within the right-of-way. We also looked at underground options, but that we would not ever recommend because of the seriousness of the instability of the soil, the geotechnical, and the high water table through. So that's not on the table. Now, we did not take the straight alignment and its impact on the houses lightly at all. We looked at options and how to avoid them, and that's how we developed the other options. But the other options have very long-term impacts as well. You know, you can ask any rail company that they would say, don't introduce risk in your design for your operations, and that is go with a straight line wherever possible. And in this case, it does have the impact on the residents' units. We know that because there will be, when you have a curve, it's steel on steel, so you will get noise, and that noise will carry through the entire, affect all the other homes in the area. You will have wear and tear, and this is a system that's built to last for generations. So there will be continual, more frequent servicing of the wheels and the tracks. And when you do that, would it also affect the service reliability? There is the issue of ride comfort when you wiggle the train, from one direction into another, and the impact on the road on Woodruff is not just during construction; it is for the end post-construction as well, because then the piers will be in the road. And what happens is that the future redesign of Woodruff into a more complete street would not be possible. And there would be impact on all modes, vehicular traffic, of course, but if we don't have this opportunity to redesign the road for a more complete street, then it will be lost when there are columns in the middle of the road. The other thing is that we're talking about a short segment, and to push it into the road right of way, there will be significant utility relocation that has to be done. The whole road has to be reconstructed for about 600 meters. We have the corridor already protected for the whole project and through the section on the west side, except for this part from Knoxdale down to West Hunt Club. It's the pinch point because the buildings are right up and back onto the corridor, whereas north and south of here, south of this area, it's already protected for the future extension.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKenney, please.
I just want to say thank you for clarifying on those pieces, and that the trade-off for me still doesn't mean that those...
Councillor, sorry, you're way over your time, and another colleague has her time now. Yeah, Councillor McKenney, please. Councillor McKenney has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a couple of things. I should have mentioned this to Councillor Moffat, but the motion that I have in front of us here was actually drafted by Legal Services. So it's I didn't make up the term. So it wasn't. It has been vetted in that way. So I want to speak to the motion with that I have it in front of you with Councillor Brockington that asks us to direct staff to go back and ask for an alternate option that includes retaining the housing in Manor Village and Sherrill Gardens. These are communities that have housing affordability today. I hear what staff are saying in terms of ride comfort, wear and tear on wheels, impact on traffic. But again, I'm not convinced that any of that overrides the right for people to retain their housing. Just a quick question to staff. I just want to get something clarified. The interim control bylaw means that the owner of this property for the next year cannot apply for redevelopment. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
And then after 1 year, we can put another interim control bylaw, but after 2 years, the owner of this property could apply to redevelop this property. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, let me just go through the nuance of this. Council has adopted an interim control bylaw, which is in effect until repealed with the adoption of a new planning regime for the area. That can last for 1 year. Council can renew that for up to 1 more year, but it ends at the point Council adopts a bylaw to put the new zoning in place for the area.
Is there any way at any point in the next, say, 8 to 10 years that the owner of this property would be able to redevelop this property if we accept the report as is with the recommendation to expropriate or purchase?
Mr. Mayor, after the expiry of the interim control bylaw, the owner could come in under the existing zoning that exists today, which is multifamily housing, and they could file an application which would be compliant with zoning to redevelop the property today at the expiry of the bylaw. So the answer to the council's question is yes, they would have those rights.
So does that not then put a huge risk on this alignment that we're going forward with today? We've been told that the owner, Smart Living, has signaled that that's what they want to do. If they redevelop, this property would be exorbitant and it would be really unaffordable. Is that? I know I'm asking hypothetically, but I think that we can assume that.
So, Mr. Mayor, that is why we adopted an interim control bylaw. That would allow us to pass an official plan amendment for corridor protection, which does not exist today. And it would allow us to then impose corridor protection in any development application that would come forward. It will give the city the tools it needs to secure the land.
Okay. So in the middle of a housing emergency, it's not been a year since we declared a housing emergency, and we have 200 people sleeping outside in this city. We have 2,000 people who slept in a shelter last night. We have hundreds of families who continue to live in motels and shelters, and there's no real way out for them. They've been there a long time, and they're probably going to stay there a long time. We saw some of the appalling at CPSC. We saw some of the most appalling conditions that families are staying in some of these apartments that we're renting, by block. So I can assure you that this city cannot absorb 120 households. It's not there. So we're not going to build them affordable housing because they're market rent, and there are 12,000 people on the list ahead of them. So that is not a solution. The solution is not, we're going to go over here and build affordable housing for you, because they aren't first on the list. The solution is not, you know what, we're going to give you 6 months rent and moving expenses, and you can go out and find something comparable, because it doesn't exist. We do not have the housing in this city for 120 households today who live in some kind of affordability to be able to move. And that's a reason for the second motion. I fully support the Egli motion.
1 minute.
But I want to make sure that there is some certainty in it. So I would ask if Councillor Egli would be at least open to a friendly amendment that would include that the working group be directed to look at a rental replacement program for residents who are facing relocation.
Yeah, I mean, I think that question has already been answered, where staff indicated that Mr. Willis indicated they thought that your motion should be referred to the committee, the working group. Procedurally, Mr. Willis, if you don't have any issue with putting that as a friendly amendment to my motion to make sure that referral occurs, I have no issue with that whatsoever.
Mr. Mayor, before I respond, may I take the opportunity to correct the record on something I said to Councillor McKenney to her earlier question that was incorrect. Legal Services just confirmed with me that the applicant, the property owners have the right to file an application notwithstanding the interim control bylaw. The interim control bylaw prevents the issuance of a building permit. And if the council were to either say the application is premature or refuse to consider it and it was appealed, we think we're on very strong legal ground to defend that position. But that's just I want to correct what I said, which was incorrect. To Councillor Egli's comment, as I said, my recommendation is I believe that the intent of Councillor McKenney's motion, Councillor McKenney-Menard motion related to the tenant assistance could be referred to it. Their suggestion can be put to the working group and it can be assessed in more detail and we can report back to council what that means.
Yeah, if I could just intervene for a moment. Councillor Tierney does have a motion to refer the McKenney-Menard motion be referred to the working group. So when Councillor Tierney puts his hand up, he'll move that, just to let you know that I have that in front of me. So
okay, but just to be clear, that's fine, and I'll I still want to vote on mine, but I want it in Councillor Egli's motion that we will consider as a working group a rental replacement program.
Well, that's up to Councillor Egli.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I realize that. So it's not just the referral, which I'm not supporting, but I want to know if that would be a friendly amendment.
Yeah, he can address that when he speaks. We've got other people speaking, so Councillor Eglai will wrap it up on his motion. So now, Councillor Eglai, I have you next, as it turns out.
So my full 5 minutes was up, Mayor?
Yeah, it was over by 10 seconds. Councillor Eglai, you're speaking now for the final time on your motion.
Okay, just a quick question to clerks, I guess. I mean, if the motion is going to be referred to committee, does that not do the same thing that Councillor McKinney's asking for? I don't want to reinvent the wheel here.
Mr. O'Connor?
It's the clerk, as I understand the referral motion, I haven't seen it. It would refer Councillor McKinney's second motion with Councillor Brockington to Councillor Eglai.
Sorry, Mr. O'Connor. The motion by Councillor Tierney is that the McKinney-Menard motion be referred to the working group. So I think what Councillor McKinney is asking for is being done by the referral because it's going to the working group, which I understand you're a member of, Councillor McKinney. So Councillor Eglai, the floor is yours for your motion.
Okay, I mean, I'm fine with it being referred. I have no issue, and I'm happy for the committee, the working group, to talk about it if the working group is approved. I just wanted to start by saying that this has been one of the most perplexing and complex votes that I've had to consider since I was elected. As former chair of the Transportation Committee, I've been a booster of LRT since I was first elected. Indeed, LRT was an issue in all three of my elections in some way, shape, or form, and my position as a supporter of LRT has been consistent through all those elections. So my community knows that I'm supportive of LRT. The city needs a greener, more efficient way to move people around the city, and I believe the majority of the people in the city believe that. I believe the majority of the people in my ward believe that, and I've certainly heard from the residents in the potentially impacted communities saying they think LRT should happen as well. So if this is approved, it will serve parts of Craig Henry, Mannerdale, Tanglewood, as well as Barrhaven. So it's an important project to my ward. Needless to say, however, a project of this scope and size brings with it a lot of challenges, complications, impacts, and stage 3 is no different in this regard. The chief human concern, quite obviously, because there are technical and engineering concerns as well, but the chief human concern is the potential impact of this build on the 120 units spread out between Manor Village and Sherrill Gardens, two very reasonably priced communities in my ward. I've met with the community reps, I've met with Acorn reps on a number of occasions, and their concerns are tangible and they're legitimate. There's no question about that. But that doesn't mean that we can't find solutions. Manor Village residents' concerns are further complicated, and we've talked about this quite a bit already, in that their community was purchased by a new owner in September, and the new owner has given every indication that they will redevelop the site. And at the end of the day, it will not be the same sort of community because that's simply not the type of product that Smart Living builds and markets. It just isn't. Through discussions with the new ownership, though, I've been able to get them to concede that they will not do any evictions through the winter and through the foreseeable future in light of the fact that COVID's in our city. Having said that, though, they certainly have not deviated from their main mission, if you will, which is to redevelop that site and to turn it into a new type of product other than what is currently there. So you're looking at a very different type of ownership and a very different type of project, and a project that will likely get going well before the city even thinks of putting shovels in the ground on LRT. LRT is anywhere from 7 to 10 years, I would say, based on discussions I've had with Ms. Chi and other staff members, before that's going to happen. And so that, as Councillor Tierney or Chair Tierney said, that's a more immediate concern right now for the people in that particular community. But again, it's a discussion I'm already engaged on with the new ownership, and Mr. Willis has been engaged as well, and will continue to do that. So now, none of this, however, takes away from the fact that the city's EA process could have been, and frankly, should have been, a bit more community sensitive. But in fairness to staff, and I've spent a lot of time with staff, meeting with staff over the last number of weeks, an EA in the normal course is engineering driven. It's not socially so. And I believe after the many meetings and discussions that I've had with staff, the mayor's office, community members, stakeholders such as OCH, Nepean Housing, that we are back on track, if you will, if you'll pardon the pun. If my motion passes today, I believe that it will show the council recognizes and acknowledges the position that we have put the residents in, and more importantly, recognizes that the city has an obligation to work with the community and the stakeholders to come up with solutions. To sum up, I want to thank the community members for their passionate engagement, and I look forward to continuing to work with them. I want to also thank staff for all the work that they've put into this. I believe we can work together in a creative, a collaborative, and a compassionate way to address the community concerns.
Right, Councillor, your time is up. If you can wrap up right now.
Timing-wise, the runway to do it is there. So I'm saying let's roll up our collective sleeves, get the job done. We owe it to the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next is Councillor Leeper, please.
Thanks, thanks, Mayor. I just want to run through what the scenario looks like if we don't go down the path that we seem to be going down. There are options, if I understand properly, that would allow the city to build the LRT with whatever pros and cons in such a way that we don't have to acquire this property. In other words, that we leave that property in private hands. I think is that fair to say? Vivi or Steve?
Yes, yes, Mr. Mayor. The other options that we studied to avoid these houses, that they have disadvantages from a transit perspective.
Okay, so there are options that would leave this parcel of land in private hands. The lands are currently subject to an interim control bylaw. That interim control bylaw is going to result in some kind of zoning recommendation after a 1 or a 2 year period of study. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, and this parcel of land in question is near LRT. Is it reasonable to assume that the recommended zoning that comes out of the ICBL study is probably going to recommend something that is denser, taller than the zoning that is currently in place today?
Mr. Mayor, I don't know that I can predict that at this stage of the game since the work has not started. The site is already zoned for multifamily housing. Typically in TOD areas, we have mixed use zoning as opposed to just a single multifamily housing. And in terms of height, the configuration of the lots and the blocks may dictate whether or not height can work or not with the other transition policies in the new official plan, which will largely govern where this will go. And
there is, regardless of what the city's intent might be behind an ICBL in terms of protecting current tenants, any zoning that comes out of the zoning study would be appealable to the LPAT?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
So the determination as to how dense, tall, et cetera, is ultimately, if the owner decides, going to be in the hands of the LPAT. And I mean, my assertion would be that the LPAT will sustain a challenge on the basis of being allowed to develop it taller and denser than it is today. If the parcel remains in private hands and the developer is seeking to redevelop it, can we stop them from demolishing the houses that are there today, as long as they're proceeding according to zoning that they've won either at the LPAT or according to the zoning recommendations that come out of the ICBL?
Mr. Mayor, the provincial legislation does not give us those powers.
Okay, so we can't prevent the demolition. Now, if we had an inclusionary zoning tool, I want to understand whether the inclusionary zoning tool would result in us being able to require the same number of units that are affordable as exists today.
Mr. Mayor, there are two different options for legislatively that are under study right now. One is inclusionary zoning, and I can't predict at this stage whether or not it would work in terms of an exact replacement. Staff are also doing a feasibility review of rental housing replacement bylaws, and that's also planned.
Okay, we're still good. Keep going.
Work is up. Excuse me, and that work is planned for 2021 as part of our work plan. So both of those tools may give us options in time, but it's, again, too early to give council a definitive position without that work being done.
Okay, and understanding that there is likely some disparity in the rents that are currently being paid by tenants of Manor Village, where longer-term tenants are likely taking advantage of some very advantageous rents, given the protections of rent controls over the years compared to new tenants. Can you speak to what the leverage is that the city would have under inclusionary zoning to require rents at a certain level?
Mr. Mayor, the inclusionary zoning, we're still waiting for the regulations from the province, so we do not have all the answers yet on how that formula will work. My understanding from conversations with provincial staff is council will be able to set an affordability threshold of what our target is for inclusionary zoning. It'll be X dollars of income, X dollars per rental or owned unit, and in order to meet the inclusionary zoning test, it has to meet that target. It's a very fixed target as set. It will not be a sliding scale related to income. It's tied to the unit value, and it's based on a percentile of income in our community.
So that that doesn't give us any certainty with respect to what the rents would be compared to what people are currently paying in that development.
Mr. Mayor, as I said, that's a tool that will is one of several tools we're looking at. That's why the strategy through the Councillor Egli motion goes beyond those tools and looks at what we might work at.
But what Councillor Egli's motion does is it takes a look at how we can help those tenants if in fact we acquire the property. If we don't acquire the property, then we are essentially subject to decisions that are being made by the landlord and tenant tribunal, by the local planning appeal tribunal, and depending on the vagaries of how Doug Ford's government wants to set inclusionary zoning regulations. Is that fair?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to comment on the political element of that.
Queen's Park.
But the councillor is correct. It's reasonable to assume that inclusionary zoning rules will apply subject to appeal. The landlord-tenant appeals bodies will have control over rents, not the city, if we are not the owner.
And we don't control demolition.
That's correct.
Okay. So, you know, I've been vacillating back and forth for several weeks. I find it difficult to imagine that leaving this parcel in private hands with the real lack of control that this city council will have over the future of those tenants' relationship with their landlord, and potentially compromising the performance and cost of the LRT, I don't understand how that makes sense. And I appreciate your answers this morning. That's helped me to focus my vote, and I'll continue my support that I expressed during the Transportation Committee for the staff recommended route. Chair, Mayor, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper, and Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to ask this question because this is something that's bothering me. We're told that this is the best route, but would this have been chosen? Would the EA have gone through theirs if these were separately owned homes? If this was a manor park instead of manor village, would we be having this conversation where we have to deal with many homeowners as opposed to just having sort of easy picking with just one landlord to deal with? I want to know if that's the incentive for going this way.
Mr. Mayor, no, that was not it at all. It has to do with the technical feasibility and the right design, right solution for transit. Any home that's affected is something that we consider very thoroughly and deeply. So it's not because of the development that's there.
I just had to ask that because it just feels like we're picking on people that are tenants, and we have one landlord to talk to, rather than having to deal with many homeowners. So would we be dealing with it? How would we deal with it if it was a bunch of homeowners?
Well, if I can share with you, we completed a year or two ago our baseline BRT EA. And that required a widening. So there are lots of individual homes there. Some homes will have to be purchased fully because the road just comes too close to the front step, and others are just slivers of land. So there too, we have to deal with a number of individual property owners.
Okay, thank you. I do have a concern about the loss of affordable housing. And I know we're going to see this over and over again as older properties become susceptible to being knocked down and rebuilt, and they're going to be more expensive. And I think we're going to see this all over the city. So I hope that we're going to have a solid plan on how to deal with this everywhere, because I think it's going to happen over and over again, where we're going to see the loss of older units where people have been there for a long time and, have some security. Have we, just listening to Mr. Willis, I'm a little concerned because of the lack of control we have with the province. What can you give to assure us that affordable housing can still be prioritized?
Mr. Mayor, as I indicated earlier, we are staff in the work plan right now are working on two tools that are available to us. One is inclusionary zoning, and we're still waiting for the regulations, but the work is actually underway. And the second one is we will be bringing a report on the feasibility of using rental housing replacement bylaw that some municipalities have looked at, and we're working on the feasibility of that. We'll report to council on that as well. Those are the tools available to us. The province is the regulator of the affordability of housing and rental accommodations in Ontario, not the city. And so ultimately they have the broader tools than the city has. But we're looking at what we have available to us.
Thank you. When could we expect those bylaws?
Ms. Gregg can assist me in my recollection. So the inclusionary zoning, we need the regulations for the province. It also is dependent on the new official plan, which designates the major transit areas, because that is a requirement of the provincial legislation, is we have to have those designated. So they go hand in hand and should be adopted around the same time as the new official plan. On the feasibility study for rental housing replacement bylaw, it's midway through next year is what our target is. This requires a fair bit of additional research on what municipalities are doing in legal review. So that's what our current target is.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Okay, so colleagues, we have 4 motions. We'll go through them one at a time. The first is by Councillor Eglai, seconded by Councillor Luloff, with respect to tenant support and assistance strategy and associated funding. Carried? Carried. Next is by Councillor Fleury, seconded by Councillor Leeper. Staff have indicated that this is on their work plan, so they're fine with this. On the motion, carried?
Carried.
The next motion is the McKenney-Menard, but we have a motion by Councillor Tierney, seconded by myself, that the motion moved by Councillor McKenney and seconded by Councillor Menard be referred to the working group established as part of this report. Carried?
Carry and defer.
Carried.
Next is the McKinney-Brockington motion. As we heard from staff, I would urge members of council. I'd urge members of council to vote against this. Staff have already conducted their analysis, and the motion goes directly against staff recommendation that was approved by the Transportation Committee, I believe, last week. So yeas and nays on this motion, please. The McKinney-Brockington motion, yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Mr. Mayor, point of order, could we ask to be that it be on the screen?
The motion can be on the screen, sure.
One moment. We'll just put the McKinney-Brockington motion on the screen. Yeah.
Okay, there it is. Carry on.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Eglai.
No.
Councillor Harder. Councillor Cloutier.
No.
Councillor Moffat.
No.
Councillor Deans.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Suds.
No.
Councillor DeRose.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Fleury.
No.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Meehan.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor McKinney.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor El Shantiri.
No.
Councillor Shirley. Councillor Hubley.
No.
Mayor Watson.
No.
7 yeas, 15 nays.
Okay, on the report as amended.
Mayor?
Carried?
Mayor, before you take that vote, I just wanted to dissent on item 1, which is the alignment, and vote on the rest of it, if I can do that.
Sorry, on the main report, item 1?
That's right, which is the alignment of the LRT, the rest
Right.
of it.
Yeah, I'll dissent on that as well. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, so we
Dissents on that as well. Just
we've got those 3 dissents.
No. Yeas and nays on item 1, please.
All right, so this is item 1, which is approve the functional design for Barrhaven Light Rail. So we're voting to support the committee and staff recommendations. Yeas and nays.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Eglai.
Yes.
Councillor Harder. Councillor Cloutier.
Oui.
Councillor Moffat.
Yes.
Councillor Deans.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Suds.
Yes.
Councillor DeRose.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Fleury.
Oui.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Meehan.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor
Yeah.
Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor McKinney.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor El Shantiri.
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli. Councillor Hubley.
Yes. Yes.
Mayor Watson.
Yes.
Point of order, Mayor. I had confused the vote and wanted to change my vote to no.
With the will of
So with the
council.
will of council? Agreed.
So that would be 18 yeas and 4 nays.
Okay, on the rest of the report as amended? Carried?
Carried.
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 Okay, our next item is dealing with STO transit study for Gatineau's West End. Étude de transport collectif de la STO dans le quartier ouest de Gatineau, intégration dans le réseau d'Ottawa. Recommendations. We have a motion. I believe we have two motions. Does anyone else have a motion? We have the Suds-Gower motion and the McKinney-Fleury motion. So anyone else have a motion on this item before we open up the floor? No? Okay, so Councillor Suds, if you'd like to introduce your motion so everyone knows about it, we can put it on the screen, please.
Excellent. Thank you.
There's a slight revision, I think, if you could just let people know about that, Councillor Suds, please. Thank you.
Okay, if we could throw it up on the screen, that would be helpful.
So we're going to get it on the screen, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Yes, one moment, please.
I think while that's happening, I would suggest, I think this motion really builds on what we'll see Councillor Fleury's motion, and really appreciating the importance of connecting our two cities and our two provinces. The loop proposal, I think, undoubtedly will have significant impact and upside for our city. But I do want to make sure that we don't lose sight and that we clearly communicate our priorities as a city to other levels of government, that we must first and foremost ensure that we continue to connect residents in all parts of our city by prioritizing stage 3 LRT. The other point I just wanted to mention as well as part of this motion is that as the study moves forward for the interprovincial transit loop, I do hope that we'll look at, or parties that will look at alternative technologies that may be available to deliver on this, such as autonomous vehicles or electric bus solutions. So with that, whereas during its consideration of the STO transit study for Gatineau's West End integration with Ottawa recommendations report, Transportation Committee approved a motion from Councillor Fleury respecting the potential interprovincial transit loop and potential federal funding for same, while reiterating that the federal government, the city's current transit funding priorities, and where some of the recommendations arising from this motion, which are included as Committee Recommendation 7-11 on the Council agenda, require further refinement to clarify the city's message to the federal government and broaden the scope of the study. Therefore, be it resolved that Recommendations 7-11 in the Transportation Committee report to Council be replaced with the following revised recommendations. A, that City Council reiterate to the federal government that its current transit funding priority remains the funding of Stage 3 LRT to Canada, Stittsville, and Barrhaven, and that any funding for the STO tram project or the interprovincial transit loop does not limit or impact federal funding available to the City of Ottawa under the current per capita funding allocation model. And B, that staff include in the Transportation Master Plan update a description of the interprovincial transit loop concept to connect the downtowns of Gatineau and Ottawa, and the potential for the Wellington Street to be, if you can just scroll down for me, thank you, to be converted to an enhanced public realm corridor with transit and active transportation facilities. And C, that should it materialize, the interprovincial transit loop and Wellington Street redesign be fully funded by the federal government as a lead proponent and implementer of all aspects of the project, planning, studies, design, construction, operations, and maintenance, including the potential upload of Wellington Street to the federal government. And D, that the study also consider alternative technologies to deliver an interprovincial transit loop, such as autonomous vehicles and/or electric bus solutions. And E, that the City of Ottawa and OC Transpo would be part of the federal review, as it has impact on land use and transit in Ottawa. And F, the City of Ottawa reaffirms the importance of integration of STO investments with City of Ottawa LRT investments. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor McKinney, if you'd like to introduce your motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This motion simply, affirms our commitment to pedestrianizing Wellington Street. It's carries an enormous amount of pedestrians every year, and as we progress as a city and encourage healthy modes of transportation, alternative modes of transportation, I think that Wellington has to be key in our planning going forward. So I'll just read it out loud for those who are listening in. Whereas Ottawa is the nation's capital, and whereas Parliament Hill, the National War Memorial, the Senate, and other historical buildings and monuments are prominently located on Wellington Street. And whereas Wellington Street carries tremendous numbers of pedestrian traffic and other active transportation users. And whereas Wellington Street is often blocked from vehicle use by marches and demonstrations. And whereas the City of Ottawa has removed buses from Wellington Street to improve transit flow and increase pedestrian access. And whereas the STO is considering tramway options for Gatineau transit users traveling to and from downtown Ottawa, including potential lines on Wellington Street. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Ottawa affirm its commitment to pedestrianizing Wellington Street from Elgin Street to Lyon Street. And be it further resolved that the City of Ottawa commits to ensuring and enhancing sufficient space for a variety of active transportation modes on Wellington, including walking and cycling.
Okay, thank you. On the Suds motion, since she refers to the potential of Wellington Street being a pedestrian mall, I'm ruling that the McKenney-Fleury motion is redundant. So unless the Suds motion fails. So if the Sud motion fails, we'll deal with McKenney motion. If not, it's covered under the Suds-Gower motion.
Sorry, point of order, Chair. Can I just ask you to unpack that a bit for us?
Yeah, there's the McKenney-Fleury motion is affirming commitment of pedestrianizing Wellington Street, and the Suds-Gower motion already does that on item B, where it says on the potential for Wellington Street to be converted to an enhanced public realm corridor with transit and active transportation facilities.
Is there not a difference between affirming a commitment and potential?
Well, I'm certainly supportive of the potential. There's been no public consultation whatsoever of our council to take a position to close a major street. I don't know about you, but I don't recall receiving any public consultation document to come and say that we've now made a firm commitment that it's going to be a pedestrian mall.
So, Chair,
Spark Street Mall has to say about that, for instance. So,
understood. I will challenge your ruling that it is made redundant.
Okay. Well, we'll deal with that. We'll deal with the Suds-Gower first. So, who would like to speak on Suds-Gower? Yeah. Suds-Gower. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor. I do have a question for staff regarding the Suds motion. Councillor Suds, excuse me. In part A of the motion, the wording states that council reiterate to the federal government that its current transit funding priority remains the funding for LRT 3 out to Canada, Stittsville, and Barrhaven. Can I ask staff, in the context of what our transit priorities are, where the baseline road rapid bus corridor lies?
It's still there. We finished the detailed design because we had federal funding through the PTIF program for it, but we can't proceed until we get funding for implementation. But that's not considered part of stage 3.
Oh no, I agree. But I'm asking what our transit priorities are in the city. I'm not disputing that phase 3 out to Canada, Stittsville, Barrhaven is a priority or not. It is. But where is the baseline rapid bus corridor on our list of transit priorities?
Well, clearly it is part of that list of transit priorities because we've invested funding to complete the detailed design. It's even more advanced than stage 3 LRT because just the EAs were done.
Exactly. So, and we need upper levels of government to help finance the baseline road project. Is that correct?
As with all major transit projects, yes.
So if we state that our transit priorities are phase 3, are we losing an opportunity to remind the government that we also need them to fund the baseline project?
It would be a request that should be put in, Councillor, if that is Council's desire.
Mr. Mayor, if I may jump in, I think the Councillor VV is asking, if you were to look at the priorities, where would you invest your next transit dollar given the priority of transit? Is that correct, Councillor Brockington?
Slightly. I'm just want to make sure that if we're going to remind the federal government what our major transit priorities are, that we include the big ones, including baseline, that we don't forget baseline.
My comment on that, Councillor, through you, Mr. Mayor, is the transit priorities are stage 3 of LRT out to Canada and Barrhaven. And then if you wanted to add, and all other transit priorities, but if there was money to flow to the city now, staff's recommendation would be that you do the Canada Barrhaven piece.
Okay, that's important because I don't remember us having that discussion. Baseline is further advanced than phase 3 is, and it's about a fraction of the cost, $170 million. But it's important for this council not forget to baseline. The other question, minor question I have, staff's interpretation of Part D of this motion talks about alternative technologies, including autonomous vehicles and or electric bus solution. I thought the STO proposal was a tram. Are they also including or considering other transportation vehicles other than trams, or is it a tram?
Mr. Mayor, the STO study they're looking at the tram technology.
So I'm trying to understand the context of this part of the motion. Why do we want the study to look at a transit loop to include other options? If you're saying it's a tram, why do we want to look at autonomous vehicles or electric as far as the transit loop is concerned?
Because there has been no study done on the interprovincial transit loop. We could have different technologies working in the same corridor. So this just opens up gives the flexibility for analysis of the loop, for the loop study when it happens.
Fair enough. And finally, can you confirm that no City of Ottawa taxpayer dollars will be invested in the STO transit loop project?
That is what was stated in the staff report. There has been no request of city funding for the STO tramway.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Up next, Councillor Hubley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I just want to get staff to clarify where this motion sits with the motions that were done at committee. Is there impact on there? There were several different motions addressed at the committee that dealt with this exact same topic.
Mayor, this just makes the language a bit crisper and adds the autonomous vehicle component to it.
And on that part, following along with what Councillor Brockington was saying, it's not clear in the motion that we're going to ask STO to study that. Do we want to have this done as a letter from the mayor to the mayor of Gatineau to have that done as a study? Because we're already looking, like in our transportation master plan, we've already got motions and language in there to say that we want to look at autonomous vehicles and electric vehicles and everything. So for this to be in the motion, I take it it's directed at the Gatineau study. So why wouldn't we be advising Gatineau that we want them to go back and look at electric vehicles and autonomous vehicles along with this tram?
This motion specific to the loop, and you will recall that when Mr. Plamondon presented to committee, his opening comment was that there would be no City of Ottawa tax dollars spent on any aspect of the loop, be it a study, be it an acquisition of lands, be it capital costs, and so forth, and that he wanted the study to continue on. He wanted a study not to be lost, and that you keep everything on the table. Specific to the loop, this says, go study the loop, federal government. how the federal government does that. This city council will not pay for the study, will not pay for the operating, will not pay for the capital, and will not pay for any land or transition costs if they change it into a public realm. And this speaks to what the mayor is talking about. You haven't had that policy discussion. So all we do is we as staff will bring you in your TMP a project that's identified to be funded 100% by the federal government, both in the project phase, and then if it ever moves to capital and operations and so forth. So the description will be very clear. This adds an autonomous vehicle for the loop piece. On the tram at the committee, there was discussion about would they go to high capacity articulated buses, and they responded in that regard at the committee meeting and so forth. So they are committed to a tram operation with mixed traffic use. They will have an operator in that tram unless things change dramatically in the next couple of years.
Okay, and so the motion done at Transportation Committee that was, I think, supported unanimously with the exception of Councillor Dudas to prioritize phase 3 funding, that stays in place?
That's my understanding. You're reaffirming it via this motion, and you had affirmed it at committee also. Okay,
thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. That's my question.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Luloff as well. Next on the Suds-Gower motion is Councillor Menard, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and I'm supportive of the motion. I just have a few questions to staff. I seem to recall some wording in some of the reports recently that the next investment for rapid transit or rapid transit in Ottawa should be within, was it the Greenbelt or the core? I'm trying to recall the exact wording, and I believe it was after stage 3 that you were saying that after stage 3 is funded, the next investment should be within the Greenbelt or within the core. Can you just clarify that language and your position on it?
Vivi, did you want to comment on that? And I would also bring up the update on the TMP, which will bring all these things to the table also for your consideration in terms of where your priorities are.
And I was going to
on stage 3.
That's right. I don't recall us making mention of what you said there, Councillor Menard, but definitely it would be through the TMP update that we would look at what's outstanding after stage 3 and how things would be prioritized. So it's through that process.
Yeah, I'll have to pull up the report. I think it was last Transportation Committee meeting that I read. It was kind of buried in there as part of the stage 3 piece. But I'll have to pull it up. That's helpful. Thank you. With regard to this motion, as I say, I'm supportive of it. I wonder if we need more dialogue at Transportation Committee on it, or staff are fully comfortable with pushing it forward today.
Mr. Mayor, my interpretation of the motion, unless staff are missing something, is it basically is a tightening up of the words that were put together at the Transportation Committee and aligns with that and adds the autonomous vehicle piece, which we are fully supportive of.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. Back to you.
Thank you. Councillor Eglai, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. John, just a quick question to follow up on what Councillor Brockton was saying. I was actually at an AGM last night in Fisher Heights where a good part of the meeting was a discussion around the baseline rapid transit corridor and what were next steps. Now, this project, of course, is much more than just buses. It's pedestrian facilities along the whole way. It's cycling facilities along the whole way. Is there a way that we can capture that in this motion? Like, how do we know that that's still on the table, that that's still a live piece? Is there a friendly amendment? Is there wording you can suggest? Because it's an important piece of our infrastructure. It may not be quite as sexy as a train, but it's an important piece of our infrastructure, and people are excited about the possibility of not only having the bus in the rapid transit mode, so to speak, but also to have the cycling facilities, have the pedestrian facilities. And we are quite a ways along on that project. So is there a way that you can suggest to council today that we can keep that on the table, so to speak?
Those are all great points. And I think what's getting perhaps forgotten in all this is you have an existing TMP plan and investments that you've got in your budgets, including transit priority lanes. You just saw what we did out, Councillor Cloutier, out on Saint Laurent. Those are all incremental steps to doing exactly what you're suggesting, Councillor Aguilar. We're doing Montreal Road right now, Rideau Street. So you're doing investments on, and to me, it's all good investments because you're moving the transit mobility spectrum even higher with all those things, whether it's transit priority or whether it's a bus lane, a turn lane, and so forth. So you're doing all those things. Really, I have to push it back to yourselves in terms of if you want to say, and all other transit investments that are identified in the current and future TMP report. That would be my suggested wording if you want to do that. All these policy discussions will come to you in the new updated TMP. You have BRT on Baseline, you have BRT in Orleans, you have a future BRT in Canada. You know, it's everywhere, and I see councillors nodding because you all ask me the same thing. When am I getting my BRT, my LRT, or my transit priority? The good news is you have a great current plan. You'll have an updated TMP plan, and you're investing in it as you go. Yes, we talk about the train. But remember that transit affordability plan that gets paid through fares and so forth? Those are investments on all those other things that you've talked about. Plus, you've got your active transportation modes on cycling lanes, MUPs. Every intersection we're modifying, we're doing bike lane adaptation and so forth. Councillor Brockton, as you know, we did Baseline and Fisher just a little while ago and so forth. So it's all there. I think, you know, I'm not opposing it. I think you have to decide whether politically you want to add and all other TMP transit investments that are currently and future planned, something like that. And I would default to
honestly, I just want to add Baseline BRT, but I get the politics of it. But you know, like adding a lane here or there, I think, John, is fundamentally different from that project. Like that's a whole network almost, the Baseline projects. So I'm looking at Councillor Suds, and I'm asking, would you be open to a friendly amendment that referenced, and again, I'll be generous here, referenced BRT projects writ large?
Councillor Aguilar, I respect why you're suggesting that could be added. I think I go back to John Manconi's, I think it was comment that we have our TMP process, which is identifying these projects throughout the city. I think what this motion is trying to achieve, is intended to achieve, is that next big ask to the other levels of government is prioritizing stage 3 to get it to Canada, Stittsville, Barrhaven. That's the big ask that we are preparing ourselves for and that we know is forthcoming. So, you know, with respect, I think those other projects, and I have some in my ward as well, I think we go through that TMP process to prioritize and go through that planning process and then the funding that flows with it.
You know, and I'll just leave it at this. I mean, my concern is we have a big ask, and I understand why it's a big ask, but if the other levels of government are not in the mood for big asks, I don't want to lose sight of the smaller achievable asks. So if John can confirm that he'll keep that in mind when funding requests, depending on how they're phrased or how they're, you know, what parameters are set out, that the BRT projects are front of mind as well, then that would be helpful.
Councillor, absolutely. Steve Willis and I are joined at the hip on this. He's looking at all funding programs, and if there's small things that we can do to build partial BRTs wherever they are, absolutely. The good news is you have all this work queued up to go, and that's why you're ripe for funding.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good answer. Thank you, Councillor Aguilar. Councillor Fleury, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. We did extensive discussion and work, and I brought a number of motions at committee. And I have to say I'm a bit disappointed that we're reopening some of the can of worms of that discussion. I really value the work of our committees and delegations that come forward. I view the motion that Councillor Suds and Gower bring forward of two components. One, which is a cleanup of my motion, which I respect. I wish it was brought forward to me by the clerk, but we are where we are. and then an addition in terms of technology elements, which I respect, and I appreciate Councillor Suds and Gower's acceptance of my friendly amendment. So just to start there. I think it's important. There was a lot of in front of us, and we're sort of losing sight of the report itself. The report spoke to the city favoring Sparks Underground, and we're anywhere but near that as a preferred option. That is the first option that is presented in front of us. It's in the recommendation. It's solid. We had a delegation that came forward speaking on behalf of the loop, which we integrated through motion at the committee. A lot of elements a lot of us are uncomfortable with an end stub component on Wellington for various reasons. Yet, I think generally supporting the local council, we want to pedestrianize the area. So I think there's so many components and considerations to this. Maybe Mr. Manconi, if you could clarify, based on this report and recommendations, will the TMP be updated to reflect the Sparks preference and the loop considerations in the review?
So the updated TMP will land where it will once we know. Remember that the report recommends Spark Street, but STO have some heavy lifting to do. They've got to get all those requirements that were listed in the report. So if they quickly come back and say they can do that, then Spark Street's back on the table. If they don't, then it moves to Wellington. So the TMP will reflect what they do and the timeline that they do it. And in terms of Wellington as a, let's call it the pedestrian mall or whatever you'd like to call it, as I said before, we will take the direction that the committee and that this motion reaffirms is that we will put a project in the TMP listed that the federal government will fund the study right through to if it gets built and operations and maintenance of it.
Okay. I want to speak specifically to recommendation 5, and I wonder if the clerk can put it on the screen.
Councillor, is this recommendation 5 of the report from committee, or is that what you're looking for on the screen?
Yeah, recommendation 5 shouldn't have changed by any of the motions presented.
Might take a moment, but we will endeavor to get that on the screen.
Do you have anything else in the interim, Councillor?
No, I think that is my...
Okay, we're just waiting here. Oh, here it comes.
So I think it's important for our funding and investment in transit absolutely should be a priority, but we have other priorities, and I want to hear. Obviously, I live the trucking impacts daily in the interprovincial truck route that goes through my community at Nicholas, Rideau, and King Edward. Mr. Manconi, I don't know if you'll defer to VVG, but what is the status in our TMP of a 6 crossing, of a bridge or a tunnel? And can you confirm that it was in our term of council priority for this term?
I'll get Vivi to refresh. There was a conditional priority in terms of funding came through, which it never came through, as you're aware. There's no 6th bridge planned on our part. And Vivi, did you have anything else to add to that?
That's correct. Yes, it was we completed a feasibility study for the traffic tunnel through the downtown, and the next step was an EA, and that required provincial and federal funding, and we didn't get confirmation of that, so it's just sitting there at the feasibility stage right now. That's its status.
Can you confirm that we've protected corridors in our TMP for either a tunnel and or 6 crossing?
For the tunnel, because that wasn't part of the 2013 TMP, but certainly we can make reference to it in the update. In terms of the 6 bridge crossing, it is in the current OP and other versions in the past that had a crossing, and it was Kettle Island that was identified. So the OP is being reviewed, and same with our transportation master plan. So we need to see what is going to come out of the current strategic planning study that the NCC have on interprovincial transportation. And they're dealing with things like the Alexandra Bridge, the Sixth Bridge, all of that is kind of being rolled into a strategy. So that work should be completed mid next year or slightly later. And we will then use that information to help feed the RTMP update with consultation on our side about that.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the response. Mr. Mayor, and I wonder if at the time it was Councillor Hubley, I'd like to move an amendment to remove the words over the Sixth Bridge. I think the point is valid, but for me, I think it trips up on what is to be a transit investment. We're all focused on transit investment. We shouldn't remove other focuses if or when other opportunities happen. So I look for advice from the clerk on how, I guess I'd move a motion to not remove point 5, but remove the over the Sixth Bridge crossing.
Sorry, do you want to remove any reference to a bridge?
Correct. I don't think it applies to the report at all. I think it could have, we're reviewing the TMP. It's a great discussion that we need to have through the TMP review.
All right, can we get that back up on the screen, please? Because this is it here. Approve that Mayor Watson write to the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Minister of Infrastructure and Communities, request that the federal government prioritize investments in transformative and sustainable transit projects like Stage 3 LRT to Canada-Stittsville and Barrhaven and the SDO tramway over a Sixth Bridge. So you want to take out the words over a Sixth Bridge. So you're supporting a bridge.
I'm supportive of a solution that removes interprovincial trucks from downtown streets, yes.
And do you have a seconder?
I'll second that, Councillor McKenney.
Okay.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Is this a question about wording here? We're prioritizing it over a Sixth Bridge, not a tramway going over a Sixth Bridge. I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Yeah, it's not physically going over a Sixth Bridge. I think it's over the funding for a Sixth Bridge. Is that correct, Councillor Fleury?
I can't speak to, this was moved by Councillor Hubley at committee. I dissented on that item at committee, and obviously I'm making a point here as it relates to, it is a term of council priority. We have a TMP that's under review, and I don't want to negate those important engagements that are coming for the community.
Mr. Mayor,
I believe the term of council priorities was a tunnel, not a bridge. Correct. And we did secure the city funding, and we had a commitment from the previous provincial government for the EA for a tunnel, and then we couldn't get the federal government, as you recall, on board. So you're free to move that wording be taken out. Do you have a motion written that you can share with us, Mr. Councillor Fleury?
Well, it'd be basically keep the 0.5, but removing the words over the Sixth Bridge.
All right, so we'll deal with that when we finish other people who want to speak to this. So there's Councillor Leeper, please, on.
Just point of order, please. Point of order.
Sorry, who's that?
Councillor Brockington.
Councillor Brockington, go ahead.
Mayor, if I may suggest, can I just have the item 5 back up? This is on a point of order, by the way.
Okay, item 5, we'll get it back up on the screen. There it is.
Mayor, this motion compares one thing against another. If you remove the words over a Sixth Bridge, the motion's naked. You've eliminated the other piece.
No, that's a good point, but that's up to Councillor Fleury to wordsmith his own motion on there.
I just think the cleaner way is you can vote against all of item 5 or vote in favor of all of item 5, but
that would be the more sensible thing to do. So, but Councillor Fleury has the right to have that removed, but you're quite right, it then doesn't make any sense, the rest of the motion. So I'd encourage people to vote against removing over a Sixth Bridge if they feel the same way Councillor Brockington and I do. All right, so we'll wait to hear from Councillor Fleury on his wording, and then we'll go to Councillor Leeper now, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a gentle nudge. I'm still uncertain as to whether you're going to have a separate vote on the McKenney motion, have changed your ruling, or I still have a challenge on the table. So you'll need to know whether you're sustained in your ruling.
Yeah, we'll deal with that when the McKenney Fleury motion comes forward. So thank you. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of that number 5 on the motion, if you can put it back up.
Why don't we just leave the item 5 on the screen, because members of council, Caitlin, would like to see that. So whoever is controlling this, please keep it up until we ask you to take it down. Okay, there you go, Councillor Kavanagh.
Okay, I'm wondering why we have this in here. If shouldn't this be part of our transportation master plan? And shouldn't we just refer to the transportation master plan, what we consider to be priorities? Why is it in this motion about funding? Shouldn't we be presenting to the federal government what we've decided as a priority once we've done our transportation master plan? I'm just a little concerned that we haven't looked at it in that respect.
Ms. Chi?
Yes, we could, but I think this was prepared to make a statement about the transit priorities, and it is to inform the Prime Minister. So I think that's the essence of how this this direction came out. But definitely we can look at the priority of projects as part of the TMP update, and we do.
Maybe what I might do is offer a little context, Councillor Kavanagh, and we'll get back to you. What this original report was dealing with is giving the approval or nodding our support to support our colleagues across the river in Gatineau to come up with their system. And as a result, I think councillors both in the South End and the West End, under Councillor Hubley's leadership, felt it was very important that, because there was another element that came into it, the so-called loop, that we wanted to make sure that the #1 mass transit project for the City of Ottawa on a go-forward basis after Stage 2 is completed, or while it's being built, is Stage 3 to Canada, Stittsville, and Barrhaven. And we didn't want to take our eye off the ball by saying, here's a shiny bauble called a loop, and here's something else that we want to do. This was simply to reinforce our position that we did not want to lose our place in the funding queue to get funding for this project, because a loop would cost so much, and maybe there was a bridge that was going to come in and take all of those dollars away from what should clearly be council's #1 transit priority, because the East End is well taken care of. The central core is, we need now to go farther west and farther south to complete the system. So this was put in really, I think, because we didn't want to compete with Gatineau dollars, who are looking for big dollars for their tram project, for this new idea of a loop, who no one knows how much it would cost or the logistics of it, or any other project, including a bridge in the East End. So I very much support the Suds-Gower motion, because it reconfirms our collective council position that has been developed over many years, that the next step of phase of LRT is in fact going to Barrhaven, Stittsville, and Canada. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you. But I think when we're writing, we're telling them what our transportation master plan says, and that it's not necessary to have this because we're going to have it stated in our transportation master plan. So and it's not part of what we're talking about in the rest of the motion, and it's about that loop. So this is, you know, just a patch on that is not related to the loop, and I would suggest that it be referred to the transportation master plan for so that we can have show what our priorities are.
Yeah, well, again, I think it was put in there because there was a fear or concern that there are so many other competing projects for dollars that we didn't want to let the opportunity go by to let the federal government know through a letter that I would write if this motion passes, to ensure that those projects are not going to jump the queue, because we've already now done, as you know, the EA for Canada-Stittsville with federal government support, and now the Barrhaven EA, which is before us today. So I think it's only sensible that even though it's not dealing with the specific Gatineau project, it's dealing with money from one source, namely the federal government. And I think we collectively as a council should strongly endorse the desire to have that aspect of the LRT as our next priority, because the fastest growing parts of our city are Canada, Stittsville, and Barrhaven. And I think in fairness to all the other wards that have benefited from LRT, with some wards have several stations in them, it's time to share that experience with the people in those suburban communities.
Well, I think the fact that we put EAs on these is showing our commitment to them, and that's what we do. We make the investment in an EA, and that shows that we're committed to these projects, and that.
Well, Council, you can vote against it if you want. That's your choice. But I'm just saying, I think it would send a very strong signal to the federal government that our council is united to support those people in the south end and the west end of our city.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next on the speakers list is Councillor Dudas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that it's absolutely essential that we're prioritizing LRT extensions to Canada, Stittsville, and Barrhaven as our priority. And I fully support us reiterating that prioritization to our federal partners. And I think that when this item came forward to Transportation Committee, it was losing a little bit of that context. It wasn't available because, once again, we need to recognize that there isn't an endless supply of dollars, whether it's at municipal, federal, or provincial levels. So I fully support that we are prioritizing LRT Stage 3. I think the concern is that we need to not take off the table an interprovincial connection. You know, the conversation about a tunnel and preserving the crossing priority connections. Those are essential pieces. So I was very happy to hear from Vivi a moment ago, and I would like to reconfirm from Vivi that that is something that is coming as part of our transportation master plan, because I think that's where the concern lies, is that yes, we need to prioritize projects. We can't have everything in the kitchen sink because there's just not enough money to go around for that. But Vivi, can you please confirm that, you know, that future connection, whether it's a tunnel, bridge, whatever it looks like, that we are continuing to have that conversation. We will have fulsome public consultations if we're ever required to do so. If the NCC and the federal government decides to pursue this, that's still something that would come in the future. This doesn't end that conversation.
That's correct, Councillor.
Well, then I'm happy to support this piece. I know that, once again, it was missing that context at transportation, and LRT Stage 3 is our priority. You know, we need to put money where our projects are, where our priorities are, but we also need to continue to focus on getting our trucks out of the core. So I'm happy to support the recommendation as it stands.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Hubley, have you already spoken on this item? While I was out, I don't recall. Are you on mute, Councillor Hubley?
Okay.
Did you already speak on this item?
I did at the start with when Deputy Mayor Lulaf was in there. What I want to clarify, if I could, is that
so you've had your chance. If it's a point of order, you can raise a point of order, but you've had your opportunity, unfortunately.
Then allow me to do it as a point of order. Then I believe in the last term of council, we actually passed a motion. I believe Vivi worked with myself and Councillor Harder on this, which was to get phase 3 as our priority. So it's already been voted on by council. It doesn't have to wait and go through the TMT. It would be my understanding of that.
Yeah, I don't know if Ms. Chi, that's really not a point of order, but thank you for it. Ms. Chi, do you have any comments on what the councillor just said?
Yes, it is staff's understanding that council has determined stage 3 as being the priority.
That's
and
correct.
We're working with that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tierney, please.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the speakers prior to. First of all, I completely concur with your point. And again, it feels like Groundhog Day. We did have a 6-hour, very good debate about the specifics around this. So I'm shaking my head why we're back at this again, but let's reiterate a lot of the points that were driven home. Look, you can't have it both ways. Either you want to start tackling climate change, reducing GHGs, and going down the road of trying to make a better city of Ottawa, get those buses from the Quebec side off the road. That requires money. And we have to have some ability to be able to say, well, they're going out and doing all these study updates. And again, 12 years, I've been watching this study go on and on and on. And about Kettle Island, it keeps coming up. And then CBC reported for the 4th time, there was a report that said Kettle Island again. So while the feds are wanting to put a big car polluting bridge, yes, we do want to get trucks out of downtown, let them play with that. But we also want to indicate to them, and listen, I've been in FCM advocacy weeks for the last 2 weeks. I was actually on a call yesterday with NDP leader Singh, and he made no bones about it when I brought up, look how progressive Ottawa's becoming. We're working with the people right across the border to help remove buses and put them on our side of, put an electrified system on our side, taking all the pollution out. Well, he was thrilled. And many other political leaders that have been a part of those calls during FCM Advocacy Week also are looking at Ottawa as a model. Now, during that 6-hour debate, we also had the mayor from Gatineau on there. And it's no secret our mayor and as well as the mayor of Gatineau both prefer to see money go towards this and not towards something that's just going to see more pollution. And keep in mind, the tram system, we were talking all these dollars last time. We were talking about the $3 billion ticket to be able to put this in place. Well, guess what, folks? The bridge is $1.5 billion. So if you start suddenly splitting things out, suddenly there's no priority. And again, I think this is the 4th time in 2 weeks I'm agreeing with Riley Brockington. You take this out and you're stripping it for what the actual motion meant. And that's why we had that heavy debate last time. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKinney, I understand there's been a discussion with respect to a friendly amendment on the SUDS motion. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Suds. These motions both landed last night, and certainly wasn't with the intent of duplicating anything. But I think that it's while some argument can be made that certainly the intent was there. Councillor Suds has agreed to a friendly amendment on B just to including the possibility of pedestrianizing the corridor. And if that's accepted, I'll just put one.
Sorry, could you, I apologize, could you just repeat that for the benefit of myself and the deputy clerk?
Yes, of course. So part B, that we would just simply include the words, including the possibility of pedestrianizing the corridor.
Yeah, I think I have it here from, I believe Councillor said it's converted to an enhanced public realm and pedestrian corridor. Is that what Councillor said?
And the possibility, yes.
Okay, so is that good with you, Councillor Suds?
Yes, yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
you'll withdraw your motion, Councillor McKinney?
Yes.
Okay, so we have no one to speak, but I do want to say thank you for that cooperation. You can get stuff done, I guess, through Zoom, even if we can't run around and see each other. So the wonders of technology. So a friendly amendment and the Suds Gower motion. All those in favor? Carried.
Carried.
Adopted. And on the main report as amended. Carried.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Fleury, I didn't get anything from you, so I didn't know if you had an amendment.
No, I spoke to the clerk. I think the best way to proceed would be to ask for yeas and nays on item 5, please.
Okay, so why don't we pass everything but item 5, and then we'll have yeas and nays on that. So everything on item 22 as amended except item 5 carried.
Carried.
And yeas and nays on item 5.
Put it on the screen, Mayor.
So this is just so people are clear. We've taken it off the screen again, but it is basically, I'll just read it for the benefit. Approve that Mayor Watson write to the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities to request that the federal government prioritize investments in transformative and sustainable transit projects like Stage 3 LRT, to Canada, Stittsville, and Barrhaven, and the SDO tramway over A6 bridge. So I would encourage members to support this and support our colleagues in the East and West End and our neighbors in Quebec. Yeas and nays.
On tramway over a bridge.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor McKinney. I just want to be clear. Are we voting on all of 5, or are we voting on a motion by Councillor Fleury just to remove the words over a 6th bridge?
Yeah, my understanding is that Councillor Fleury has asked for a separate vote on item 5. He hasn't forwarded taking out that wording. So,
okay.
I correct, Councillor Fleury, you want a separate vote on 5?
That I think was the best approach recommended by the clerk.
Okay, so yeas and nays, please, on
Mayor,
item 5.
Mayor, just point of order quickly. The over a 6th bridge means instead of a 6th bridge. Is that the clarification we've got here?
That's right. Yeah, not physically over.
Right.
Why don't we put
just to be clear,
before
or in lieu of?
Well, it's actually maybe Councillor Tierney. Do you have any comments as the chair of the committee? I think people understand. We've had this discussion. It's to prioritize it over a 6th bridge. Why don't we put in the word prioritize over? Sorry, Councillor.
You already have it. Prioritize is up ahead. It does say prioritize over, and then in between you have
Deputy Clerk has a suggestion here. No.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I was saying that the wording approved by council, by the Transportation Committee is before you. You may direct us to include some clarifying language in the minutes so that whether this item passes or not, we can ensure that is clear.
Okay, that's a good idea. All right, so yeas and nays on item 5, please.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Egley.
Yes.
Councillor Harder. Councillor Cloutier.
Oui.
Councillor Moffat.
Yes.
Councillor Deans.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Sudds.
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Fleury.
No.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Meehan.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor McKinney.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor El Shantiri.
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you to my colleagues, and yes.
Mayor Watson.
Yes.
20 yeas, 2 nays.
Okay, thank you. We now have a motion to move in camera the city manager's 2018-2020 performance appraisal and related employment matters to be considered in camera pursuant to procedure bylaw 2019-8, subsections 13(1)(b), personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including staff, 13(1)(d), labor relations or employee negotiations, and 13(1)(f), the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. The specific matters relate to the city manager's 2018-2020 performance appraisal, will not be reported out as they relate to personnel matters about an identifiable individual. So we have a motion by Councillor Dean, seconded by Councillor Meehan. Just to remind members of the public, Following this in-camera session, we will be coming back because we have a number of other motions that have to be dealt with as well. So this does not end the council meeting. So Councillor Deans, if you'd like to introduce the motion to go in camera. Merci.
Well, Mr. Mayor, in the interest of brevity, I could just move we go in camera because you pretty much read the same thing as I have in front of me here. But if you want me to read it, I will.
I think we have to legally, I'm told.
Okay. Be it resolved that City Council resolve in camera pursuant to the Procedure Bylaw 2019-8 subsections 13(1)B personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including staff, 13(1)D labor relations or employee negotiations, and 13(1)F the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose in order to consider the verbal report from the mayor entitled Performance Review for the City Manager and Related Employment Matters.
Okay, so just before we vote on that, the Deputy Clerk has sent all of you a Teams password, I guess it would be considered. So make sure everyone has that and we'll reconvene in 10 minutes. You'll have to shut this system down, open back up and put your new password in for the in-camera session. So on the motion, carried, adopté. Merci, thank you. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
What's on your face?
Go watch it.
I think that was makeup. That wasn't hair dye. That was makeup.
Colleagues, will begin in 1 minute. On va commencer dans une minute.
Now that song's in my head. Thanks, Councillor Moffat.
This is on the city manager's 2020 performance appraisal and related employment matters. To be considered, we dealt with it in camera because we're allowed to do that under the procedure bylaw because it's a personnel matter. So I have a motion that I'm going to read out and we'll put on the screen. And it's seconded by Deputy Mayor Dudas. Whereas at its meeting of February 8th, 2016, City Council considered a report entitled Results of the Recruitment Process for City Manager. Whereas further to that report, City Council appointed Steve Kanellakis as the new City Manager of the City of Ottawa and delegated authority to the Mayor in consultation with the City Clerk and Solicitor to finalize and execute an employment contract, the February 8th, 2016 agreement based on specific parameters. Whereas pursuant to the 2014-2018 Council Governance Review Report, members of Council were recently provided with an opportunity to comment and provide input into the City Manager's 2018-2020 performance appraisal. And whereas the Mayor and the Deputy Mayors reviewed the feedback and comments received from members of Council through the written evaluation forms on November 9th, 2020. And whereas the Mayor conducted a performance review meeting with the City Manager to review the results of the evaluation on November 17th, 2020. And whereas the results of the City Manager's 2018-2020 performance appraisal were provided in camera to City Council by the Mayor during its meeting of November 25th, 2020. Whereas the current 5-year term for the City Manager is set to expire in approximately 5 months on April 30th, 2021. And whereas the current term of Council ends on November 14th, 2022. And whereas to provide stability to the organization in these unprecedented times of the global pandemic and in recognition of the City Manager's performance, is recommended that the employment of the City Manager be extended. And whereas to extend his employment contract into the first 6 months of the 2022-2026 term of Council would provide the next City Council with sufficient time to undertake a recruitment process to hire their own City Manager. And whereas the Council approves statutory officer recruitment, appointment, and contract administration procedures provides that, quote, Council shall, by public resolution, approve any amendments to the terms and conditions of the City Manager's appointment, including but not limited to contract, job description, and salary matters that go beyond terms and conditions previously approved by Council, end quote. Therefore, be it resolved that Council delegate authority to the Mayor in consultation with the City Solicitor to amend the City Manager's contract based on the following parameters. 1, the City Manager's employment contract will continue until May 15th, 2023, unless earlier terminated in accordance with the provisions of the February 8th, 2016 agreement. And 2, all of the remaining terms and conditions of the February 8th, 2016 agreement, including annual salary and benefits, shall remain in full force and effect. So that is a motion before us. And I see no hands up. So on the motion as presented, carried. Any dissents? Great. Well, thank you and congratulations, Mr. Kanellakis. Thank you for your past leadership and your continued leadership of our city. Alors, merci beaucoup et félicitations à notre.
Thank you and congratulations to our city manager, Mr. Steve Kanellakis, for his excellent work and recommendations over the past 4 years. And before that, as deputy city manager.
Councillor Deans, if you'd like to move the adoption of reports, please. Motion portant adoption de rapport. You might have your mute button on. So I don't hear Councillor Deans. Councillor Deans, are you there? No. Okay, I can read that, or you want, I can do it. Yeah. Okay. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Meehan. Is Councillor Meehan with us? There I see, Carol-Ann. That the report from the Integrity Commissioner entitled Report to Council on an Inquiry Respecting the Conduct of Councillor Shirelli, ARAC Committee Report 17, Audit Committee Report 8, Bill Heritage Subcommittee Report 17, CPS Committee Report 15, Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water and Waste Management Report 12, FEDCO Report 18, Planning Committee Report 32, Transportation Committee Reports 12A and 13, and the report from the Planning, Infrastructure and Economic Development Department entitled Briefing on Proposed Changes to the Conservation Authorities Act contained in Bill 229 Protect, Support, and Recover from COVID-19 Act Budget Measures 2020 be received and adopted as amended. Carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Deans. Yeah, sorry, Councillor Deans, apologize. So we had the vote on Mr. Kanellakis, and it was carried. Do you wish to dissent at all?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just having a little trouble getting reconnected there.
Yep. Okay, so that's great. So I just did that one motion. Notice is a motion which had been previously given. The Fleury-Egli motion, which was previously given at the October 28, 2020 council meeting, was replaced by the following revised motion. So Councillor Fleury, if you'd like to introduce your motion, please. Seconded by Councillor Egli. I believe this is a new motion from what we were presented with 2 weeks ago. Is that correct?
That's right. There's been recommended amendments by the clerk, which I see as friendly, so it's been amended. Thank you for putting it on the screen. Whereas on January 29, 2020, City Council unanimously endorsed a resolution that declared an affordable housing and homelessness crisis an emergency. And whereas on July 21st, 2020, royal assent was given to Bill 184, being the Protecting Tenants and Strengthening Community Housing Act 2020, which the provincial government stated would seek to end renovictions. Those evictions that occur when a landlord undertakes renovations to a rental property and then replaces the evicted tenants with those who would pay higher rents after the renovations are completed. And whereas on October 28, 2020, Council directed Mayor Watson to write to Ontario Premier Doug Ford and the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing seeking measures to ensure that no tenants in Ottawa would be evicted for households who cannot pay their rent because of loss and income resulting from, I'll ask the clerk to move up the screen if possible. Resulting from the COVID-19 crisis and failing adoption of those measures that provincial government restrict residential rental evictions due to tenants' inability to pay their rent due to COVID-19 related income losses. Therefore, be it resolved that staff prepare a report for consideration by committee and council that would outline all the municipal tools available to the City of Ottawa to prevent or prohibit such renovictions in the City of Ottawa, including a review of any bylaws, policies, or programs that may be used by other municipalities in an effort to prevent any further loss of affordable rental units.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak on this matter? On the motion, carried and update?
Carried.
Next is by Councillor McKenney, seconded by Councillor Leeper. Councillor McKenney on Rochester and Balsam Streets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is pretty straightforward. It's property in the ward that is in significant disrepair, has been for as long as I can remember, actually, years. So it just provides demolition to the properties. I'll read it out. Whereas the buildings at 247, 249, 261, 263, 267 Rochester Street and 27 Balsam Street are in an advanced state of disrepair, and whereas there are neighborhood concerns related to public safety and criminal activity in the buildings on the subject property, and whereas given the dilapidated condition of the buildings, the community has public safety concerns that make it in a public interest to demolish the buildings, and whereas there is currently no building permit application for any replacement buildings, and whereas the public safety concerns expressed by this community are common to other buildings in the area of the city where demolition control is applicable, whereas there are concerns with respect to environmental contamination in the property. Therefore, be it resolved that council approve demolition control for the existing building on the property at 247, 249, 261, 263, 267 Rochester Street and at 27 Balsam Street, subject to the following conditions. You can bring it up.
Yeah, you might. I think with the concurrence of council, you can go to the therefore be it resolved, Councillor, if you're willing.
Yeah, that's actually very long. Therefore, be it resolved that council approve demolition control for the existing building on the property at 247, 249, 261, 263, 267 Rochester Street, and 27 Balsam Street, subject to the following conditions. The register owner shall enter into an agreement with the City of Ottawa to include the conditions specified in Condition 2 below and pay all costs associated with the registration of said agreement. At such time as a building permit is issued to redevelop the site and the replacement building is in place, the agreement will become null and void and will be released. Upon request of the owner shall pay all costs associated with the release of the agreement. The said agreement shall include the following provisions. A, the owner agrees that to the discretion of the general manager, PIDE, a replacement building must be substantially completed within 7 years from the date of this approval. And in default thereof, the city clerk shall enter on the collector's roll the sum of $5,960 for each of the 5 residential dwelling units to be demolished. The owner agrees that demolition shall be limited to above ground structures and that underground structures are to remain in place. Following the removal of buildings and prior to construction of a replacement building, the remaining at-grade surface must be completed with a hard surface to minimize rainwater infiltration. Prior to any demolition activities, a designated substance survey shall be completed for all structures to be demolished. If any hazardous materials are identified, they must be removed in accordance with provincial regulations prior to the commencement of any demolition activities. The city is to be provided with a hazardous material abatement report prior to commencing demolition. Until the time of the construction of the first replacement building, the register owner shall landscape the property to the satisfaction of the general manager PIDE. The registered owner shall prohibit the use of the property for other interim uses and maintain the property in accordance with the property standards bylaw. Use of water as a dust suppressant during demolition is to be avoided. Any water used on the site during demolition must be captured and contained for off-site disposal. The owner shall pay 100% securities to the city for the value of landscaping the property, with the securities to be released once these works are completed. 3, the owner agrees that a demolition permit will not be issued and the building cannot be demolished until such time that the agreement referenced herein has been executed and registered on title. This approval is considered null and void if the agreement is not executed within 6 months of council approval. This just simply gives the owner of these buildings an easier route to demolition. It doesn't compel demolition, unfortunately. That's a much more difficult process to get through. But if anything we can do to move it along is in the best interest of public safety in this area.
Okay, are there, I see Councillor Moffat has a hand up. Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, this is good work. I mean, this is right across the road from our Mosaic site with OCH. Do we know if this is going to lead to the demolition? Like, is this a really good step to leading towards demolition here? Because I know that's been a struggle for years with this property.
It has. It's hard to say with the current owner. However, I've been in conversation with someone who is quite interested in purchasing, and they certainly are supportive of this so that they can get moving quickly if that happens. So it's a difficult site. It was contaminated. It was a former dry cleaner. Yeah. So there's contamination in the soil, so it needs to be capped. You can't build in a normal manner. But yeah, I mean, short of fire going in and condemning it and forcing demolition, this is probably the easiest way that we can at least help get there.
Yeah, a slab on grade, but no, great work, good work on this, because it's I think if this leads to something, then it's a super positive for that area. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Great. Anyone else on this motion by Councillor McKenney? On the motion, carried.
Carried.
Next is by notice of motion given already was Councillor Leeper, seconded by Councillor McKenney with respect to the noise bylaw, and I believe Councillor Suds has a friendly amendment. So maybe we can introduce your motion, Councillor, and then ask Councillor Suds for the friendly amendment, and your concurrence.
Absolutely, and I am looking forward to that friendly amendment. We'll be taking it as such. Colleagues, I'm asking for the city to write to the province to take back control of our noise bylaw. Whereas on April 8th, 2020, the provincial government made a regulation stating that for 18 months, for the purposes of the Act, a municipality does not have the power to prohibit and regulate with respect to noise made in connection with the following. 1, construction projects and services in a municipality associated with the healthcare sector, including new facilities, expansions, renovations, and conversion of spaces that could be repurposed for healthcare space at any time of day or night. 2, any other construction activity in a municipality between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. Whereas Ottawa's noise bylaw 2017-255 prohibits for construction sites or heavy equipment to operate in any structure, highway, or building Monday to Saturday between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., Sundays and holidays between 10 p.m. and 9 a.m. And whereas the same bylaw further limits are placed on the demolition and construction of buildings in established residential neighborhoods, and infill construction is not permitted, weekdays between 8 and 7, weekends and holidays between 7 and 9 a.m. And whereas 295 complaints have been received by the city concerning construction projects that have begun before 7 a.m. on weekdays and 9 a.m. on weekends and holidays. And whereas the mental and other health impacts of construction beginning at 6 a.m. 7 days a week is being felt keenly by residents across Ottawa. And whereas the issue of municipal control of bylaws is expected to be put before the Ontario legislature in the coming weeks, asking the government to restore to municipalities control of their noise bylaws. Therefore, be it resolved that Council direct the Mayor to write to Premier Ford and Municipal Affairs and Housing Minister Stephen Clark, requesting that control of construction hours noise revert to the control of municipalities. What I'm really trying to get at with this motion is in the densely built up urban areas, we have tall towers that are going in cheek by jowl with the established residential neighborhood, where the hole ramming activity and concrete pour activity is happening at 6 a.m. 7 days a week in some instances. I think if I were to try to recreate the sound of hole ramming on this call and ask everybody to concentrate over it, you'd experience a remarkably difficult time. It is highly, highly disruptive. What I'm looking for is to get control of our noise bylaw back at the city so that we as councillors can then work with the standard exemption process that we already have. The noise bylaws were superseded by the province in order to allow for distancing on job sites. And in some cases, that is taking place, but in many cases, it's not. And the hours are simply, the benefits don't offset the mental health impacts they're having on residents. So I'm asking you to support me in writing to the province to say, please give cities control back of their noise bylaws. Mayor, I'll leave it there and let...
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Suds, you had a friendly amendment, I believe. If you could let us know about that, and Councillor Leeper can confirm that's friendly.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And I see it up screen here. You'll see the additional sentence at the end of Councillor Leeper's motion here, that therefore be it resolved, adding to, we're asking for that control back to help address the impacts from early morning construction on urban infill residential projects, as well as excavation and concrete pouring activities. So we've narrowed the scope slightly to address what the actual problem is. In speaking with Roger Chapman and taking a look at where the calls are coming from and where this actually has been a problem, it really is that inner core. And so, you know, my ask in broadening this, in narrowing the scope, is that it still enables projects to proceed elsewhere in the city. I think there's definitely some economic benefit that we are seeing in being able to advance some projects a bit quicker. And I'm not necessarily talking about residential projects, but some of our own projects as well are benefiting from these timelines, like Stage 2 LRT. And I also think that, and Councillor Leeper alluded to this, that having the job site open for longer hours enables more trades to get in and out within a day. So they're able to get in their hours, which frankly is employment, which in these times of COVID, I think is actually quite important. So again, I think this friendly amendment really narrows in on addressing what the problem is and leaves the rest alone for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Leeper and McKinney, that's a friendly amendment.
I accept it as friendly. Thank
Thumbs
you.
up. Great. So on the motion as presented with the amendment, the friendly amendment, carried. Adopté. Motions requiring suspension of the rules of procedures, motion exigeant la suspension des règles de procédure. I have second. So I have a motion moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Suds on the Rapid Housing Initiative. It's time sensitive. So on suspension of the rules, carried. I actually did have right here quite a good speech on this, and the motion is quite extensive, but maybe I know everyone's been briefed on the rapid housing. Just in a nutshell, I want to thank three people, Councillors McKinney, Suds, and Harder. The three have responsibility in their various portfolios for affordable housing and homelessness. Thank the federal government because they announced a $1 billion rapid housing program with two different streams. I'm pleased to say that Ottawa has been allocated $31.9 million under the major city stream to create a minimum of 83 units. I'm pleased that this funding is actually going to be, we're going to be able to surpass that to build 118 units with this first phase. And we're also eligible to apply for additional funding under the competitive project stream, which would require us to put in an application, which we're going to do to seek additional funding for additional housing units. So unless there are questions to either myself or to staff, I don't think it's people want me to read a 6 or 8 page motion. I see a lot of nodding there. Not sure if that's because you're tired or you don't want me to read 8 pages, but it's this was obviously drafted by our staff who are very aggressive at reaching out to these programs. And I would encourage you to support this because we need this council resolution as part of the criteria to get to the proponent or get to the federal government by November 27th. And those of you who have a prospective project that has been identified have already been notified. And obviously those projects, once the federal government approves them, will be announced publicly. Conseiller Fleury, questions or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be long either. Just a question to staff, to Donna. Donna, you and I have had a number of conversations. I want to thank you for sharing with me potential projects in my ward, and also engage. The team has engaged Ottawa Community Housing on different approaches of the program. Can you maybe, in the program spells out very clearly the targeted demographics. I recognize it's not in the motion in front of us. Could you maybe share with what is staff's intent in terms of the reach of demographics and approach, and also when we'll see the full list, when we'll be when council will be able to share to see the list of submitted programs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yet the guidelines for the program actually specify that the criteria specifically are about 30% of the new units would be dedicated to women and 15% to Indigenous peoples. In the units that we are proposing, the 118 that Mr. Mayor mentioned, we are exceeding those targets. We think we're up about probably around 75% of the units would be dedicated to women, Indigenous peoples, and families. And so we will be exceeding both the target that the federal government has set for us in the number of units and the target set for the focus on the priority populations.
And then just there was a second point, which was when do you plan to share the list of projects with us that we're submitting?
Oh yeah, sorry. In the motion, it directs us to come back once we've had an opportunity to review that with CMHC. We'd bring that report back in the first meeting in February 2021.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Councillor Luloff, please.
Just like to reiterate my desire in public to ensure that we're identifying sites across the city, including the East End. I think that it's incumbent upon all of us to ensure that our neighborhoods achieve some level of affordability. So moving forward with any further funding that comes down the pipe, I'd like to make sure that we're identifying sites, especially close to transit across the city. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Menard, please.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Good point, Councillor Lula. Completely agree with that. I also just wanted to take the time to thank, there's been a lot of people involved in this. Councillor McKenney and I have been working closely with the Alliance to End Homelessness, and they've had a large campaign on this. Thank you to staff that have worked on this, but also especially to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. It was really a big part of their initiative to get this in federally, and they pushed hard on this initiative around things like hotels to homes and other larger units that could be converted into affordable housing. So I just wanted to thank them and my former colleagues at FCM.
And our rep on the board of FCM, Councillor Tierney, thank you as well, because I know this is an important issue for him. So on the motion, carried. Adopt A.
Carried.
All right, the next motion requiring suspension of the rules. Procedure is a temporary zoning bylaw amendment for outdoor commercial patios and pop-up retail stores by Councillor El-Shantiri, seconded by Councillor Gower. On suspension, carried. Carried. Councillor El-Shantiri, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't need to read it all, but basically, whereas on March 17, 2020, an emergency related to the COVID-19 outbreak was declared in the whole of the province of Ontario pursuant to Section 701 of Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act as set out in Order Council 518/2020, and whereas as a part of emergency declaration, restaurants and retail stores has been significantly limited in their operation, which has resulted in substantial local economic impact. And whereas due to the ongoing COVID-19 situation and the anticipated capacity restriction from the province of Ontario and associate recommendations from Ottawa Public Health on physical distancing be practiced in order to decrease transmission, which will limit the capacity for restaurants and their outdoor patio until 2021. And whereas local businesses and the Economic Partner Task Force have advocated for less regulation to help small businesses as a part of the recovery effort, and whereas the City of Ottawa can continue to support the local economy by extending the temporary zoning bylaw amendment for outdoor commercial patio and pop-up retail store bylaw 2020-223. Therefore, be it resolved that Council approve the enactment of amendment to temporary zoning bylaw amendment 2020-223 for outdoor commercial patio and pop-up retail store to extend the duration of the temporary zoning to January 1st, 2022. Mr. Mayor, this motion been prepared by staff. We work with Steve Willis, the general manager, and the economic partner in the task force. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my colleague Dudas and Councillor Kearney, with yourself and your office working together. And today we saw the campaign, the hashtag I love small biz. I think that goes a long way. And if other than I'd like your support on this motion, I want to extend my thank you to Councillor Harder, who we worked together on this motion. Unfortunately, she's not here today. So Councillor Gower graciously agreed to support this motion. And if we can just take a moment and also, Mr. Mayor, encourage our residents and everyone to shop local, support the local, buy local, because a lot of organizations, they're going to feel the pinch. Especially in a small community, they used to count on the craft sale. And I know we used to see you in every one of them, but now we're not going to be able to do them. So I would like to see ourselves buying off those people as much as possible. So with that, I'm looking for your support on this motion to extend the zoning amendment to January 1st, 2022.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Councillor, as our lead on the BIA, and the good work you do there as well. So motion by Councillor El-Shantiri, carried. Okay. The next motion requiring suspension of the rules is by Councillor Gower, seconded by myself, with respect to the Planning Act. There's a time-sensitive issue here on suspension. Carried. Councillor Gower, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I'll introduce this quickly with the whereas. Whereas Ottawa City Council adopted zoning bylaws 2020-288 and 2020-289 respecting infill provisions on October 14, 2020. And whereas these bylaws have been appealed to the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal by the Greater Ottawa Home Builders Association, GOBA. And whereas GOBA has indicated a willingness to have discussions to resolve these appeals. And whereas the Planning Act, subsection 34-20.1 permits the council to utilize dispute resolution to seek to resolve a dispute and thereby extend from 15 days to 75 days the time period to provide the municipal appeal record to the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal. Therefore, be it resolved that council determines to utilize dispute resolution in respect of the appeals to bylaws 2020-288 and 2020-289 and directs the city solicitor to give notices of this intent to the Greater Ottawa Home Builders Association to invite GOBA to participate in such dispute resolution.
Okay, Councillor Leeper has a question, and Mr. Mark is here on any technical issues. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much, Mr. Mark, for sending me this appeal this morning. For colleagues, we recently passed new infill regulations, and GOBA has appealed two aspects of that. One is the requirement in certain cases to use a traveled rear lane, and the definition of what traveled means is not particularly clear. And then there is also an appeal on the minimum lot width for the pole portion of flag lots, which is a relatively small piece of it. I just wanted to ask Mr. Mark or Mr. Willis, with respect to the traveled rear lanes question, how difficult do you think it will be to find a good compromise? I know that using the laneways to accomplish parking is near and dear, particularly to our planner Alain Miguel's heart. Is this going to be a difficult issue or thorny one to resolve?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, I'll start off. I don't think so. This was raised with us very short, I think perhaps even the day before the report came to council, and there was not an ability to resolve it then. I would consider it a technical issue. I would like to think that we can find language that we agree upon.
Thank you, Mr. Mark. The question I have as well on this one is to the point you just made where this concern may have been raised just before council. Should they, I don't recall an objection from GOBA when we were dealing with this matter at planning committee. Should they have made that objection at planning committee in order to be able to appeal this aspect of the bylaw to LPAT?
Mr. Mayor, to qualify for a right to appeal, you simply have to have made a comment on the matter at some point. You do not have to have commented on the particular point in question. You just have to have commented on the bylaw. But to be fair to GOBA, although it was later in the process to be sure, they did identify this as a concern before the bylaw was enacted.
Okay, it's somewhat disappointing to see an appeal on it, but you know, given that we couldn't deal with this at the planning committee stage, but I wish you luck in your negotiations. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Anyone else on the motion by Councillor Gower, seconded by myself? On the motion, carried? Carried. Are there any other motions requiring suspension of the rules of procedure at this time? Notice a motion for consideration at subsequent meeting. Avis de motion pour examen à réunion subséquente. Councillor McKenney, please, has a motion we'll deal with at the next meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just read it out. Short, whereas Ottawa has one of the most expensive transit passes in Canada, and whereas Ottawa has one of the most expensive single ride fares in Canada, whereas the average processing time for an Equipass is 6 weeks, and whereas the requirement to provide proof of annual income is a barrier to applying to the Equipass, and whereas Canadian municipalities have moved from a single price low income pass to a sliding scale fare. Therefore, be it resolved that staff examine options for sliding scale fares and passes. Be it further resolved that staff examine options for eliminating the means test when applying for any low income or special pass. And be it further resolved that staff report to Transit Commission by Q2 2021 on their findings, including how other cities are managing these issues.
Okay, so we'll deal with that at the next meeting. Any other notice of motion for consideration of subsequent meeting? Notice of intent that from the Integrity Commissioner to support the 2020 annual report to Council as part of the 2018-2022 midterm governance report at the City Council meeting of December 9th. Motion to introduce bylaws. Motion portant présentation de règlement. Conseillère Dean, s'il vous plaît, appuyé par Conseillère Meehan.
Thank you, Mayor. That the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws 3 readings be read and passed, and that the following bylaw be read and passed in accordance with the motion approved at today's meeting. A bylaw of the City of Ottawa to amend bylaw number 2020-223 entitled A Bylaw of the City of Ottawa to amend bylaw number 2008-250 to temporarily allow relaxation of regulations relating to outdoor commercial patios and pop-up retails to extend the duration of the temporary zoning to January 1st, 2022.
On the motion, carried. Adopté. Confirmation bylaw, Councillor Deans and Meehan.
Thank you. That the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting of November 25th, 2020.
Carried. Any written inquiries, Madam Deputy Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Deans?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I did have an inquiry. I did submit it.
You submit it?
Yes.
We have that, Ms. Deputy Clerk?
My apologies, Mr. Mayor and Councillor King. I must have missed that one. If you could read that, we'll make sure we have it from you after the meeting.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Your Worship. I have an inquiry for the City Manager. Number 1, through what mechanisms are requests for use of resources or assistance from the Ottawa Police Service considered by the City? And number 2, at what level is the decision to assist or not to assist the Ottawa Police Services delegated at? Number 3, what kind of consultation within the City is done in assessing this request? Number 4, in the early morning of Saturday, November 21st, reports from the clearing of the protest at Nicholas and Laurier Avenue indicated that city resources were used. While the presence of the paramedics seemed to be fairly standard practice, the reports of the use of an OC Transpo vehicle and city trucks does not. Can the City Manager please outline a timeline of events for the decision made to use the trucks on Saturday morning? Number 5, in the aftermath, when protesters were told where to pick up their belongings, the belongings were piled up outside 29 Herman Avenue, city property. Sacred objects, including the grandfather drum, rattles, and medicine, were simply piled in with garbage on the side of the road. Indigenous elders have indicated that even when incarcerated, medicines are only removed from the cell of an Indigenous person and kept by an elder. How was the decision made to leave the belongings on the side of the road? Did the city take any steps to consider how sacred Indigenous items should be treated? And number 6, does the city have a policy on how personal items are to be treated generally? For example, personal items that are lost and found on OC Transpo all the time. If there is a policy, why was it not applied to this case?
Thank you. Councillor Deans, please, adjournment.
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Meehan, that the proceedings of the City Council meeting of November 25th, 2020 be adjourned.
On the motion, carried. Just a reminder, the media availability will take place in approximately 10 minutes at 4:40. Thank you. Meeting adjourned. Merci beaucoup.